na walang nangyayari sa mga investigasyon ng Senado. I take exception to that, Mr. President. We are a co-equal branch of government, and because of that, we have done our work. Medyo kayo ang short. Pinapatawad nyo yung mga tao, nililipat nyo lang sila. Panahon na para talagang dagukang nyo yung mga taong yan. Sapagkat yung mga taong nahuhuli namin dyan ay hindi dapat pinapatawad o pinopromote o nililipat. Let me just highlight ilang mga tao na nakakulong na sa amin. No? Yung pong number one investigation, yung mga Commission on Immigration, na huling-huli na talagang dumidilihensya at nakuha sa video. Ang kumuha po ng tape niyan ay mga tao namin sa Blue Ribbon. At napakita po na talagang naghihintay sila ng halos isang hapon at gabi para makuha yung pera na 50 million. At sinungaling po, nung mahuli na sila, binawasan pa ng 1,000 para hindi maging plunder. Kaya nakakulong ho sila ngayon. Ako po nakaupo sa Judicial Bar Council at isang beses po, nakaharap po yung Chief Justice and Presiding Justice doon. At tinanong ko, wala naman ata kayo nahuhuli in a very, in a query. Sabi niya, meron ho. Nahuli po namin si Argusino, si Robles, at saka yung si Sombero. Sabi niya, ma'am, with all due respect, ano ginamit niyang ebidensya? Hindi po ba nagamit niyang ebidensya galing sa Blue Ribbon? Totoo po yan. O kaya po, Mr. President, life imprisonment ang pataw doon sa dalawang in-appoint ninyo. At ito isang pagkakataon na nakita na ang Blue Ribbon at ang Senado ay hindi tulog-tulog at pati si Sombero ay nasama po sa PNP na andun po ngayon nakakulong na rin. Now, marami pa po tayong mga hinawakan na kaso dito sa Blue Ribbon. Ano po? Halimbawa na lang po itong nakaraan Dengvaxia. Tayo po nag-expose ng Dengvaxia. Sabay, nakaraang administrasyon na po yan. At ang nangyari po ay naudlot at natigil yung kanilang ginagawa na hindi maganda at hanggang ngayon hindi pa nagre-report yung Dengvaxia sa yung Sanofi. At isa pa po, Mr. President, marami po tayo halimbawa, hindi lang dito sa administrasyon nyo, para pair ho tayo. Yung $700 million NBN ZTE was canceled altogether after the Senate discovered during the investigation that there was an overprice and the apparent attempt of high government officials to profit from the project. Totoo po yan. At yan po ay nagkaroon ng national security concerns. Natigil po yung NBN ZTE. Blue Ribbon po rin ninyo ang pumigil dyan. At ang mga senador na kasama namin. Meron din po tayong mga kasong iba dyan. Halimbawa, ang inyong chief PNP na si Oscar Albayalde ay napilitan mag-resign ng wala sa oras. Bakit po? Nasangkot ho nung pa siya colonel sa Pampanga and the long arm of the law caught up with him at yung mga cohorts niya. Pati yung kanyang major na si Colonel Albayalde, kinulong namin sa Muntinlupa at ngayon dahil sa humanitarian concern ng kanyang mga magulang, nilipat na po namin siya sa Angeles at nililitis pa rin po ang kanyang kaso. Huwag naman po nyo sasabihin mo, huwag makinig at walang nangyayari dito sa atin sa Senado. Sapagkat ang Senado po ay halal ng buong bansa at malaki po at mataas ang responsibilidad ng bawat senador na gawin ang kanilang tungkulin. Meron po tayong mga ginawa dyan. Halimbawa po, itong yung pong mga drug na pumasok dito, ilang beses na po yan. Sino po ang nasama dyan? Si Captain Paeldon. Hindi po ba, Mr. President, nilipat niyo po lahat yung mga tao ni Paeldon at tinanggal niyo dyan sa customs? Hindi po ba nakita namin ang mga litrato? Nagpapalitrato pa sila doon sa pusher na Chinese? Ayan po, nakikita niyo sa litrato. Makikita niyo lahat yung mga ginagawa. At later on, si Paeldon po, pinakulong namin sa Pasay ng 6 na buwan dahil walang respeto sa Senado. At nung humarap siya, medyo matinu-tunog na ho ng konti as a Marine should be. At ganoon rin po itong mga ibang inimbestiga natin. Halimbawa sa Port of Manila. Hindi po ba hanggang ngayon si Mark Taguba, si Irene Tata, the hamak na teacher, siya ang naipit. Pero yung Mark Taguba na matagal lang namamayagpag dyan sa customs at yung mga kasama nila, ang dami nila na pangalanan dyan, ay talagang natigil at naudlot yung kanilang ginagawa. Yun rin pong isang smuggling. Hindi smuggling. Drug pushing at drug dealing ng ilang mga kapulisan natin ay nahuli rin po natin. Hindi po ba totoo hanggang ngayon yung si Colonel Fajardo na deputy po ng DEA, PDEA. Ayun po ay nagtago na sapagkat nahuli po namin yung kanyang ginagawa. At saka pati yung si Colonel Ismael Fajardo, nagtago na rin po. Si Eduardo Acerto. Wala pong ginagawa ang kapulisan para mahuli ang mga yan. Dapat mahuli. Dahil bilyon-bilyon ang pumasok na pera ng drugs dyan at nakinabang yung mga yan. So, Mr. President, we're really trying to support you by supporting your drug problems. And hindi lang isang beses yan, maraming beses na. Ang nakakasakit pa nga ho, yung si Espinosa, pati yung tatay niya, pinasok sa kulungan, violation ng international humanitarian law at saka human rights, pinasok ko doon sa kulungan at pinagbabaril. At pagkatapos ano po nangyari kay Colonel Marcos? Si Colonel Marcos po ay nilipat, mabuti hindi na narinig yun, pero nilipat ang dadala siya doon sa ibang lugar. Mr. President, konting respeto rin naman po. We respect you, I respect you, because you're the President of the Philippines. I always respect the title, Mr. President, and the man. Pero huwag naman ho tayo magsasalita sa co-equal branch of government na hindi ginagawa ang trabaho nila. Sapagkat napakahalaga po niyan. We have the Blue Ribbon Committee, risk life and limb also, Mr. President. Hindi mga mabubuting tao ito. Eh yun lang iniimbestiga po natin dito sa tinatawag natin continuous patayan na ginagamit ang mga motorsiklo. Mabagal po yung mga inappoint nyo sa LTO. Mabagal na po ng panahon ni Aquino. Lalo pang bumagal ngayon sa panahon ninyo dahil yung LTO hanggang ngayon, 8 taon na po na walang plaka na ginagawa at ilalabas. At pati yung tinatawag nating center, operation center ay naandyan po at hindi pa nauumpisahan at tatapos. Kaya wala akong proteksyon ng mga tao. The Blue Ribbon Committee, your committee of the Republic of the Philippines Senate, is there to protect the Senate, to protect the government from graft and corruption, but above all, we protect the people. We protect the people from malefactors of people wearing uniforms and pretending they're law enforcement when they're the number one people who are pushing their weight around committing corruption, committing abuses, killing people, and that's why your Senate has also conducted other investigations, not just the Blue Ribbon Committee, na nahuhuli natin yung mga pulis na nagluloko. Mr. President, we are in support of everything that is good for our country, and our country is in deep trouble right now. At kaya nag-iimbestiga tayo sa Department of Health ngayon, hindi dahil masamang tao si Duque, hindi po yan. Maaaring siya ay nagkakamali, nagkukulang, napapalagiran siya ng mga sawa na nakapasok sa kanyang department at ang nangyayari, nililinggis na po yung ating vaccination program at nililinggis na po lalo yung mga pinagbibili. Eto po, naglagay kayo ng isang tao dyan. Hindi ko naman kilala yan si Lau. Biglang dadalhin namin dito sa Lau dahil nasangkot yung pangalan niya sa free gate, nasangkot yung pangalan niya at ang galing po ng tao niyo yan. Yung tao nang galing sa Davao, abay, napakataas kaganda pwesto nakakuha. Nakakuha ng commissioner ng Housing and Urban Development Council. Nakakuha po ng number 1 siya dito sa mysterious na sinasabi ko mysterious although created by law, yung tinatawag natin PS, DBM. Abay, ano po nangyayari dyan? Hindi natin malaman kung paano ginagawa yung bidding. Bilyon-bilyon piso po. Karapatan ng Senado na tanungin yung mga tao yan kung bakit kung magpalabas sila 2.5 billion isang sultada, 1 billion at ang binibigyan nila ahente na nagdadagdag pa ng presyo at panay mga Chinese suppliers po. Andun na ako na Chinese lang ang pwede mag-supply. Hindi po totoo yan. Pwede tayong gumawa ng sarili nating mas na dapat nung araw pa nagawa yan. Pero andyan na po tayo, wala tayong magagawa. Kaya yan gagawa ng paraan po natin yan sa mga recommendations natin. In fact, ang recommendation ng Blue Ribbon Committee, sasabit ko ngayon, ay dapat nagawa na po namin yung proposed bill na nag-aalangan si Secretary Duque na magbayad sa mga nurses, mga healthcare workers na hindi na-expose sa hazard na pumapasok sa ospital. Ang binabayaran lang natin yung nasa COVID exposed sa COVID ward. Lahat po ng bata pumapasok ngayon sa ospital ay talagang exposed sapagkat sabi nga ng chairman ng Commission on Audit, binamin na rin ni Secretary Duque na talagang airborne yan disease at walang pinipili. At pag nakita kayo, ay hindi kayo susantuhin kahit na sino. Pare, madre, mayaman, mahirap, tatamaan yan. Kaya nga, nag-iimbestiga kami dito at nagre-recommend kami. Gusto po namin, maglaan tayo ng pera para mabayaran lahat yung mga healthcare workers, yung mga janitor, yung tutulak ng mga tao na pumapasok sa ospital, ng wheelchair, yung gurney. At dapat bigyan natin ng suporta, yan ang frontliners po natin. Hindi po ako nagagalit dito. Sinasabi ko lang po na hindi naman po kami dapat maging, like quote, punching bag. Narinig ko yung sinabi ng inyong anak na isang araw, punching bag. Hindi po kami punching bag dito sa Senado. I respect the other senators no matter what, and we are going to make sure that we come out of the report. We may not catch everybody, But lalabas at lalabas magtatanong. Hindi po dapat magtanong ang Senado na itong PS na BDM ay napakalaki ng pinapasok na mga kontrata. Isang tao, isang grupo na hindi natin kilala, hindi natin binoto, walang pangalan, nakalagay lang doon, nag-bidding kami, 1 billion, 2.5 billion. At saka yung karamihan po ng mga nananalo, yung iba kilala natin lahat eh. Malalapit po dyan sa matataas dyan eh. At lalabas po yan. So kailangan po natin malaman ngayon, are we serious? Our country is in deep trouble. I ask the people of this country, are we serious? Seryoso po ba tayo? Ayaw po ba ninyo tatahimik na? Gusto ba ninyo tatahimik ang lahat ng tao na ginagawa nila na pastangan na ang buhay ng tao, namamatay ang mga tao? Hindi po papayag ang inyong abang lingkod, si Dick Gordon po, ang tatay ko lumaban, 3 beses pinagtakaan, pinatay, lalaban po tayo. Marami rin Pilipino na lalaban dyan sapagkat marami rin hindi nakukuha sa tapang yan, nakukuha sa pagsisikap makuha ang ebidensya para may makulong. At marami na po kami napakulong dyan at hanggang ngayon nakakulong. Kailangan na po magdinis tayo. At sasabihin na naman natin, kung ang Blue Ribbon ay pagbibintangan, alam po ninyo, ang Blue Ribbon ay tanging committee na talagang nakaakda para imbestigahin lahat yung katiwalian. Kung di ko gagawin ang trabaho, masama ako. Kung gagawin ko ang trabaho, mas masama ako? Excuse me po. I'd rather na murahin ako ng tao dahil ginawa ko yung trabaho, na murahin ako ng tao na wala akong ginawa. Ang Blue Ribbon po, lahat kami nagtatrabaho dyan. At kung may ginagawa po kami, dapat suportahan kami. I call on all the people that have dealt with this mysterious DBMPS na humarap at lumapit at magdala at marami pong tumatawag sa amin kung ano ang pinaggagawa dyan. Nanalo na yung isa, papalitan pa at ina-adjust ang bid pagkatapos dadalhin sa panalo nung gusto nilang manalo. Wala pa ho ako sinasabi dyan pero nakakapagtaka na bakit tayo naglalagay dyan na hindi kilalang tao na tiga Davao at pati yung kasama niya sa Davao nalagay, nakapalit sa kanya, kayo ho ang gumagawa ng duda eh. Kung panay mga tao niya tiga Davao ilalagay niya, magdududa ang tao. Kaya kinakailangan po, malinaw yan for the safety or the sake of the office of the President and the government because lahat tayo ay gobyerno. Wala akong iba, walang hindi. Patawarin po ninyo, nakakamanghang po ang sinasabi ko rito. Hindi ko po ugali na basta bubugbugin na lang ang trabaho namin sapagkat it's unfair. We work long hours and you can talk to all our people. Ang Blue Ribbon po, mahabang-mahaba ang pagtatrabaho, araw-gabi. Wala kaming para. At yan ay gusto ko malaman ninyo, Mr. President. And so, Mr. President, I will now proceed with the investigation as we should. And I will now call our first Senator. Yes, Senator Dillon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if you just allow me 5 minutes to make a manifestation, principally in support of your statements, Mr. Chairman. If you just allow me, I have asked the permission of Senator Ping Lacson, who is first on the line. So with your permission, let me just take a few minutes of the time of the committee.
Please go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, let me state for the record that I associate wholeheartedly with the statements you just made. Let me state that I take strong exception by what was said about the investigations we've been conducting. Ang sabi po, and I quote, "Puro lang, we will investigate. With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, to investigate in aid of legislation is the Senate's constitutional mandate. Our investigations not only yielded numerous meaningful legislation, but also led to the prosecution of corrupt officials as so clearly enumerated by our chairman, Senator Gordon. There is a long list of these instances if we look deeper. The Senate perhaps, maybe the Blue Ribbon Committee chairman, can submit the list to Malacanang in order to show that indeed this is not just investigation. Kaya tuloy lang po tayo. Halongkatin natin ang mga dapat malaman ng taong bayan. It is our responsibility as duly elected representatives of the people to unearth truths, especially concerning disbursements of public funds. To show that indeed this investigation that we are conducting today on PSDBM, we examine closely the documents submitted to your committee in advance. I am worried that there are so many red flags in the procurement of several medical items. These warning signs indicate possible anomaly, corruption, or fraud. Please allow me to lay these out quickly now, and I will elaborate on this later. First, on the face mask. PSDBM bought the face mask from different suppliers at a price range of 13 pesos and 50 centavos to 27 pesos and 72 centavos. Masyado pong malalayo ang mga presyo. That is why I dug deeper on PSDBM's procurement and selection process. At ako po'y nagulat sa aking natuklasan. Contrary to the clear requirement that the negotiated procurement can only be entered into with persons who have the technical, legal, and financial capabilities, PSDBM entered into contracts with corporations of questionable qualifications. Mr. Chairman, totoo po pala that government contracting is a very lucrative business. Pharmaceuticals Corporation can attest to that after it cornered government contracts to the tune of 8.68 billion. Uulitin ko lang po, ang kontrata na nakuha ng Pharmaceutical Corporation ay umaabot ng 8 billion, 680 milyon piso. The GPP web portal distinctly shows that it is ranked number 1 in the list of awarded suppliers. Malayo po ang nakakuha ng pangalawang supplier, 1.9 billion lamang. Para pong tumama sa loto itong Pharmally. In fact, from a zero declared income in 2019, its income soared by 284.9 million in 2020. Ulitin ko lang po, itong korporasyong ito, wala pong dineclare na income noong 2019. Pagdating ng 2020, ang income po ay 284.9 million. From a cash asset of 599,000 in 2019, its assets jumped to 284.9 billion in 2020. Is this all thanks to PSDBM? How could Pharmally, a trading corporation without a track record, because it was only incorporated in September of 2019, bag 8.68 billion worth of government contracts? Ulitin ko lang po, na-incorporate ito ng 2019, nakakuha na kaagad ng mahigit sa 8 bilyong government contracts. How could Pharmally, a corporation with no sufficient capital, with paid-up capital of only 625,000, close government deals worth 8.68 billion pesos to PSDBM? Why close a deal with a company that has a capitalization grossly below the acceptable limit to assume the risk for the items to be delivered? Hindi lang po yan. Pharmally's goods are overpriced. Official records show that it sold face masks at a whopping 27.72 pesos per piece, when other suppliers sold the same to PSDBM at only 13 pesos and 50 centavos, 16 pesos and 17.50 for the same period. It sold test kits at 1,720 when it could have been brought at 925. It sold PPEs at 1,910 when its market cost is 945. Ang nakakapagtaka, kahit overpriced ang mga produkto ng Pharmally, bili pa rin ng bili ang PSDBM. Kaya po ito'y dapat nating imbestigahin, at hindi lang po imbestiga ng imbestiga, dahil po talagang may nakikita tayong mga dapat tingnan ng Blue Ribbon Committee. Ang bayanihan law po ang sinasabi, procuring entities must negotiate the most advantageous price to the government based on preliminary market scanning done by the agency showing the prevailing market price and practice. Kung kaya po ibinigay ng ng isang kumpanyang EMS ang mask ng 13 pesos and 50 centavos, bakit po bumili ang Farmally at 27.7? Sino ba po ang tao sa likod ng Farmally? Ang lakas po yata ng loob nito o malakas ito sa PSDBM. Mr. Chairman, apart from Farmally, we also want to hear about the other suppliers. How come electronic companies like EMS Component Assembly Inc. and Cosmic Technologies Inc. were able to close 2 billion pesos worth of face masks in deals with DBM? The procurement of face shields is also shocking, Mr. Chairman. The procurement of 1.32 million face shields went to a single company, Philippine Blue Cross Biotech Corporation. Ang nakakapagtaka po, binili ito ng PSDBM sa presyong 120 pesos bawat peraso. Malayo po sa 26 to 50 pesos suggested retail price na inilabas ng DOH noong August 2020. Let us not forget that face shields is not included in the common use supplies. Aside from face shields, Blue Cross Biotech was able to bag a total of 432.17 million contracts from PSDBM. It is for these reasons, Mr. President, that it is totally justified that we look into this and should not be simply dismissed that the Blue Ribbon is simply investigating and investigating. There is a basis to continue this investigation, Mr. President. Thank you very much for your time, sir.
Senator Dillon, we now proceed as previously announced. The following senators who were not called last time: Mr. Pangilinan, Ms. Ontiveros, Mr. Angara, Mr. Recto. They will be called first, and then we will go at the request of Senator Lacson, because we stopped there. Senator Lacson, Mr. Go, Mr. Subiri, Mr. Dillon, Mr. Villanueva, and Mr. Marcos, rather Ms. Marcos, and Ms. Cayetano on that basis. So we shall now proceed. Senator Pangilinan, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. Good afternoon. My first question.
Excuse me, Senator Pangilinan. One moment. I have given permission to others on opening statements. If there are any, I suggest we forego with this opening statement. I will just allow Senator Villanueva a very brief opening statement. Did you call? I understand you called. Please unmute yourself. Please unbound yourself from the chain.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Shackles of technology. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This will be very short and I will no longer ask questions. I would just like to put and spread into the records my support to you, Mr. Chairman, and our dear colleagues conducting investigations in the Senate. Remember, Mr. President, if had we not conduct investigations regarding the issuance of special permits, nagtuloy-tuloy po yun. Na-discover din natin yung 5,000 pesos per special permit na hindi dapat ini-issue dati ng immigration, etc. Ang dami ho natin na-accomplish because of the investigations here in the Senate. So, Mr. Chairman, at this point in time that we are on our third Blue Ribbon Committee hearing, we want to remind the Department of Health of one of its mandates under Executive Number 102 to assume leadership in health in times of emergencies, calamities, and disasters. Mr. Chair, we are in the middle of the biggest health emergency to date. We need the DOH to step up and take charge. The issues pertaining to the mismanagement of government funds, including underspending, obligating funds without disbursing, and releasing of funds to various entities without sufficient documentation, among other issues, are unacceptable. The DOH allotted additional 311 million worth of funds for the payment of SRAs to 20,000 healthcare workers, Mr. Chairman, and the DBM announced its release this week. Pero kulang na kulang po ito given that we have 488,000 health professionals. According to PSA, Not to mention, out of the 9.02 billion funds released by the DBM in June 2020, the remaining 2 billion for SRAs were undisbursed, which could have compensated over 70,000 healthcare workers. So, nasaan ito at bakit 311 million lang ang maipapamahagi? In the first place, we would not be in this position if delays from both the DOH or DBM man did not hamper the release of these funds. So lastly, Mr. Chairman, we reiterate the need for mass hiring of health professionals in the DOH plantilla positions. In the previous hearing, Sec. Duque stated that there are 13,659 vacant positions in the DOH, but also revealed that 10,000 personnel were hired in DOH emergency hiring under the contract of service. Paulit-ulit po nating sinasabi simula pa noong 2016 na dapat punuin ang mga plantilla positions ng mga ahensya ng gobyerno. DOH should expand its mass hiring in plantilla positions and give our workers security of tenure. Hindi naman pwede yung 3 months lang po. Bigyan po natin sila ng dignidad at magkaroon ng seguridad sa kanilang trabaho. Again, Mr. Chairman, for the 2022, DOH is proposing 242 billion budget. And based on the 2022 National Expenditure Program, it's a 15.1% increase of its 210.2 billion budget. Let me state for the record, for the last time, Mr. President, Mr. Chair, that the mismanagement of government funds by any agency, especially with the DOH at this point in time, casts doubt on the quality and quantity of provision of much needed health and social responses during this pandemic. So we look forward to listening to today's discussion. Again, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations for conducting this hearing again. Thank you and God bless us all. Salamat po.
Thank you, Senator Villanueva. Just want to point out that any funds that are lost means a diminution of our services to our people in terms of service to vaccines, testing, ayuda. Hindi pwedeng mawala at maubos yung perang yan na ganyan lamang at manghihiram pa tayo ng pera pagkatapos. Senator Pangilinan, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I may proceed, my first question will be for Secretary Duque. If he may, Secretary Duque, do you admit that it was your decision to transfer the 42 billion budget to the DBMPS as earlier manifested, at least in the hearings?
That is accurate, Your Honor. But anyway, that's the answer.
Thank you. And this decision of yours to have 42 billion transferred to the DBMPS, was this based on a recommendation of any panel?
No, Your Honor, it was a collective decision from the NTF, the National Task Force, because at that time we were desperate to get the much needed personal protective equipment and other life-saving supplies. We had no suppliers, very few, if any, that could not meet the volumes that we needed to mount an effective response to the pandemic. And this was even more compelling because noong February, March, nung nag-umpisang magkaroon na po tayo ng mga kaso, ay talagang yung mga suppliers natin dati na kung saan nagpo-procure ang inyong DOH, halos talagang wala na po silang kakayahan na mag-supply dahil unang-una noong January nagkaroon po tayo ng Taal volcano eruption. Doon pa lang po naubos yung ating pong stocks of mga face mask at kanya talagang very acute yung ating pong situation and nag-umpisa na po ang pandemya sa atin at kinailangan po natin na bigyan proteksyon lalong-lalo na ang ating pong mga healthcare workers na sila po ang direktamenteng nangalaga ng ating pong mga COVID patients. Plus, ganun din po sa ating mga mamamayan na nangangailangan din po ng mga protective equipment. Yung pong PSDBM naman ho, may mandato to procure even from international suppliers. Kanya minabuti namin na sila lang po siguro ang kayang makatulong sa atin pong matinding pangailangan noong panahon na yon at hanggang
Thank you.
ngayon ganun pa din. Salamat
Yes.
po. Salamat po,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Nabanggit nyo kanina, of course, inamin po ninyo, kayo ang nagdesisyon, pero nabanggit ninyo na napag-usapan din ito sa NTF. Sino sa NTF ang nagrekomenda kasama sa pagre-rekomenda na ilipat ang 42 billion purchases sa DBMPS? Sino-sino?
Nagkaroon kasi kami nung at that time, Your Honor, although syempre
Pangalan po ang hinihingi natin sa NTF. Nabanggit ninyo ang NTF. Sino-sino po sa NTF ang nagrekomenda kasama po ninyo sa pagdesisyon at nagrekomenda sa inyo na ilipat sa DBMPS yung 42 billion?
pwede ho natin, Mr. Chairman, to recognize Secretary Charlie Galvez, who is the NTF Chief Implementer.
Mr. Chairman, good secretary, you admitted that you made the decision, so you know who you spoke with. So why have Mr. Secretary Galvez participate or be the one to answer? We want the answer from you. It was your decision, and you said the NTF discussed it. So you have personal knowledge as to who were part of the discussion. So please inform us, this committee, as to who among those in the NTF recommended the transfer of the DBMP to DBMPS of the 42 billion. We just want the facts, Mr.
Yeah,
We're
well,
not alluding, we are not making any accusations. We just want the facts.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, pinag-usapan po namin yan with the NTF Chief Implementer, and then also we, at the time, ang ating testing czar, si Secretary Vince Dizon, some IATF members, I can't recall. It was during this time also that the President had ordered us to make sure that there will be sufficient supplies for our pandemic response. Without, of course, saying kung saan dapat bibilhin ito, except for sa amin, we trust the DBM and its attached agencies. And so, yun po ang naging dahilan na doon po namin hiningian ng suporta ang PSDBM para tugunan yung pangangailangan. Yun lang po, salamat.
Tinatanong natin yan dahil nga sa previous hearings, sinabi ng ating ilang mga senador na may kausap sila sa DOH na sinasabing kaya naman ng DOH gawin itong purchases na ito. Tinatanong din natin yan dahil gusto nating malaman bakit napakalaking pondo nga ang nilipat. So this was your decision as Secretary of Health to transfer the 42 billion procurement of items to the DBMPS from the DOH budget. With the recommendation of the NTF, did you consult the DBMPS? Was there a recommendation from the DBMPS in this regard?
Your Honor, as I have said earlier, mandato po nila ito at kami po talagang we tried. Ngayon, kaya namin na mag-procure dahil may supplies, nag-stabilize na ang world supply chain. But at that time, talagang walang-wala po. Talagang hirap na hirap kami. In fact, we were so
Pulong ba kayo, Mr. Secretary? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng pagpupulong with the DBM Secretary Abisado or DBMPS Head Christopher Lao before you made the decision? Nagkaroon ba kayo ng pag-uusap?
Yes, I think so. May mga pag-uusap kami, but I just can't recall the exact time.
Doon sa mga pag-uusap na yun, sino-sino pa ang nakausap ninyo? So nakausap ninyo si DBM Secretary Abisado at I assume he also said, okay, ilipat sa DBMPS, no? And I assume kausap nyo si Christopher Lao at siya rin, sinabi niya, okay, pwede pong ilipat sa amin yan. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po yan. Yung
Okay.
amin po
Yeah,
paglilipat ng mga pondo, hindi po one time. Ito po ay in several periods of mga dates na amounts, no, depending on what we needed at a particular point in the pandemic response.
So kasama din po si dating Secretary Abisado at si Christopher Lao dun sa pagpasya, no, na mailipat yung 42 billion mula po sa inyong tanggapan para sa DBMPS. Tama po yun.
Tama po yun.
Okay,
Your
salamat
Honor.
po. My next question is with Mr. Lao. Is he still around?
Present, Mr. Chair. Present, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Mr. Lao, are you in the Philippines?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm at home.
So you are in Manila because there was information going around that you left the country. So that is not true.
Not true, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. When the decision to transfer the amounts on a staggered basis, or on tranches, in tranches rather, to the DBMPS, the entire 42 billion eventually was transferred under your watch. Is that not right?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that is correct.
And you confirm, and the earlier manifestation of Secretary Duque that you were part of that process of decision making and that you agreed to the transfer of the amounts totaling 42 billion to the DBMPS. That is right.
Mr. Chair, I think initially I'm not part of the IATF NTF. PSDBM will only cannot make a decision whether we will accept or not the transfer of funds. It should have a legal basis, and I think that decision making is through DBM and GPPP, the government procurement.
You mean to say, Mr. Lao, you cannot refuse when an amount is turned over to you?
When
If
it is
you can
considered common
refuse?
supplies, we can refuse. If it's considered non-common supplies,
Yes. In other words, you have discretion to accept or to reject depending on whether it is legal or not. You cannot do something that is illegal, hindi ba?
Mr. Chair, if it is
And if it is illegal, well, just let me complete my. And if it is illegal, isn't it your duty to refuse?
yes, Mr.
You are a
Chair.
lawyer.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Of course, of course, your explanation is it was legal, therefore you accepted it. Hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, yes. But the point is, if there is something illegal, you have the duty to refuse. If assuming it is illegal, hindi po ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Because you are not in office to do illegal acts. Hindi ba? That's why we take an oath of office. Hindi ba? To uphold and defend the Constitution and to respect and obey and comply with the rules and the regulations and the laws. Hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And therefore, if to your mind it was illegal, of course you're saying it is not. But if it was an illegal act, you have the power, you have the authority, and you have the duty, di ba, to reject and to
Yes,
refuse.
Mr. Chair.
Okay, but I go back because sabi kanina ni Secretary Duque, kasama din kayo sa pag-decide, kasama din kayo sa nag-okay na tanggapin. And that's why I just wanted that established. Tinanggap ninyo. Sa paniniwala na legal, sabihin na natin yon. Kahit na sabihin na natin ngayon, may nagsasabi at may datos na nagpapakita na mukhang questionable, at that point, di ba, you had the option to reject or to accept it based on whether it is legal or not. Hindi ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Earlier, you said, you're quoted in the newspaper saying that the prices were high because supply was limited. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
In other words, 13 pesos, 20. So, pero yun nga, nabanggit kanina, bakit yung isa 13 pesos lang, yung isa 27 pesos lang? Pero sabi nga ninyo, dahil supply was limited. In an earlier hearing, the chairman of the Blue Ribbon Committee manifested that at the same time that you were purchasing the 13 peso and 27 peso masks, the Red Cross was buying it at 5 pesos. How do you explain that?
I cannot explain that, Mr. Chair. I think the only thing that I can check, Mr. Chair, is that maybe Red Cross is a very good network. They have international ties with International Red Cross, especially in China as well. So they have faster communication.
I assume this is the same explanation for the testing kits because the Red Cross was buying it at almost half the price when the DBMPS purchased the testing kits, almost double or triple the price. I assume that's the same explanation. That
Roughly,
Red Cross might have the network, which
yes,
you do not.
yes, Mr. Chair.
So well, very interesting. No? Times 5 times the price,
No, no, Mr.
four
Chair.
times the price.
No, Mr. Chair. No. Let me just clarify. Um, the difference between when we procured the items, initially we were able to buy the face mask at 16 pesos, which was on March 20. Then on April 6, we bought it at 27.49. Then on April 6 at 500,000, at 27.72. Then April 14 at 22.50. April 16 at 22.50. April 20 at 22 pesos. April 27 at 13.
Yes, yes, I understand that. I understand that. But Senator Gordon earlier said that the Red Cross was buying it at 5 pesos per mask. You were saying 13, 16, 27. So that's 5 times more. Diba? For the face masks.
Confirm that, Mr. Chair, because we have not seen the data that the actual amount that Red Cross was actually buying. But assuming that it is true, I believe the difference is that Red Cross has wider access during that time compared to us, Mr. Chair. I think
Well,
experience,
yes.
and I was just recently transferred to our office. Medyo malaki po ang difference, Mr. Chair. Given I think, in fact, early those time, Red Cross was.
Well, it is also possible, Mr. Lau, that you were negligent. It is possible. I'm not saying you were, but the possibility that you were negligent, that you purchased that Red Cross is more circumspect and was able to purchase it at 5 pesos, while government, because perhaps, I don't know, maybe because of negligence, bought it 5 times more expensive. Maybe if there was a more diligent search, maybe if there was a more diligent process, that we could have brought down the price of a 27 peso face mask and a 120 peso, 22 peso face shield. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, we just like to state, during that time, we were able to canvas. Ang offer kasi during that time was roughly around 40 pesos. So medyo mahal talaga, and 28 yung surgical mask. And yung face shield, when we were trying to buy it during that time, the offer was around 400, 350, and the lowest was 120. And I
Okay.
think when you say that there might be negligence or we were not able to exhaustively look for the cheapest supplier, there might be a possibility, given the scenario, that we really lack time, that we lack the resources, we lack the connection during the time. That might be a possibility.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. On the matter of the quality of the equipment that you purchased, does the DBMPS have the technical expertise to check on whether or not the quality of the face shields, the face masks, and other PPEs were of US grade, or meron ba kayong technical capacity, no?
Under the process of the PSDBM, Mr. Chair, there is a third-party testing facility that is required, that should be undergone by the suppliers after they have won the bidding, and such certifications should be submitted to DOH and PSDBM. Also, DOH should.
And so you are saying that there was a third party, how do you call it?
And also DOH is mandated to test it, inspect it together with DBMPS, Mr. Chair. And sometimes the supplier gets their inventory rejected, Mr. Chair. Then they are mandated to replace
So how
it.
many times did you reject?
It's not, I don't have the records, Mr. Chair. It's with the inspection division, and I think DOH also has copies of those, Mr. Chair.
So how many times was there any rejection ever of any of these because there have been complaints brought to our attention
Yes,
that there were some masks that were of poor quality. So I
yes,
just want this clarified.
yes. Also, there are several times, Mr. Chair. In fact, I received one of the complaints from Sandigan Bayan that the ear loops have been removed or yung napuputol. So
In other words, what we're looking at here is potentially yung mga yun overpriced na, poor quality pa.
ah I cannot check.
Kasi kayo bumili nun binili ninyo. Tapos sinasabi ninyo ngayon, yes, merong mga hindi pumasa at ni-reject ninyo. So binili na ninyo ng mahal, tapos sa quality, meron pang nakakalusot na hindi maganda.
Pag rejected po, Mr. Chair, hindi po natin binabayaran yun. Tapos pag
So
pumasa
hindi
po,
na babayaran yun.
hindi, pag rejected po, hindi po dapat bayaran. They have to replace it with something that is
Can we have the data? I know you're no longer in but to the DBMPS, whoever is the officer in charge, we want to have a complete file of all those orders that were rejected, how much was involved, and which companies were behind these rejected items. Dahil siyempre, ang concern natin dito ay binibigyan ba natin ng inferior quality protective equipment ang ating mga frontliners. Hindi ba? You must admit, Mr. Lao, di ba? Na buhay ang kapalit pagka hindi tama yung equipment o kaya inferior quality at hindi effective protection. Tama po ba yun?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And at one point, I understand, mataas ang death rate at infection rate ng ating mga frontline workers.
Yes,
That's why we want to see the quality, diba, of the items that were purchased, and also the process of whether or not there were standard testing that was undertaken. We would like to see all these documents submitted to the committee, Mr. Chairman. Are you familiar with this situation wherein the specifications were changed? The specifications of the DTI, for example, in terms of the quality of the masks that were to be produced, that when it was brought to the DBMPS technical group together with the DOH, binago yung specification?
No, Mr. Chair.
Well, the information that we have received is that the DTI provided the DOH with very strict specifications for face masks, and yet the DOH loosened, or for some reason the DBMPS and the DOH decided to loosen the very restrictive items. This is from the DTI, because the DTI was working with the local manufacturers. And the local manufacturers go through a very stringent process of quality control. And there were a number of, a number of them relayed to us that it appeared like you were stricter to the local manufacturers than you were to the importers.
No,
I don't know if this is true, but that is a concern that we also would like to check.
No, Mr. Chair. In fact, we negotiated with DTI to conduct a mass seminar and discussion with the private sector, so we can teach them on how to participate in government bidding and government procurement. We also discuss with them on the application sa mga certification and for the testing requirements of DOH. We also discuss it with DTI thoroughly, Mr. Chair. We in fact
Please,
going
please wrap up.
Yes,
Thank you.
we will do that.
proceeding to Enihan 2, there's a requirement for bidding. That's the time we had a massive information dissemination with DTI to the private sector. In fact, GPPB was tapped to discuss on the bidding process so that the private sector can bid with us, Mr. Chair. And
Yes,
Sir-
my final question is again back to Secretary Duque. Secretary Duque, in the last hearing, you said that you were ordered by Malacanang to pay within 10 days the SRA. Is this SRA payment within 10 days for the 20,000 frontliners only? Or is this 10
You're right.
days deadline for all 488,000 frontliners?
Ito lang pong 20,208 because this was the list that was forwarded to us by the healthcare facilities. But
No,
it's
but I am sure the president meant to pay all those who are claiming, hindi po ba? Hindi lang yung 20,000.
we are dependent on the validated list. It's very difficult.
So how
to,
long will it take for you to validate the list so that you can get 95% paid? Because right now with these 20,000 workers and 311 million, you're only addressing 5% of the claims, more or less. Kasi 488,000 yung kailangan bayaran, 20,000 lang. So paano yung 95% ng mga frontliner? Kailan nila matatanggap? How long will you process it? How long do you have to process it? They want to know how long because every day they're risking their lives. Every day they can be exposed to COVID. So at least let us give them, this, how do you call it? The courtesy at the very least of telling them when will they get it. It is due them. We can't keep them, allowing them to humaharap sila sa bala, ika nga, sa gera, tapos bahala na kung kailan nyo matatanggap yung mga bala ninyo at yung mga equipment ninyo. Kailan? Kailan mababayaran yung 95% na hindi pa nababayaran yung 488,000? Ano ang timetable ninyo? Meron ba?
Gaya na sinabi ko, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yung listing napakamahalaga po nito dahil yan po ang magiging
Yes. I understand. You cannot release without the list. But give our frontliners a timetable so that they can expect it and that you also will call on your people to meet that deadline. Kung walang deadline, baka walang mangyayari sa atin. We want to have a timeline. When will the 95% who have already served and should be entitled to the SRA receive the SRA? Maybe 3 months? 2 months? 3 months? Bago magpasko?
Mga 2 months yan. Mga 2 months, Your Honor. Meron na po.
Okay.
Yes, I
That's my
presented to
last
the
question. 2
President.
months to be able to attend to and deliver on the 95% SRA of our frontliners. At least maliwanag yan.
Yes, yung validated
para-
list po natin.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next questions will be in the next round. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Senator Pangilinan. I just want to be sure Secretary Duque answered us right. You said within 2 months yung validated list. Ang tanong sa'yo ni Senator Pangilinan, when are you finally going to get the validated list?
Meron na po tayong natapos within this week.
I'm sure you have,
which is
pero yung
compliant
kompletong
with the
validated list.
with the President's order na within 10 days. So, nailabas po ng PSDBM yung SARO for the 311 million. And then we sent also for the 17,670 second batch. And that's the third batch, 80,048. So this is being processed by the DBM. Here, dito po sa 80,000, dito pa po sa amin yan kasi nga yung validation. Tapos saka namin po ipadadala sa DBM. Salamat po, Mr. Chairman.
Now, addressing the fact that the variant today in Delta is in the air, and if they're in a hazardous place like a hospital, even those not in the COVID ward will now be included. Would that be correct?
Nag-usap po kami ni Chairman Mike Aguinaldo kahapon just before the House hearing. And we agreed that short of an amendment to the law or the creation of a new law for a more liberal interpretation of the initial provision found in the Bayanihan 2 law, I have written to Secretary Maynard, well, the draft pa lang is with us now, to DOJ Secretary Guevara, para tingnan kung pwede magbigay ng opinion just to give our people some level of confidence na pwedeng liberal ang interpretation. Kasi yung nakalagay kasi nga doon, and I find it not anymore relevant, yung sinasabi nila na those in direct contact or those in direct care of COVID patients or indirect contact. So yun ang medyo talagang limiting. So yun po ang napagkasunduan namin ni Chairman Mike Aguinaldo ng COA. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So, you are working to make sure that all those are included, and you're just trying to get, as I said, a little risk-taking, and you want to cushion your risk by consulting yung ating Secretary of Justice for an opinion. Actually, the words, sir, is directly catering to, which means yung nasa COVID ward ka, or in contact with COVID-19 patients, which means you could be in a hospital, nasa loob ka ng hospital, and you could be in contact with COVID-19 patients, and you do not know if they are already affected. So you are in hazardous place. That's why malakas ang loob ko na mag-advise na hazardous talaga yan, and I think Mike Aguinaldo of COA agrees. So I just have one just to wrap up the question of Senator Pangilinan. Your job is to protect everybody, particularly our healthcare workers from so that the health system will not collapse. Now, may I ask you, sir, yung mga komadrona, umiikot sila halimbawa sa isang stricken area, would they be covered by hazard work? At least individually, if they report individually na they went to an area where there's COVID and that they should be given some measure of protection, or for that matter, yung barangay health workers, medyo malayo na yan. Pero tignan natin, meron ba? And finally, is it a question of lack of money kaya hindi kayo makabayad? Para sabihin na natin na totoo kung hindi kayo makabayad.
Well, yung funding, maybe it's DBM best position to answer. But tama po kayo, yung mga komadrona, midwives, in fact, even barangay health workers sa mga rural health units, kasama po yan.
And we should adopt a very liberal attitude towards them, because if they get sick, walang magpapanganak na probinsya, kulang ang doktor, wala rin makakatulong sa preventive healthcare, preventive medicine, yung primary healthcare. So I'm glad that you have a very liberal interpretation of that, and I hope that you will include that with Secretary Guevara, who's a good lawyer. And just to let you know, we have finished the draft, and Senator Angara and I will co-author it. I'll send it to Senator Angara so that he can review it, and we can file it. And Monday, hopefully, we will be given a chance to apply it. But anyway, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I now call on the Right Honorable Miss Lisa Hontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Continuing with Secretary Duque, a follow-up question from the last hearing, Secretary, tapos ilang mga bagong tanong na hindi pa natin napag-uusapan. If the good Secretary recalls, in the hearing 2 days ago, tinanong ko po sa inyo, in this search for funds to fully pay the 488,000 plus healthcare workers, at hindi lang yung first 20,000, sabi nga ni Sen Kiko, 5,000 pa lang yan, but the whole 488,000. Tinanong ko po sa inyo, Sec, if it's possible para sa DOH na i-augment yung inyong quick reaction funds, quick response funds, QRF, through savings para bayaran lahat ng healthcare worker benefits. I hope that 2 days later at that time, 2 days ago, sabi nyo it may be possible. I hope you can give the committee a firmer answer now kung mabumobilize nyo itong QRF plus savings para bayaran yung buong 488,000 healthcare workers. Kumusta na po yon, Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, usapin na kaperahan po ay mas maigi pong sagutin na ni Yusek Leopoldo Bongvega or Director Rowena Lora. Kung magkano na ang tukoy na posibleng pagmulan ng kinakailangan pondo. Mr. Chairman, kindly
Pero, Secretary, if we may, kasi I still have some new questions para po sa inyo rin. At least meron na po bang advice sa inyo, sina Ma'am Laura at yung isa pong USEC or ASEC na binanggit nyo, if at least in principle, pwede na pong mag-commit ang DOH to use your QRF plus savings para bayaran po yung healthcare workers?
Yes, ma'am. I have just been given the communication for the from the Financial Management Service. We can indeed use the Quick Response Fund to augment the benefits of the healthcare workers.
That
But
is
yung
very
amount-
good news, Secretary. Yes, sir, you were saying.
Well, yung amount kasi we still have to identify the exact amount, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
All right, sir. But meron na po ba kayong ballpark figure, if not the amount per se, yung percentage pa ng additional healthcare workers out of the 488,000 total na mako-cover nitong QRF nyo plus savings?
Could you give us a little more time, Madam
Certainly,
Senator?
Secretary. Perhaps, hopefully, within this hearing before
Oh,
the
sure.
chair suspends it later. Thank you, Secretary. Ngayon, sir,
Secretary.
Secretary.
Senator Rizzo, your
Yes,
permission.
Mr. Chair.
I just want to ask para in fairness sa Secretary Duque. Did you not anticipate na magkakaroon kayo ng problema na yung iba mabibigyan? Di ba niyo na-anticipate yan at di kayo naghanda ng pera?
To be honest, yung amin po kasing naunang pinagtuunan, no? Yung ating po mga public healthcare workers, dahil yung mga mahihirap po natin mga kababayan, sila po ang napupunta sa mga public health facilities.
Kaya nga,
Pero
so
hindi naman po-
focus nyo
But eventually,
talagang doon lang sa doon. Hindi nyo na-anticipate talaga na maaring lumala itong pandemic. Samahan nyo ng ibang mga tao na na-expose.
actually, nirecommend
To be honest, because
SRA.
pa naman di ba? Sabihin nyo na, hindi namin na-anticipate. Maintindihan ko yun. Ewan ko iba senador, pero ako maintindihan ko yun kung hindi nyo na-anticipate. But of course, the pudding will be in the eating, right?
Yes, sir. Pero yung kaya nga po naman yung SRA ay nagkaroon ng batas yan na masakupan pati ang mga pribadong healthcare workers. So meron naman pong ganun na pag-iisip and concern. At yun naman po request for funding ay continuous provision of the actual hazard duty pay and also the special risk allowance from December 2020 to June 30, 2021. Yung baga, nagastos nga po dyan, 16 billion po. Kaya kasama po naman sila talaga.
All right, thank you. Senator Rizzo, with my
Thank you.
apologies.
It's all right, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Secretary, just for the record, no, since the first hearing, pangatlo na po ito, sinasabi po ng ating mga kababayan sa mga care workers organizations at saka sa mga individual hospital employee unions and associations na pati po sa public hospitals, marami pa ring hindi nakatatanggap at pati o lalo na sa mga private hospitals, marami ang hindi nakatatanggap. I could accept, Secretary and Mr. Chair, kung nasa first few months pa lang tayo ng pandemic. But we're already in the 1.5 year. And it's excruciating isipin na hanggang ngayon, kailangan pang kumpletuhin ng DOH yung listahan para lang maibigay yung mga special risk allowance, hazard pay, at yung MATs, no? Yung pang meals, accommodations, transportation, plus insurance na provided for naman na by law. Kaya I'm sure and I hope the Secretary understands yung sense of urgency ng komiteng ito because nakikiisa lang kami sa sense of urgency ng ating mga healthcare workers. Unacceptable po na we're still at this point in time, at this point. And yung sinabi din po ng DBM nung nakaraang hearing na kung talagang kulang yung ibinigay na pera sa inyo, bakit may isinoling halos 12 billion pesos, no? Yung lumabas sa COA report. So to my new question, Secretary, tungkol din sa pera na nasa sa kamay na natin, hindi pa na-obligate, hindi pa nagamit. Ito po yung unobligated vaccine budget. Ayon po sa mga dokumento na sinumite ng DOH sa inyo pong statement of allotments, obligations, balances, and disbursements, nakalagay po doon na there's 2.5 billion pesos for vaccine procurement na unobligated. And unfortunately, hindi na po ito pwedeng i-obligate kasi nag-lapse yung budget na iyon December 31, 2020. And these comprise foreign loans, no, granted ng World Bank, granted ng Asian Development Bank noong 2020, specifically for vaccine procurement. So, yung panahong sinabi ng gobyerno, kulang ang pondo natin, kulang yung mga donasyon, siguro, kailangan nating umutang. Why didn't DOH obligate that 2.5 billion pesos within year 2020 for vaccine procurement?
Your Honor, Mr. Chairman, yan naman po hiningan na namin ng reissuance ng SARO. So it can still be utilized, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Yes, Secretary, pero kinailangan yung humingi ng reissuance ng SARO dahil hindi nyo na nga po inobligate in timely fashion within the given year. So ano po yung naging dahilan? I mean, we went through the trouble, government went through the trouble na utangin ito, 2.5 billion pesos. 9 months of 2020 were pandemic months. Bakit po hindi na-obligate ng department para sa bakuna pa?
Ang nangyari po kasi yung bahagi nung pondong atin po pinag-uusapan, sinet aside muna po natin yan for vaccines advance market commitment as suppliers may require immediate payment to lock in or secure the supplies, no? Pero unfortunately, wala pong napirmahan na supply agreement and this was closed before the year end dahil nga yung global supply at that time talagang kulang na kulang. But we needed the money na kailangan meron. Just in case secure, at least meron tayo kaagad. So I think it was prudent to have done what we did. Salamat po.
So Secretary, kung sinet aside nyo po iyang pondong iyan for the time na magkakaroon na ng lock-in at maibabayad po iyan para ma-secure natin yung supply, saan po, kung hindi ba DOH yung nagkulang, so sino ang nagkulang na ahensya para ma-perfect, makumpleto yung pag-lock-in na yon at magamit, ma-obligate itong loaned funds na nasa kamay na ng DOH, naka-lock-in ninyo?
Salamat to. Yung proseso po niyan, yung proseso po kasi niyan ay doon sa mga vaccine manufacturing companies, tatlong hakbang. Una yung non-disclosure agreement, tapos susunod po yung term sheet agreement, and then the supply agreement. So yeah, binabantayan po natin yan together with Secretary Galvez. Baka pwede pong with the permission of the chair to please recognize Secretary Galvez, who was more in direct contact with the representatives of the vaccine manufacturing companies. And also,
Sec, bago po i-recognize ni Chair si Sec Galvez, ang direksyon po ba nitong pagsagot ninyo ay, syempre, hindi naman hawak ng gobyerno ang desisyon sa tatlong steps sa process na yun. Hindi hawak ang vaccine manufacturers. Are you suggesting na hindi DOH ang nagkamali at nagkulang dito sa hindi na obligate ang 2.5 billion pesos loans for vaccine procurement, kundi ang IATF ba ang nagkulang at nagkamali or masyadong mabagal kaya tuloy hindi na obligate yung 2.5 billion na yan?
yung sa amin po, hindi po kami nagkamali. Hanggat sa maaari, napakamahalaga po talaga ng mga bakuna. Pero may
Yes.
proseso po tayo na dapat sundin. At yun naman mga vaccine manufacturing companies, ako yung nagpapasalamat ka sa Senado dahil naipasan nyo yung COVID Vaccine Act. No? Doon naman po nakita natin ang dami-daming mga demands dahil nga itong bakuna bago under an emergency use authorization, ang daming mga hinihingi ng kasiguraduhan ng mga manufacturing companies na pati indemnification, di ba, yung law, hiningi din nila yan eh. So, ang
At ibinigay po ng Senado yan.
Oo, maraming salamat po at sa inyo pong suporta doon. At kanya naman po napaka-mahalaga na dahil lang buong mundo ay nag-aagawan sa bakuna, ay sinecure natin yung pondo na yan
Kaya
para
nga po.
sakasakali po. Pero pwede naman po i-reissue. So, hindi naman problema ito.
Well, nagiging problema po, Sec, di ba? Kasi we're falling behind, flattening the curve, we're falling behind the positivity rate, lalong-lalo na dahil bagamat nag-ramp up na, pero kailangan pang mas mag-ramp up yung ating vaccination rollout. Mr. Chair, may I request the Chair to recognize Sec Galvez to give his perspective on this question before I go back to Sec Duque?
Yes, Secretary Galvez is recognized. Please answer the question of the Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sec Galvez, ano pong perspective nyo? Bakit po ba nag-expire yung by December 31, nag-lapse yung budget na ito na 2.5 billion pesos in loans para dapat sa vaccine procurement? Bakit po hindi na ma-obligate ng DOH?
Unang-unang, Your Honor, Sir Chairman, Senator Risa. First of all, may proseso po kasi po yung ating tawag natin negotiation. And basically yung yung ating negotiation, nakatali na po yung tinatawag natin multilateral arrangements with the ADB at saka World Bank. So ang na po namin, yun ang concentration namin because most of our negotiations is a multilateral agreement with the World Bank and ADB. And if you remember, Your Honor, ang pinaka namin, wala pa kami napirmahan na supply agreement to use the money. Meaning yung pera natin hindi natin pwedeng ma-obligate considering that the supply agreement is not yet been signed. If we'll remember the first supply agreement that we have signed is basically yung through World Bank yung Moderna, but that was already 2021. That's a process, Your Honor. I believe
Yes, Secretary.
the DOH have no fault on not obligating the 2.4, and maybe Yusek Mark is very knowledgeable considering he is the one in charge of the procurement with the DOH.
Pero allow me to stay with you, Sec Galvez, on this question kasi hindi ba pwedeng sabihin na walang napirma kasi ika nga somebody dropped the ball?
I think hindi naman po drop the ball kasi talaga napakahirap yun. If you remember, Madam Senator, na hindi talaga pumapayag yung ibang manufacturer kung walang very definite na indemnity clause at saka yung immunity grant from the government. That's why the different manufacturing companies only sign when we have the landmark legislation that we will really thank the Senate for doing this. So nung nagkaroon po tayo ng National Vaccination Program Act, doon lang po pumirma yung mga Western brand.
I understand, Sec, na gaya ng sinabi ko kanina, hindi naman natin hawak yung decision o yung pace ng mga vaccine manufacturers na yon. Pero yung schedule ng pag-kontrata ng mga loans, kasi may ina-anticipate tayong schedule na ma-obligate ang pondong ito at ma-secure natin yung supplies. Siyempre, nasa korte natin yon. Kaya, di ba, I mean, in hindsight, parang kung alam pala natin na magiging ganyang kabagal yung proseso ng pag-kompleto, pag-perfect ng mga kontratang yon, di ba, why did we procure those loans in the year 2020 in the first place? And in fact, let me stay with you on this, Sec Galvez. Is this 2.5 billion pesos, ito po ba yung main reason natin bakit tayo dumadanas ngayon ng shortage of supplies? Ito po yung shortfall sa supplies sa ngayon?
I think it's different, Your Honor, kasi meron tayong separate budget for the vaccines. Ang budget natin sa vaccines is $1.3 billion coming from multilateral. That's what I understand, Your Honor. And the other 2.5 billion or savings from the DOH, it will be reserved for some sort of purchase orders for those vaccines that will not meet the ADB and the World Bank, and the World Bank stringent regulatory requirement. So it is being used. The DOH savings can be used for the procurement of those vaccines that will not fall on the multilateral agreements because of their failure to submit with the stringent requirements of the World Bank and the ADB, because they have a very stringent regulatory requirement, Your Honor.
Of course, Secretary. So meron silang stringent regulatory requirements which should govern our use of that 2.5 billion kasi sa kanila nga natin inutang iyon. Eh ngayon na hindi na-obligate yan ng DOH within year 2020, hindi ba magkakaroon tayo ng, dahil nagkaroon tayo ng inability sa pag-obligate ng loans na iyan within the identified year, hindi ba maapektuhan yung mga future foreign assisted projects na ibibigay dapat sa atin for our COVID response?
Your Honors, I think it is more appropriate for Yusek Coven to answer this because he is the one in charge of the foreign loans, Your Honor.
Thank you, Secretary Gabis. Mr. Chair, could you just go very briefly to the USEC mentioned and then babalikan ko po si Secretary Duque?
Yes, the USEC mentioned, I didn't get the name.
Sec Galvez, sino po yung sinabi nyo?
Yusek Marco Benson.
USEC Camacho?
USEC Hoven, Chair,
Hoven,
Mr.
yes,
Chair.
sir.
USEC Hoven? Please
Yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hoven,
Yeah,
you're not from the Department of Health, are you? You are the representative
No,
of the
sir.
Department of Finance, correct?
Yes, sir.
For the IATF.
Yes, sir. Actually, I'm not the representative of the Department of Finance in the IATF, but I'm the Undersecretary for International Finance. So basically, multilateral loans are covered by my
All right,
mandate.
understood. I just want to be sure that you're not with the DOH. Go ahead, please. Answer the
Yes,
Thank
question.
you, Mr. Chair. So USEC
Okay.
Hoven, hindi ba maapektuhan yung future foreign assisted projects natin for COVID-19 response dahil nag-fail tayo i-obligate itong 2.5B loans na dapat sa vaccine
Excuse me,
procurement?
Lisa.
Yes,
Sandra,
Mr. Chair.
may I ask Director if Mr. Hoven has taken his oath? Undersecretary Hoven, have you taken your oath?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So this is
Okay.
a continuation of the session, and hence,
My apologies. Just wanted to be sure that we're okay. Go ahead.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, USEC Hoven,
Okay.
please.
Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Chair, basically the delay in the obligation of the amount will not have any effect on the disbursement of the loan, because as you know, the loan we're talking about is we're talking about three loans here, basically one from the ADB, one from the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and one from the World Bank. So a failure to disburse in 2020 will not affect any disbursement in 2021. It's merely a delay in the disbursement of the amount. So nauna po yung pag-contract ng supply agreement. Then once the supply agreement is contracted, disbursement from the loan will be mandated based on the supply agreement. So if, for example, if the time comes that we need to pay, say, 15% of the supply agreement, then kuha tayo ng pera from the bank and it will be paid directly to the manufacturer. So wala po siyang effect.
So you're telling the committee, USEC Hoven, that though the loans were contracted for year 2020, kumbaga walang kaso kahit gamitin natin sa 2021 or onwards.
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, so I disagree with the premise, because in the first place, the loans were contracted in 2021. Basically, these three loans for vaccine procurement were contracted in Q1 2021. But then in 2020, in late 2020, there was a modification of a pre-existing loan with the I think it was the ADB, wherein we made a reallocation of $25 million for purposes of vaccine procurement. So why was this? Because at that time, if you recall, we were dealing with the issue of advanced market commitment. So we cannot proceed with the negotiations with suppliers if we were not ready to fork off some some funds for them for the advanced market commitment just to lock it in. That's essentially the answer to the question.
Thank you, Yusek Hoven. Mr. Chair, I'll have to return to that issue kasi iba yung dates ng figures ko. What we're hearing now from Yusek Hoven is may $25 million na ni-reconfigure last quarter year 2020. Pero ang alam kong tinatanong kong 2.5 billion pesos was contracted not in quarter 1 of 2021 pero sa year 2020. So baka balikan ko itong tanong na ito with the Yusek later in the hearing or in my next round, Mr. Chair. Could I question now again former Yusek Lau? I have further questions about the procurement undertaken by PSDBM under his watch.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair. Afternoon, Senator Antibares.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lau.
As the chair, as Mr. Chairman,
Mr. Chair.
I have a heart. It's not wooden.
Yeah,
Mr. Chairman, if you prefer.
Thank you very
Certainly,
much.
Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Lau, one follow-up question dun sa isang point na ni-raise ni Minority Leader kahapon and which was in fact revealed to the Senate and the public by Sen Ping last year before I ask you more questions about the PPE's procurement. Nung nakaraang hearing po, Mr. Lau, Senator Frank also asked about the procurement of extraction machines na hindi sila kasama dun sa listahan ng PSDBM of common use supplies and equipment, and yet they were procured. I recall last year, sinabi na ni Sen Ping sa publiko at sa amin dito sa Senado that those extraction machines are specifically called acid nucleic extractors. At sinabi niya noon na ang Go Negosyo through their Project ARC, nabili nila yung acid nucleic extractors for the price of 1.75 million per machine. Binili nila mula sa Sansure. And yet, the Department of Health secured those machines through the PSDBM during your watch, kasi yung mga dokumento were signed by the former Yusek Lau, for 4 million pesos. So more than double the 1.7 na nabili ng private sector. Pwede nyo bang kahit briefly simulang ipaliwanag sa komite iyan, Mr. Lau?
I think that was the issue on the Kingfisher PCR machine and the Sansure PCR machine. The we asked based on my memory, ma'am, kasi medyo wala na akong records eh. Based on my memory, recollection, when we received the APR from DOH, they specifically requested the Kingfisher machine or Thermo Fisher machine, sorry, is that Thermo Fisher machine, I think, the extraction or RT-PCR machine. We asked them why the said item was brand-based, kasi usually we buy generic. They explained to us that that specific machine was to be used in the laboratory of the RITM, Research Institute. I cannot...
For tropical medicine.
Yes, yeah. For tropical medicine. Yung office kasi nila, ma'am, nakaset up na daw. So, yung explanation nila, it's like kung Apple lahat ang system, tapos bumili sila ng isang accessory doon sa entire laboratory na Android, hindi daw siya mag-fit. So I asked, what is the difference between this machine and the other machines? They explained is, ang Sansure kasi daw is closed system, while the Thermo Fisher is open system. So we further asked, what is an open system? Sabi niya, ang open system kasi, pag wala na ang coronavirus, because during that time the DOH and I think the health sector was expecting that we can contain it, and I think the entire world was expecting we can contain it. They said sayang kasi ang machine pag hindi siya magagamit after the pandemic. So ang Thermo Fisher daw, once yun ang ginamit mo, tapos later on gusto mo gumamit ng iba, let's say may typhoid, you want to check, you can use the Thermo Fisher. And let's say, kailangan mo check HEPA, typist, ay, HEPA ba? Oo. So they can also use that. That's what they told us. So based on that, we conducted bidding. Pero on our record kasi, meron din offer pala si Sansure during that time. Sansure offered it at 4.5 million. Pero hindi siya machine lang. Machine with some accessories. However, since APR is specific siya na item na bibilhin, ang binili talaga natin based on the procurement is the king, the Thermo Fisher na RT-PCR. Tapos, subsequently, there was a communication sent to us or a publication that was sent out that the supplier of Sansure said that they can offer it at 1.5, same machine. Yun lang po ang nangyari. But based on our record kasi, that same company who said they can offer at 1.5 also sent to us a letter previous to that they're offering that machine at 4.5. Pero meron siyang mga additional na mga accessories or yung mga consumables. Yun lang po, Mr. Chair.
So Mr. Lau, are you telling the committee na ang biniling machine ng Go Negosyo sa kanilang Project Arc mula sa Sansure was just a machine without those accessories?
No, Mr. Chair. I cannot answer that. I have no information as to how much and what are the inclusions on the machines that were procured by Go Negosyo. Yung sa amin na po is based on the communication sent to us by the local supplier offering the Sansure with the additional na mga items.
Well, I'll check that further, Mr. Lau, kasi dito sa Senado, we don't compare apples with oranges. Kaya interesante sa amin at interesante kung pinakinggan si Senping because ang information namin noon ay pareho. Yung makinang pinrocure ng Go Negosyo at yung pinrocure para sa DOH ng PSDBM pero malayo ang presyo. Less than half yung presyo nung nabili ng Go Negosyo sa Sansure din. So,
yes, we understand.
I'll come back to you on that, Mr. Lau. Ngayon, can we spend a little more time on the PPEs? Preliminary question muna, Mr. Lau. Ang PSDBM ba, as far as you can remember, under your watch, ang PSDBM ba, in accordance with its mandates, did it produce and publish price monitoring reports for PPEs prior to the negotiated procurement using Bayanihan 1 and Bayanihan 2 funds? Nag-produce at publish ba nun?
I'm not aware if it was produced and published, but we have it on records, Mr. Chair. That is the basis before we conduct price monitoring before there's actual request for quotation. Usually, we have two caps. Ang first cap kasi natin is based on the APR. The agency purchase request has a unit cost. So yung unit cost, dun po limited yung maximum na pagbili natin. The ABC is now set upon our market study. Pag nag-market scan tayo kung ano yung lowest price, that's our ABC, the approved budget cost. And based on that, doon na po tayo nag-base ng ating binibili. Like the 27 pesos na mask, the second set of masks that we procured, ang mga offer din kasi is 28 and 40 pesos ng ibang suppliers. So tapos yung sa APR, ang maximum I think unit cost nila per item is 28. So whoever bids lowest, yun yung mananalo. Yung sa face shield naman, yung 120, initially when we market scan, ang offer is 400 plus and the cheapest was 350. When it was sent to me for notice of approval, nagkaroon tayo ng issue kasi 350 was very high. We had it rejected and re-scan ulit, nagpa-rebid tayo. That's why yung ibang bidders nag-sustain pa rin at 300 plus. Only one company bidded very low, which is 120. During that time, he was very low. So na-award sa kanya. Meron din tayong initially binid during the time, the N95. During that
Yes.
time, bidded at ang offer kasi during that time, 300 to 500 din yung N95.
Sumayos.
Ang isa lang po ang nagbid ng 150. I forgot the name. Pero ang mali ko doon, hindi ko pinirmahan kasi nung chinek namin sa DTI, 100 pa ang SRP. So sabi ko, pag pinirmahan natin to, patay tayo. So, dinifuse natin. When we rebidded it, umabot na po siya ng 500 lahat. So,
Mr.
once-
Lau, para
Yes.
lang makuha ng komite yung buong picture ng iba't ibang mga health products na to, can we just request, and I request the chair, can we request PSDBM yung record nila ng price monitoring nila for the said period nitong iba't ibang health products, because I'd like to ask you specifically, Mr. Lau, more questions about the PPE. Would that be all right, Mr. Chairman, to request PSDBM for that record of their price monitoring for the said period? So perhaps beginning March 2020.
Yes, can you be a little bit more specific? Do you want the whole month of March, April, and etc.? Because they will engage in carpet bombing. They will send out all kinds of garbage. We want to be sure that we can pin them down.
Oh no, it's very these are very valuable information, Mr. Chair. Could I, yes.
So ordered.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. So, and then Mr. Lau, did the PSDBM also produce and publish price monitoring reports prior to the purchase of supplies using your own funds, its own funds, and for the purpose of building up an inventory of PPEs? Mag-focus na lang po tayo sa PPEs, Mr. Lau, kasi dun yung mga tanong ko sa inyo na namimisteryosohan talaga ako.
I am not aware if it was published, but we
Alright.
conduct price monitoring, Madam Chair.
All right, Mr. Lau. And
Yes, sir.
if the DBM-OSEC used the formalized process flows of the PSDBM, pwede bang i-determine kung yung PSDBM did in fact strictly follow its own guidelines when it produced and published, if it did, price monitoring reports for PPEs?
I cannot recall it, Madam
Alright.
Chair.
And did the secretary or any member of the DBM Execom rely on published PPE price monitoring reports when DBM itself and perhaps other members of the Execom asked about, and dito pupunta na ako dun sa mga misteryo na baka pwede niyong resolbahin na, pati kayo, DBM, other members of the Execom asked about the very high prices of PPEs that were being secured via negotiated procurement.
What's the question?
Pinagbasihan din po ba ng DBM Secretary yung sariling price monitoring reports ng PSDBM tungkol sa PPEs? Kasi naalala ko po nung panahong iyon, Mr. Lau, pati po ang DBM Secretary at ibang miyembro ng Execom nagtataka publicly sa mataas na presyo ng PPEs.
I cannot answer that, Madam Chair.
Alright,
because-
sige. Ganito na lang, Mr. Lau. Ito, tungkol sa presyo ng mga PPEs. Meron po akong table dito, procurement by PSDBM, just from April to May, 2 months lang last year. Meron dito 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 contractors within those 2 months of April to May 2020. Ang average po na unit price ng PPE na kinontrata sa kanila ay 1,858 pesos and 38 centavos. Interesante, misteryoso ito, Mr. Lau, because during those same 2 months of April to May 2020, the DOH price freeze, price for PPEs, was only 950. So kalahati po nitong average of 1,800 plus sa 11 contractors na ito. At interesante pa, misteryoso pa, sino-sino itong mga contractors? Ay hindi ko babasahin yung 11 pangalan, but perhaps the 4 most interesting names, kasi bilyon po ang inaward na contract sa kanila, would include Chushen Company Limited, 1.03 billion pesos worth. Yung Suzhou Construction Machinery Corporation, Importation and Exportation Company Limited. I don't know kung anong ginagawa ng isang construction machinery group sa PPE production. Ang kanilang kontrata ay 1.8 billion pesos at ang Wenhua Development Industrial Company, 1.3 billion pesos ang kontrata. Ang pinakamalaki, 3.8 billion pesos worth of PPEs, Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation. Yung Pharmaly na paulit-ulit nating naririnig sa hearing na ito. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Lau, ito bang Pharmaly Pharmaceutical Corporation na binigyan ng PSDBM under your watch ng kontratang worth 3.8 billion pesos, ito rin ba yung same or affiliated with na Pharmaly International Holding Corporation based in Taiwan? Ito rin po ba yon?
I am not aware of that, Madam
You're
Chair.
not aware po. Siguro naman dapat nag-due diligence kayo sa lalo na yung pinakamalaking inawardan na kontrata. In any case, if you're telling the committee hindi kayo aware noon, aware po ba kayo kahit ngayon na itong Pharmaly International charged po siya with financial fraud? Kung ito yung parehong firm, this is the same firm whose chairman was issued an arrest warrant. This is the same firm, kung ito yung pareho, which was delisted on the Taiwanese Stock Exchange because of those charges of financial fraud. So, anong due diligence ang ginagawa ng PSDBM vis-a-vis these suppliers? Lalo na yung nakakuha ng pinakamalaking kontrata, 3.8 billion pesos, at a doubly priced average of 1,800 per PPE set, kahit ang mismong price freeze ng DOH ay 950 pesos lang. And by the way, kahit na mayroong, hindi po totoong walang supplied domestically, mayroong may mga CONWEP, CPMP, Confederation of Philippine Manufacturers of PPEs, na nag-offer ng quality, pumasa sa standards ng DOH at di hamak na mas murang PPEs sa DOH through PSDBM. Mr. Lau.
Madam Chair, may I be allowed to proceed? First, these companies that we initially had contractual relations, that was the time when sarado po ang economy and wala pong supply. We have to relay through our diplomatic channels. We contacted, our office contacted the embassies, all our embassies, our ambassadors, our special envoys, and even Ambassador Wang of China. We even conducted, I think we have records in the office that we have meetings, Zoom meetings with different embassies and ambassadors during the time. Because
may mga YouTube meetings pa, no? Ng iba't ibang korporasyong ito.
Madam Chair, we would just like to clarify the price freeze of DTI of 900 pesos. I think that was for the kasi may layman's term ng PPE and may technical term ng PPE. The layman's term of PPE is the coverall. But technically, when you say PPE, it's a multiple item that will protect a person from being infected. The items that we procured at 1,800 is ano po yan? That's a 8-item piece or sometimes 9-piece item or 10-piece item. So hindi siya isang item, hindi po coverall. Multiple po yan. May coverall, may lab gown, kasali dyan ang apron, kasali ang gloves, kasali ang shoe cover, head cover, face shield, goggles, face mask na N98, N95 na mask. Ano ba? I'm not sure if
So 8 to 10 pieces.
However, yung sa DTI na price freeze, I think na 900, that's the coverall. And hindi po kasi na lahat na yung 1.8, hindi siya procured at one time. The first items that we procured, it has to be picked up in China because wala pong walang flights, and wala po itong commercial vessels na available. So we asked the course through the Philippine Air Force and the Navy to pick it up through Secretary of National Defense, Delfin Lorenzana, to have it pick up. Yung subsequent naman po, nabili namin na 1819, sila na po nag-deliver dito sa atin kasi open na yung economy. Yung Conweb naman po, we assisted Conweb actually. Conweb and DTI and I discussed it thoroughly, and we even endorsed them to DOH, and in fact we assisted them with field jets and FDA para dun sa registration lahat. They were able to supply in a bidding sa Bayanihan 2. Sa Bayanihan 1 pa kasi, ma'am, hindi pa po sila ready. They were still making their they call that, sa DTI calls that repurposing their factories, because I think Conweb is a garments company, as a group of garments company, and they were planning to
Yes.
repurpose it kasi wala ng stock, wala nga silang business, and they have to provide for their employees. So DTI,
They repurposed it on the request of government, on
yes,
your
yes,
request.
requested it, DTI and PSDBM. DOH taught them, I think, sa standards. Ang biggest problem po ni Conweb during that time, na hindi rin po natin masagot kasi we were writing letters to DOH and hindi rin po masagot ni DOH, is their coverall is within standards. The fabric is within standards. The problem is yung seams, yung mga tahi like this one dito, kailangan ng blue strip na heat seal para hindi po tatagos whatever virus na ma-encounter ng person wearing. They do not have that heat seal. So it's the same problem with the Korea supplier, kasi ang Koreans din nagpadala din ng mga PPEs dito that they want to supply. Yung mga importers or exporters ng Korea, mga companies doon, wala din silang heat seal. So it took Conweb, I think, 1 more month to buy just that heat seal. Kasi hindi natin nobody was ready to make a decision. So PSDBM cannot change the rules kasi walang mag-decide whether i-accept yan na walang heat seal or hindi. So DOH has to make a decision kung ano. And during that time, we were also conservative. Until now, conservative pa rin si DOH, hindi pa rin tinanggal yung blue seal na heat seal. So Conweb needed to import it. Hindi lang Conweb, marami pong mga local companies during that time were starting to send machines, buy these machines. But they were able to join the bidding sa Bayanihan 2. Sa Bayanihan 1, I confirm, ma'am, medyo mahirap talaga during that time. Yung series of event, 60 days, 90 days is mahaba po masyado yan during that time. Even 5 days was very long during that time because of the given situation. Isa pang pinakamalaking problema namin during the time is if suppliers want to supply to us, I have to call IATF kasi they come from other provinces and we have to open lanes for them to come. Yung iba nga, kawawa masyado, galing sa Taytay, nagdala ng mga PPE na tela. And we cannot buy it. So that's very, disheartening because but there's nothing we can do.
Well, Mr. Lau, ang main concern, isang main concern
Wrap
naman
up.
dito ay, Mr. Chairman?
Please wrap up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Mr. Chairman, no, even if you add up the prices of those individual items or components ng isang PPE set, kahit idagdag pa natin yung presyo ng mga individual items na yan to the price freeze price, mas mababa pa rin kesa sa prices given by the awarded contractor. So, and as I said earlier, we are not, Mr. Lau, we are not in the business here as members of the Blue Ribbon Committee to compare apples with oranges. We are definitely comparing apples with apples. So, in the next round, babalikan ko pa rin lalo na itong misteryosong pharmaceutical corporation na ito. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll just reserve my other questions for the next round. Salamat po.
Thank you very much. Just a very quick follow-up on the questions of Senator Hontiveros. You said you bought it at 1,800 with shoe cover and everything?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Just for the record, we bought it at 740 on March 24, 2020, and they were less quantities, no? Now, don't you think that if you buy a lot of quantities, you should be lower in price?
It depends on the, at present, Mr. Chair, yun po ang nangyayari. But during that time kasi, Mr. Chair, when we were scampering on April and May,
I understand that. I understand that. That gas-gas na yan eh. Lahat tayo nag-i-scamper nung araw. Pero if you predicted it, and because you are the sourcing agency of the government, dapat you are always, di ba, dapat naghahanda kayo kung any event happens.
yes, Mr.
You anticipate that you could have an earthquake and you will need a lot of tents or you will need a lot of equipment. Na-anticipate nyo na yan. Katulad to, nagkaroon ng pandemic. You should have anticipated already kung ilan yan. Kahit na paano meron kang minimum na magagawa. And you already have deals na nakausap nyo. Hindi deals, you already scouted the terrain where you're gonna buy it, di ba? Because may mga libro yan sa China eh. Kung saan ka bibili. Tama yung tanong ni Senator Antiveros eh. Ako nagtataka ako. Yung isa, magda-supply sa iyo, agricultural company. Yung isa, industrial company. Yung isa, anong kinalaman nila sa PPE? Yung ba ang primary goal nila? Ang alam ko, they're in, halimbawa, maritime industry. So, nakakagulat. Dapat malaman ninyo at ng presidente na nakakagulat siyang ginagawa nyo na kung kayo naghanda, hindi kayo pagdududahan. Ayun sinasabi ko sa inyo, nakuha ng Red Cross ay 740 pesos ang basic PPE with shoes, with mask and everything. Pero kayo 1,800. It doesn't mean anything. As far as I'm concerned, mas maliit ang ginawa namin, kayo mas marami. Tataka lang ako bakit mas mataas yung sa inyo. Alright? On that note, I will now go to the next. You want to answer?
Sir, can I ask?
This one, Charlie, I think he wants to answer.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, sir, I'm in charge of the.
Secretary Galvez, sorry. Did you want to answer on the secretary now?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, I'm in charge of the the production of the PPE during those times.
Yes. Okay.
Sir, the prices of the PPE during those times is 1.6 to 1.8. In fact, the difference is that what we are buying is a medical grade PPE. These are the one being demanded by the hospitals, and we have tested it that during the time that we have bought the PPE, our casualties did reduce dramatically. During those times that we buying the PPE, 37 doctors already died, and there are many doctors that have been intubated. There are no sources, only sources that we can have in bulk, because we will be buying all the hospitals in the Philippines. So we need millions. So no one from the country and no one else can produce that much because many countries are hoarding the PPEs. So only China can provide that. So that we bought that PPEs because we are much needing and there is an urgency of buying.
Secretary Galvez, your answer is probably correct, and I don't doubt it. But it takes a little bit of foresight on the part of DOH na dapat alam natin kung anong bibili natin. In other words, DOH would say, we have a need kahit na walang pandemic o ano. At kung may need, nakahanda na yung specifications yan. Kaya nga sabi ko, ang primary agency that should buy it because it's an emergency as well is DOH kasi alam nyo kung anong bibilhin. Sinabi ko lang yun sa Red Cross just to show you na may makukuha. Hindi naman siguro ganun karami. Hindi ako nagyayabang sa inyo. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang, nakuha nyo ng 1.8, nakuha ng Red Cross ng 740, si China rin. Pero ang sinasabi ko lang, mag-ingat tayo because this is not the last time we're gonna have a pandemic. And dapat yung ilalagay dyan sa DOH at saka ilalagay dyan sa PS DBM ay nakahandang mag-anticipate ng mga kakailanganin natin. Now, Secretary, quickly lang, Secretary Duque, yung po bang meron kayong assessment kung anong kailangan nyo? Kasi ayoko nung dapat tayong needs-driven, hindi yung supply-driven. Kasi pag sila sabi niya yan, it reinforces, kailangan namin yun, may namamatay. Ang mangyayari niya, supply-driven na yan. Dakma na lang tayo ng dakma. But kailangan talaga yun. I don't blame you. I mean, I'm not gonna blame you for that. But if you look at all the stuff that you were buying in the millions, in the billions of pesos, talagang may may karapatan magtanong ang other branch of the government. Now, Secretary Duque, can you answer that, please?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Compounded kasi yung problem nung January of 2020. Nobody expected naman that the Taal volcano was going to erupt. So lahat ng stocks namin that we procured based on projections, no, ubos lahat eh. Talagang halos we had to distribute to communities, families in the Batangas, all the communities surrounding Taal. And so,
Secretary Duque, excuse me. I'm
Yes.
willing to stipulate na talagang nataranta kayo talaga. I'm willing to stipulate that.
Yes, sir.
This is
Yes,
an
sir.
emergency situation.
Yes,
You have
sir.
to produce. You have to produce. Ang sinasabi ko lang, you know, malfeasance, misfeasance, and feasance goes into foresight, goes into skill. It can also go into lack of foresight, lack of skill, and negligence. Kaya dapat, kung ginawa ng gobyerno yan way back in 1989, na naglagay tayo ng tinatawag na DBMPS, dapat talaga nag-uusap-usap ang mga miyembro ng kabinete. May mga scenarios tayo. In case of a nuclear war, we have that in the record, by the way. In case of a nuclear war, or in case of an attack, like what happened in Afghanistan kahapon, biglang inatake yung mga Amerikano, 18 soldiers are killed right away, 90 soldiers are wounded, then 90 people are killed. Nakahanda sigurado yan, kaya may mga tents yan eh. Ang sinasabi ko lang, I'm going into the elements of misconduct, malfeasance, and non-feasance, malfeasance. No? So having said that, I think I've gotten my answer already. Kasi kami rin tinamaan ng Taal eh. And we also gave a lot of face masks there. And I think the governor will bear me out on that. Thank you very much. The chair now recognizes, and thank you, Senator Antiveros. The chair now recognizes the Honorable Senator Angara, and then afterwards, Senator Lacson will be recognized.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to our colleagues and to all the resource persons. I'd like to take up or continue from some of the questions our colleagues have posed to the DOH about underspending. And the figure from DOH is that around 24 billion is the unobligated amount. And Senator Risa, Senator Lacson, I think previously asked already about this, but I'd just like to drill down a bit further, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, and ask why was the money, for instance, for the assistance for indigent patients in the amount of 2 billion not spent, Mr. President? Especially we're in the middle of a pandemic, and from all reports, marami talaga nangangailangan ng tulong. So I'm just wondering bakit ni nagastos yung 2 billion for assistance to indigent patients. Sa 2.3 billion to be exact, Mr. President.
Yeah. Can you just give me a minute, Mr. Chairman? Just a minute, Mr. Chairman. Can we, Mr. Chairman, can we just please, I'm sorry, my apologies. USEC Roger Tongan to please give his rejoinder to this question.
All right, quickly, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and your honors. Now, the reason why there was a 2.2, this is a continuing appropriation. So, tuloy-tuloy pa rin na dina-download namin ito sa ating mga DOH hospitals together with the LGU hospitals. Now, another reason is most of our DOH hospitals have canceled some elective or yung mga procedures nila sa hospital, and they only admitted for emergencies. And some of our clients, most especially yung mga mahirap nating mga kababayan, naka-lockdown yung mga kanilang areas, at the same time, hindi po sila nagpapa-check up. So anyway, since it's a CONAP, continuous pa rin namin na dina-download po yan until now. And at present, based on the 2.2 billion, ang naiiwan na lang po dyan is around 669 million po from the 2.2. Since we are continuously downloading this to the different DOH and LGU hospitals and to the regions po. Thank you.
Thank you, Yusek. Mr. Chairman, can we get an assurance that that money will be spent and will not lapse at the end of the year?
Secretary
Yes
Duque?
po.
And it will be spent for the purpose, the assistance to the indigent patients po.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will reassure the committee that this will be spent.
Okay, I'm satisfied with that for now, and maybe we'll check further down the line, Mr. Chairman. Dito naman po sa immunization and sa HFEP and sa HRH, marami ring unobligated amounts. Let's tackle them one by one, Mr. Chairman. Sa health facilities enhancement, there's another 1.8 B unobligated. So I'd like to ask about that for the reason. Kasi marami ring nangangailangan mga sa probinsya, for instance, they need to upgrade their health facilities. So kung bakit hindi pa nagagastos to, since this is actually appropriations from the 2019 and 2020 budget.
Mr. Chairman, can we have Yusek Lilibeth David to give the rejoinder to the question?
David, please answer right away. Secretary Elizabeth Lilibeth David, named after the Queen of England. Your Majesty. Alam na alam ni Senator Angara yan, galing sa England din.
I appreciate, Mr. Chairman, you're filling in the dead air.
Yeah. Try to.
Mr. Chairman, she's already there. Thank you.
Yes,
Yes,
may
yes,
I just
yeah.
request po kung yung specific question, Mr. Chair?
Yes, I'll happy to repeat it, Mr. Chair, Yusek. Yung HFEP, we have a figure here of 1.8 billion out of the total allotment for fiscal year 2020 and the continuing appropriations for 2019. There is 1.8 billion which has not yet been obligated. HFEP being the health facilities enhancement. So again, what's the reason for not obligating it as we go into the 9th month of this year? And what do you intend to do with those funds, Mr. Chairman? Baka nakamute ho. Wala po kami naririnig, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, thank you po. Mr. Chair, was that for, did you say 2019 po?
It's for both 19 and 20. So it will lapse at the end of this year if you do not spend it. So I'm wondering, anong plano nyo dyan?
And the answer
Mr. Chair,
is?
for 2019, for the amount of 3.8 billion.
Let's just combine it. Let's take it together, because if you combine fiscal year 2020, there's 1.4 billion. For 2019, there's 400 million. So pinagsama mo, that's 1.8 billion. Parehong maglalaps yun. So what's the plan? Or at least maybe the 19 has lapsed already, but yung 1.4 or 1.8, anong plano doon? Magagastos pa yun? Will it go towards the government's COVID effort? Kasi right now, kumbaga, all hands on deck dapat di ba, lahat ng hindi nagagamit na pondo, dapat i-direct dun sa COVID effort. So it appears to us, and maybe we might be mistaken, na medyo wala yung urgency, pero baka naman nandyan, may plano kayo. Sabihin nyo lang sa amin para maintindihan namin.
Yes, and if I might add, Senator Angara and Mr. Chair, this was also flagged by COA. It's very clear in the audit report about the HFEP.
The COA flagged around 11 billion, but actually there's 24 billion that's unobligated. So we'd like to get to the bottom of it, because we don't want, if it's a systemic problem, let's tackle the system. But if it's a situational problem, then let us know how can we address it, diba? We're here to provide solutions naman eh. We're not here to find fault. But without understanding the problem, how can we provide solutions, Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me, Ms. Lilibeth, can you please answer the
Chair.
question as forthrightly as possible? You're
Hindi
taking
naman
from the
mahirap yung
time of
question, Mr.
Senator
Chair, eh, di ba?
Angara.
Merong hindi nagastos na pondo. It's either 1.4B, 1.8B that will lapse at the end of the year, and it's dedicated, it has been appropriated for a particular program para tulungan po yung ating mga pampublikong hospital, pampublikong clinic. So anong plano dyan?
Yes,
Can you
Mr. Chair.
answer?
Mr. Chair, these are various
Mr. Chairman,
projects
please.
in our
I'm not
different
made of wood. How
regions
many
and our
times do I have to tell you that? I'm not made of wood. It's a small matter. Go ahead. Thank you.
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, these are various projects in our various regions and in our various hospitals. And for 2020 po, we have already obligated 8.2. That's 99% po. For 2021, for this year po, we have already obligated 29%. That's 2.6 billion po. And for the others po, they're still in the process of procurement in various stages, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, thank you for the information, but it's somewhat unresponsive or not directed, Mr. Chair, kasi tinatanong nga natin yung 1.8B na nakalagay either in 2019 or 2020 budget. So can I just get, if hindi masagot at this moment, can I just get very precise details in the future? I would rather, I'd appreciate a more precise answer that was the product of careful study rather than an imprecise answer, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we reassure that as soon as we get the particulars of this particular item, we will send it by hopefully within the day, Mr. Chairman, to the
Thank you.
to the-
Salamat, Secretary.
Excuse
Salamat,
me.
Mr. Chairman.
You will
I'll
send
jump now to the National
10 minutes.
Immunization Program, which
You
Senator
will send
Ontiveros
it in
asked
10
about.
minutes. I'm sorry, Senator Sani. I mean, she's just looking. The answer is, the question is very clear. I don't want you to spend the whole day again, then we'll call for wait another day for another meeting. Spend the next half an hour, if you like, to look for the answer to the question. Then come back. I will call you back and let you come in right away. Is that all right, Senator Angara?
Yes, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. You have to push the envelope.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd now like to go back to return to the National Immunization Program. There was a total of 8.2 billion allotted by Congress in both 2020 and 2019 for National Immunization Program. And tinanong po yan ni Senator Risa, bakit hindi nagastos yung 4.2 approximately billion dyan? And ang sagot ng Secretary, and he also was assisted by Secretary Galvez later and Yusek Hoven, was that the loan agreements were not entered into. So I'm saying, are you saying this 4 billion was on top of the 84 billion appropriation that we put in the 2021 budget, meaning you realigned funds from the 2020 budget under the National Immunization Program at i-realign nyo to purchase vaccines? Kasi when the 2020 budget was being debated, wala pa yung issue ng COVID vaccines, di ba? Pumasok lang yan when we debated the 2021. So I'm just curious, ano nangyari yun? Yung sagot, yung tanong ni Senator Risa is an item that belongs to the 2020 and 2019 budget, pero yung sagot is an item that belongs to the 2021 budget. So I'm just curious about that answer. Kasi you talked about contracts which were not perfected before the end of the year, etc. Pero when the 2020 budget was made, I assumed it was for the regular immunization. So you're talking about yung tigdas, yung measles, etc., which is the program under the law authored by Senator Pia, yung compulsory immunization, di ba? So I'm just curious, could you clarify that, Secretary?
Mr. Chairman, I do not recall any repurposing of the budget meant for the National Immunization Program towards the vaccines for COVID. But anyway, I'm looking into the particulars again with my apologies, Mr. Chairman. I'll get into this. I'm just getting the team to dig up all of these figures and to give a clearer picture of this, Mr.
Sige
Chair.
po. Maybe I can help refresh, Mr. Chairman. In the 2020 budget for the National Immunization Program, the DOH has an item of 7.5 billion. Dito po, 43.7% lang ang naobliga, meaning nakontrata o nagamit, which is 3.3. 43.7% representing 3.3 billion. So yun yung tinanong ni Senator Risa, bakit anong nangyari doon sa 4.2 billion na unobligated? At ang sagot ninyo, hindi kami nakakontrata ng COVID vaccines. So first of all, that money was not intended by Congress for COVID vaccines. Pero if you took a shortcut and you declared savings and you said it's for COVID vaccines, that's okay for us because sa amin, Senator Drilon is listening. Importante na madagdagan nga yung pera para sa COVID vaccination. But we just want to understand ano ba yung aksyon ng gobyerno dito? Sadya ba yun na hindi ginastos para sa ibang bakuna para madala sa COVID vaccines? So kasi nag-appropriate kami sa Bayanihan 2 at saka sa 2021 budget ng a total of 84 billion. So we're wondering kung may 4.2 pa dito, di dapat may 88 billion ho tayo, di ba? Kasi may 4 billion from 2020, tapos 2021, meron 74 billion, tapos Bayanihan 2, may 10 billion. So may dagdag na 4 billion. Is that an accurate portrayal? Could you may not, maybe you can choose not to answer it now and you want to tell us, but syempre may effect din yun sa immunization program ng gobyerno. If children are not getting their immune shots, they may not get COVID, but they may get other sicknesses. Baka may other outbreaks ho tayo sa probinsya. And again, I realize it's a pandemic, so baka mahirap magbakuna, kaya that's why you were not able to vaccinate or use up your vaccination budget, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman, can we just get a response, at least initially?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. What I do recall is that the National Immunization Program continued. We did not stop it because we realized the importance of this. This is a public health policy that we cannot afford to stop. But although, of course, there was great difficulty. But let me just, Mr. Chairman, request that you recognize USEC Rosette Vergere, under which program is lodged. USEC Rosette Vergere, please. Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, may she be recognized, please? Mr. Chairman.
Yes, yes, please.
USEC Vergere, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all of the honorable senators. Mr. Chair, the 4.2 billion which was allocated for our national immunization program in 2020, our supposed procurement was for the PCV vaccines, the pneumococcal conjugate vaccines. But because this went through the Health Technology Assessment Council deliberations and evaluation, so we had to wait for the results. And when the results were out, it was recommended that the multi-dose vials would be procured instead of the single-dose vial. So this pneumonial PCV vaccines initially was 4.2 billion as allocated or proposed plan, but because of this multi-dose vialing, it went down to 3.2 billion, and then the others were spent for this vaccination and other COVID-19 response for the country.
Mr. Chair, I'm a little confused because you've cited some numbers. Is that you're saying the unobligated amount has already been obligated, or you're referring to the 3 billion that you obligated outside of the 4 billion? Because your total budget is 7.5 billion for 2020.
Mr. Chair, if I may respond. Yes,
Mr. Chairman, I may allow you to respond.
Mr. Chairman, if I may respond, sir. Thank you po.
Ako pa sinasabi yan eh. We're not made of wood, you know.
I'm sorry po, Mr. Chairman. So, yes, sir. So, we have, as I've said, the 4.2 billion was initially planned for the PCV vaccines, but based on the Health Technology Assessment Council's evaluation and recommendation that
You don't have to repeat that part, Yusek.
Yes,
That's very deep. Those are details which are not pertinent. The question is, na-obligate na ba yung 4.2 billion? Yun ang tanong. So are you saying, because you saying it's been multi-vax, vial, whatever the technical jargon is, you're saying that 4.2 has been obligated, 3.2 has been obligated. Is that what you're saying?
yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator Angara, the money has been obligated already.
When was the date of obligation? Because your website says, as of a certain date, you had 24 billion of unobligated amounts. So I'm curious, when was it obligated?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Angara, it became a CONAP of 2020, this money, so we were able to obligate this year, sir.
No, what's the exact date of entering into the contract or obligation?
If I
You
may,
don't have to give me the date. Doesn't have to tell me if it's a Monday or a Thursday, but please give me the month at least.
yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator, if I can just get the documents for a while.
Okay, sige. No, you just submit it to us, no? Because I'm just wondering why your website says there's 24 billion in obligated and you're telling me it's already been obligated. Baka you just need to update your website. It's as simple as that.
Excuse me, Senator Angara. While
Yes,
you're
Your Honor.
looking for it, a very quick interception, if you will.
Certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Let me just ask Secretary Duque. Sanofi paid you 1.4 plus billion pesos for the remaining balance of the drug that was not, the vaccine that was not utilized. Is that correct?
I think it was about 1 billion 100 plus, Your Honor.
Whatever. It's over a billion.
Yes, sir. Mga 1 billion
Where did that
100
go?
plus remitted to the Bureau of Treasury.
So you have extra money there, and you might want to be able to use that to pay all your obligations. And the other thing is, the Court of Appeals decision ordered you guys to because the contractors of that supposed elementary school or public school health centers that will be used by the public also were never finished, and the Court of Appeals in a decision, Department of Health versus J. Bros Construction Corporation, in joint agreement with Fujian Songma Construction Engineering Company, herein represented by its authorized managing officer Balota, it was shown that only 270 barangay health stations were completed out of the 3,100 units for barangay health stations phase 1 of the Department of Health, with a total contract price of 4,456,592,239 pesos and 41 centavos. The court directed the private contractor to return the mobilization fee already received in the amount of 668 million. Nangangapa tayo ng pera. Naibalik na ba yan? Hindi na nga nagawa. Nabalik ba yung pera?
Mr. Chairman, can we have Assistant Secretary Cha Grande, who has been into this from the very start?
Of course.
Yeah.
Cha Grande,
Grande.
please give me a grande answer.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to all the members of the Senate. The case, which was decided by the Court of Appeals, Mr. Chair, is already pending before the Supreme Court. JPROS Corporation, a joint venture of Zongma Corporation, filed their appeal on that decision of the Court of Appeals. And further, Mr. Chair, as to the amount of money, yun pong natitira po na pera po ay naibalik po sa Bureau of Treasury. Yung una pong covered po ng letters of credit for phase 1 ay request po ng Department of Health to Land Bank na ibalik po. So with that po, yung phase 2 naman
wish to
po.
make is binibigyan kayo ng pera ng government, halimbawa yung sa National Immunization Program, ginamit bigla sa Sanofi na nawala doon sa listahan ng mga identified for immunization. Tapos tinatanong ko lang kung nabalik, sayang yan. Nangangailangan tayo ng pera, pati ito. Galing naman ito sa retirement fund ng mga employees, kinuha at ngayon pinabalik sa inyo. Parang nagkakamali ata kayo palagi sa paggastos. Dapat maingat kayo. That's the point, the only point I want to make. Thank you. Importante yan because sayang ang pera, sayang ang oras. Go ahead, please. Are you ready now, Ms. To answer?
Yes, sir. To
Ah.
continue, Mr. Chair, yung pong phase 2 po ay
Mr. Chairman,
naibalik
please.
na rin.
Mr. Chairman.
Ay, sorry.
Sorry, it's a little matter, but I really find it offensive. Thank you. Let me get back to. Are you ready to answer already the questions? Ms. Bergeri? Di ba ikaw tinatanong doon?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This was the funds were obligated last April of 2021, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I continue, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Angara, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yusek, thank you for that information. So, of the 4.2 unobligated, you're saying 3.2 was obligated. How about the remaining 1 billion, Yusek?
Mr. Chairman, the remaining 1 billion was allocated for warehousing, hauling, and brokerage for 88 million plus. For the augmentation support to selected regional offices for our MROPV, the oral polio vaccine supplemental immunization activity at 361 million. And then we also were able to procure COVID-19 PPEs and vaccine ancillaries at 428 million. Also, the fund transfer to DFA for the vaccination of Filipino children in alternative learning centers in Sabah. That's about 14.8 million. So these were all obligated na po, sir, and deliveries for these PCV vaccines are ongoing po.
So magkano dun sa 1 billion ang na-obligate or naiwan? Is it fully obligated? The 1 billion that you saved when you bought the multi-vial vaccines?
Yes, sir. Fully obligated na po, sir.
Okay. How about the 10 billion that you've been given under the 2021 National Immunization Program? 2.5 billion of which is for COVID vaccines. Ano na ang utilization nun, ma'am?
Mr. Chairman and Senator Angara, if you can give us a minute just for us to get the documents, sir.
Yeah, sure. Can I just go to another topic while someone is getting that, Mr. Chairman? If that's all right. Is that all right, Yusek, that you will go to another matter while someone is getting the data?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Opo.
Okay. I'll just ask about the Bayanihan funds. We were given the data that there's 6 billion unutilized by the DOH from Bayanihan 1 and 2. And the Bayanihan 1, there's a 1 billion item that was reverted or lapsed. So it was returned to the Treasury. And there is 5 billion unobligated for Bayanihan 2. Could you tell us what items were unobligated? Particularly, what is that 1 billion that lapsed and was given back to the Treasury? And what is the 5 billion that lapsed or that was unobligated under Bayanihan 2, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chairman, may I respectfully request that Director Rowena Lora of Finance Administration to be recognized. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman concerned is recognized, please.
Thank you. Director Lora, please.
Director Lora, please.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po, Your Honors. Regarding po sa unobligated po, which have lapsed, if I'm correct, sir, yun po ba yung tanong?
Doon lang sa Bayanihan 1 and 2 po, yung Mr. Chairman, yung 1 billion ng Bayanihan 1, what was that intended for and why was it not spent? Given that Bayanihan 1 was emergency measure. Tapos itong 5 billion naman sa ilalim ng Bayanihan 2. Bakit hindi rin nagastos yon, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, sir. Regarding po muna dun sa 1 billion na natira under the Bayanihan 1, it is exactly 976 million, which we considered as savings na po from procurement of test kits, and other laboratory commodities po in the amount of 480 million. And then we have also savings from the procurement of capital outlay for equipment and rehab of facilities in an amount of around 130 million. While the remaining balance po na 366 million po is allocated and downloaded to operating units for HRH emergency hiring. However, at that time, there were limitations in the number of applicants, of course, due to the fear of the pandemic. Yung 5.1,
Mr.
sir,
Chairman, medyo mabilis yung figures, no? Can you tell us again, what is that item about HRH? 300 million to HRH hiring?
366 million, sir, excess po siya ng mga dinownload namin sa iba't ibang operating units, sir. Especially regional office and hospitals
Oh,
for,
you're saying it's a savings from the HRH program.
yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir.
For what year?
2020, sir. Under the Bayanihan 1 and partly Bayanihan 2, sir.
Okay, kasi meron din akong datos dito na meron kayong unobligated for HRH or Human Resources for Health Deployment, meaning hiring of nurses, benefits
Yes,
of
sir.
nurses and doctors,
Yes, sir.
etc. Meron kayong unobligated of 1 billion. So, bukod pa dun sa unobligated nyo sa Bayanihan 1, meron pa kayong 1 billion na hindi nyo na-obliga for HRH. Alam naman natin na umaangal yung ating mga nurses that they are not getting their benefits, di nila nakukuha. Umaangal sila na bakit ang starting salary lang nila is lower than what is statutorily provided, di ba? Kasi if I'm not mistaken, ipasok ko na po dito, Mr. Chairman, yung sinasabi ng mga nurse, bakit sila kino-contractual at ang binibigay na salary is salary grade 11, 23,000 lang. Eh ang nasa batas is salary grade 15 or 33,000. Hindi ba pwedeng gamitin doon yung pera na gawing, first of all, bakit hindi sila napa-permanent, Mr. Chairman?
Kung pangalawang tanong niyo po regarding sa HRH deployment, I think this is a regular program of the DOH. Yun po yung may line item po tayo. Tama po kayo. Nurses and doctors deployment program po ito. I think the better person to ask regarding this program po is the director for the HHRDB. But if I can proceed with the next
Parang
question.
nahihilo na kami sa kakapasa. Parang nanonood kami ng basketball. Pasa ng bola, Mr. Chairman. we are getting, it's like watching a basketball or a tennis game. They're hitting the ball palaging back and forth lagi. So,
Yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may augment the statement of Senator Angara, kanina ka pa po, parang traffic policeman lang ito kausap natin. Pasa dito, pasa doon. We cannot get direct answers from the
but
Secretary.
anyway, to try to get to the bottom of it, Your Honor, Minority Leader and Mr. Chairman, perhaps we can direct it to that person. But sana may isang repository of information tayo, di ba? Kasi ano naman, that's part of accountability, di ba? May pondo ko binigay sa inyo. Alam nyo dapat saan ginamit.
Saka pag naghingi kayo ng budget, alam nyo talaga kung saan nyo dadalhin. Hindi nyo inaasa. Pag hindi nyo alam kung saan dadalhin, talaga mawawala yan.
So who is the
Mr.
person,
Chairman, the finance,
Yusek, that you wanted to be recognized, Secretary
Yeah,
Duque?
who has to be
Who is the
recognized?
person in charge?
We have USEC Leopoldo Bong Vega or Director Rowena Laura.
Secretary, right?
Yes, Undersecretary.
They are in charge of the HRH program, Mr. Secretary Duque, Mr. Chairman.
It's
Mr. Vega.
under them, the admin and finance management. Can we have them recognize, Your Honor, respectfully?
Who do you want me to recognize? Vega first.
Yes, Leopoldo Bong Vega, Your Honor.
So you can.
Before Mr. Vega, who do you want recognized?
Leopoldo Bong Vega, USEC Bong Vega, Your
Yes, as
Honor.
I said, Mr. Yusek Bong Vega is recognized. Leopoldo Vega.
Balance.
Thank you.
Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, with respect to the query on the HRH, our office specifically for the augmentation of the emergency hiring for Bayanihan 1 and 2, sir, and for the HRH, as mentioned by Senator Angara, which means that the plantilla positions and the contractual positions that we have in the Department of Health, that is under HHRB, sir. And that's under USEC Villaverde, sir.
Dito ba si Yusek Villaverde?
I'm sorry.
You know, in basketball, it's very good to share the ball, ano? Maganda yun. That is commendable pag basketball ito. Nagpapasahan tayo, pero pag accountability, medyo mahirap yata sundan, Mr. Chairman.
Kanina niyo pinasa ang sagot? Yusek Villaverde or something?
Yeah, it was I'm just wondering, I'm just trying to make sense, Mr. Chairman. Meron tayong unobligated amounts for health resources or human resources health, meaning hiring, salaries, etc. And yet, maraming nagrereklamo na why do they not get the entry level under the Nursing Act na salary grade 15? Bakit contractual lang sila? And I was told that the DOH has 13,700 contractuals, Your Honor, outside of those in the LGUs, no? Can I get a comment on that, Mr. Chairman?
If I may, Mr. Chairman, yung mga contractuals natin, we really would want to fill up our plantilla positions. But there are limitations. For example, the qualification standards are the limitations. No? Kaya they have to wait until they become qualified based on civil service rules and regulations. And so why not? I mean, we would like them immediately occupying plantilla positions for security of tenure and the full range of benefits entitlement. But yun na nga po ay titingnan ko lang kung itong 13.5 million plantilla positions, kung ito po ba ay 13 unfilled 13,428, which is 17%. Malaki-laki po ito of 80,308 total number of positions. Diba? So, yung ating total number of job order naman as 23,301 and 22% of the total 103,609 of our job orders. So, yan po ang breakdown. But we certainly support the position that the plantilla positions ought to be filled up as soon as possible. But again, there are limitations.
Mr.
Thank you,
Chairman.
sir.
Excuse me,
How
Senator
many
Angara.
vacant plantilla positions are there in the DOH, Mr.
Senator
Chairman?
Angara, just to follow your lead, no? Apropos to that, sinabi nila last week, and I can see Senator Ontiveros nodding, I'm betting the other senators will nod about this. You said, the DBM said, na dumaan na yung salary standard na yan, grade, sa executive secretary, it's already been approved, and that, 3 days ago, you would have reported to the Senate na okay yan. Ano ba talaga ang status?
Your Honor, tama po kayo. Yung budget circular, lumabas lang itong August 25. So ito po yung modification of nurse positions dahil ito po ang appeal ng mga association ng nurses na ang kanila pong nurse 1 based on jurisprudence, salary grade 15. Yung nurse 2 naman, ginawa din nilang SG15 na sabi namin hindi naman pwede yun kasi that is a relative demotion. Kasi nurse 2 ka, bakit SG15 pa ibibigay sa'yo? Dapat yung susunod. So pinaglaban po namin ito with the Office of the President and eventually the OP approved this and gave the directive to the DBM to ensure that there will be this amendment to the positions plus the budgetary support. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So what is it now? Are they going to get it or not?
Yeah, they're going to get it. That is for sure, based on the budget circular, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so that has been cleared, no?
Mr. Chairman, just to be logical about things, ang sinabi ni Secretary Duque, kaya nila hindi napupuno yung permanent positions is because there are civil service requirements. And then he follows up by saying that okay na dahil dumaan na sa OP and they will get their full position. But if there are civil service requirements to be overcome, then they will not get it based on his answer, Mr. Chairman. Hindi ba logical yun?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there is a screening process, Mr. Chairman. So
I'd like to drill down on this point, Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed, Secretary Duque. How many vacant plantilla positions are there in the DOH?
Right now, Your Honor, we have total number of positions 80,308 and unfilled is 13,428, representing 17%, Your Honor.
30,000.
Yes, these are all over, no? The central office, including Food and Drug Administration and the Bureau of Quarantine, the Centers for Health Development, 16 of them, the various hospitals, and also the treatment and rehabilitation center. So they're spread out, Your Honor, over different offices and different facilities. Thank you, Your Honor.
How many applicants do you have for these positions, Mr. Chairman?
I would like to ask can we just submit to you the granular data as
Yes,
to
okay,
the
okay.
positions, Mr. Chair?
With the broken
Mr.
down,
Chairman.
a breakdown of the positions, Mr. Chairman, and an indication based on the answer of Secretary Duque, how many are prevented of the applicants are prevented by civil service rules from being made permanent, di ba? Kasi
Yes,
yun ang concern natin eh. There are 13,700 contractuals and 30,000 vacant positions. Baka naman there is a way to speed up the filling of these positions. Kasi ang report is nag-aalisa na yung ating mga health professionals eh.
Mr.
yes,
Chairman.
sir.
Senator Lacson, Mr. Chair, is raising his hand.
Yes, with the permission of Senator Angara, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, certainly, certainly.
Yes, so this is as I've been monitoring the questions and answers. This is not a question of funding, but a question of hiring. Is that correct?
Not really, because they're supposed to correct a bad state of affairs that dinemote pa yung mga nurses. Ang tagal-tagal na binigay na nila, tapos binabawi.
No,
Yung
my
sinasabi naman ni
question.
Senator Angara, iba yun. There are so many plantillas available and they should have the money. And now sinasabi nila, pero you cannot do that without the civil service giving you the imprimatur.
Exactly my question, Mr. Chairman. I'd like
Yes.
to be clarified if this is not a question of funding, but hiring.
Well, whichever way you put it.
There's no problem with funding.
No,
Yeah.
no problem with the funding. I think this budget circular is clear that the funding is available, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. So it's hiring.
So it behooves the department to fast track the hiring process. Because
yes,
wala namang problema sa funding.
Opo, we are doing that, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman. We are
Thank you.
really fast tracking it given the pandemic circumstances. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lacson. I just
Senator
want to
Pia, Mr. Chairman, is
bear
raising
down
her
on
hand.
that. Let me bear down on that because a certain ASEC, Kim Robert De Leon, last Monday when we were having this hearing, said that it was already cleared and that you were going to have a consultation and that by this week that should be settled already. So para kayo mga Indian giver eh. You say something tapos hindi gagawin tapos may dahilan na hindi magagawa. Eh talaga kaya nagagalit ang mga tao. You know, you should look at the text messages I get from the nurses. Sinasabi lang nila yun pero hindi nangyayari. So what is it now? Are you going to finally close the door on this one?
Yes, sir. After that meeting with ASEC Kim, kaya nga itong August 25 lang po, ay inilabas na nila itong budget circular. And this is only for the nurses, not for the other cadres of healthcare workers. Yun lang po, sir. Thank you.
So meron na kayong rason d'etat, batas, pero pa kayong funding. Okay na yan?
Yes, sir. Exactly, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to make a quick intervention on this topic.
Yes, yeah. Go ahead, Senator Cayetano. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
First of all, I'd like to thank our colleagues, because all of these questions, which many remain unanswered, will really help me with the budget of health, which I will defend. So thank you for the heads up. And I hope DOH will comply with the answers, whether now or later, because we'll still face the same questions in the budget hearings. But the point I wanted to make in this intervention is about the state of the nurses. I have yet to hear, I may have missed it, but in the LEDAC earlier today, I mentioned the amendment of the Nursing Act. This to me is very important in terms of addressing the shortage of health workers we have, and because this will elevate nurses to nurse practitioners or doctor's assistants, similar to the US. I haven't heard, I'm not the chair of the Committee on Health, so I do not know if you have discussed this with the Committee on Health in terms of priorities, but I think this is important in the discussion because it will give a career path to these nurses that even with the adjustments that we still cannot even deliver, pale in comparison to the offers that they have abroad. So this is a long-term plan that we need to put into place. And I've been hearing this issue from 2004 to about 2012. And then I no longer chair the Committee on Health, so I don't know where that's at, but I know at least that it's moved in the House, and I don't know where it's going to be in the Senate without a push coming from the department. Thank you.
I believe, Mr. Chairman, that, but I will validate. I know this has been incorporated in our Human Resource for Health Master Plan. Meron po yan yung career pathway po nila na makatulong sa kanila at what level of their professional growth, no? They can be put to maximum use or provide the services needed, especially in circumstances like what we have today. So let me just look into this again, but the specifics right now, my apologies, I don't have the specifics, Mr. Chairman, but I'll look into it, Mr. Chairman.
Just for clarity, Mr. Secretary, and to the committee, it can't be done without an amendment of the law. That career path ends with the current Nursing Act. So unless you push for that amendment of the Nursing Act, they have no power to, we have no power to give them an advancement in their career. That's why I'm asking if this is part of your priorities. Anyway, you can answer, as you said, you look into it, so that will suffice for now. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Senator
Senator
Cruz.
Angara?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask anyone from the DOH, what is the state of our private hospitals? Are they in a good state at the moment in terms of are they adequately manned? Are they performing as they should be in terms of finances?
Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed, the hospitals differ in many respects. Maybe after my statement, I could refer this to Yusek Bong Vega, who heads the One Hospital Command Center. But yes, it really depends on the level of the hospitals and their location. And by and large, the compensation asymmetry or inequality is a very serious issue that needs attention. I don't know if I'm sure by if there is a legislative fiat to accommodate to laws to address this. Yung healthcare worker ng private sector, talagang they pale in comparison with the public sector. And that's why, in fact, DOLE Secretary Benyo has been adamant about equalizing the compensation structure among healthcare workers in the public and private hospitals. So PhilHealth, of course, we cannot discuss this without the PhilHealth front and center. And but for now, let me just ask USEC Undersecretary Bong Vega to please please.
Senator Angara, you have 13 seconds to go. And the ball is in your...
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll just put this out there for anyone to follow up on. What I wanted to drive at is the situation I've been hearing in private hospitals is quite dire. Nursing services are only at 30 to 50% of their usual nursing manpower. This was brought out in a Senate committee hearing last May. And the arrears from PhilHealth are over a year and total in the tens or 20s of billions. So ang tanong ko na lang siguro to any of our health officials is anong plano nila dito? Are we happy with this state of affairs to continue? Are we not moving towards improving this situation, Mr. Chairman? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, certainly moving forward, we would support programs or whatever. We really certainly no doubt about the need to uplift the.
Asking for your support, Secretary, Mr. Chairman.
we
I'm
will do
asking
that,
if you
sir.
have any ideas on how to solve this.
Yun na nga po, sir, yung funding issue for the compensation is one. And then number two, the PhilHealth continues to innovate payment or reimbursement mechanisms. Right now, they have the the debit credit payment mechanism, which is supposed to accelerate the payment of claims covering a certain period, but ostensibly mukhang hindi happy yung ating pong mga private hospital stakeholders. So we need to continue to look at areas to address this nagging issue. There are figures being bandied around na 80 billion daw yung utang ng PhilHealth. But PhilHealth says it's much, much lower than that. Parang asa 12 or 14 billion. Maybe President Geran can supplement my answers, Mr. Chairman. President Geran of PhilHealth, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Giran, please answer.
Thank you,
Very fast,
Mr.
please.
Chairman. Good afternoon po at saka sa mga equally honorable senators po. Sa ngayon po ang utang po natin sa mga hospitals in process ito, nasa libro natin po is in process is 21.1 billion po. This is a statement as of August 24, 2021 po. And of course, nabanggit na po ng ating kagalang-galang na sekretary na meron tayong fast tracking ng pagbayad natin sa ating partners. No? Yan ay mga HCIs. Ito, pinapatuloy po natin itong tinatawag natin na DCPM, Debit Credit Payment Method or mechanism. And base sa sa aking mga kasamaan dito is mga aabot po ito ng 100% ito is 17 millions, no? 17 billion rather. So kung 17 billion against 21, something like 4 billion na lang ang kulang. Para ako mayaman, no? 4 billion na lang ang kulang. And ano naman po, meron na tayong DCPM nung una, 60% na po na-release natin po. At saka yung meron pa tayong 40% na karagdagan na pagre-release. Kaya lang, ang ginagawa natin ngayon ay yung what we call this reconciliation para yung kabuuhan na 100% na unang 60% ay ma-release na. And dito rin po sa expanded, no? Expanded DCPM is from April 8 this year up to August 9, 2021. Itong sinasabi ko na mga something like 17 billion po. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'm not going to ask any new question because my time is up. But we have a hanging question, Mr. Chairman, to the DOH regarding the utilization of the 2021 National Immunization Program and the HRH.
Secretary Virginia, are you ready to answer that already?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and Senator Angara. Yes, sir. For our 2021 National Immunization Program budget, we were already able to obligate 8.2 billion out of this 10 billion. And we are just awaiting for the notice to proceed for the PCV vaccines of about 2.2 billion pesos. And then we have ongoing procurement process for the human papilloma virus vaccine for 58 million and the duties and taxes for our routine vaccines at 46 million, which comprises about 2.3 billion, which will be obligated in the next coming weeks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How about the HRH?
Secretary Laura? Asek Laura? Is it Asek Laura? No. You're on one. You're nakamute ka.
Mr. Chairman, it is Director Pretchel Tolentino who will answer that specific question. Pretchel Tolentino, sir. Thank you, sir.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair. Regarding po the HRH deployment funds, these are all regular funds and not from the Bayanihan funds. Yes, we have unutilized funds, but these are from CONA from 2019 to 2020. And last Tuesday po, we already submitted all our unutilized funds to AFNP so that they can utilize this po to pay for the remaining benefits of our health workers po.
Okay, can I just ask for the 2021 utilization of HRH,
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Chair, so we don't delay the hearing?
Somebody's got your phone, your machine on, and you're disturbing the proceedings. Go ahead, Senator Angara.
At hingin ko na lang yung datos for the 2021 programs of DOH, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Do you have the answer?
We'll just provide it as soon as we get it today, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Okay. Then the chairman would like to call on Senator Tolentino, Senator Lacson. Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before
Thank
Senator Angara leaves, because there is yet an unresolved issue that he raised earlier, and this is regarding the 5 billion unutilized or unobligated
For Bayanihan, yes.
budget under Bayanihan 2.
Yeah.
I wonder if he's referring to the 5.58 billion ayuda to the jeepney or the public utility.
I think this is the
vehicle
DOH. I was
drivers.
told it was under the DOH budget, Your
Yes,
Honor.
I know.
Ay, kung ayuda yun, baka under DSWD. I'm
No.
not 100% sure, but
Yeah, probably under the. So that's another 5 billion.
baka hong iba pa yun.
Okay. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to address my questions to Attorney Lau, if I may.
Yes, please. Yusek
Thank
Lau,
you.
are you there? Attorney Lau?
Present, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Good.
The procurement of items that the PSDBM and DOH classified as common use supplies, which we do not agree, of course, based on the March 2020 GPPB resolution list that doesn't include face shields and other already procured items in the list of items described as CSEs. While Senator Drilon already addressed some of my questions in his earlier manifestation regarding the highly questionable procurements, not to mention the qualifications and wherewithal of at least 2 contractors that supplied those items, meaning face masks and face shields. I would like to hear, for record purposes, the explanation of former PSDB MOIC Lau, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. During the time when we procured it initially, we conducted an initial request for quotation and initial bidding.
Before you answer, I'm sorry, Before you answer,
sorry.
do you confirm the figures presented by Senator Drilon, particularly on Palmary and Philippine Blue Cross Biotech?
I cannot.
Those are
confirm-
mind-boggling figures. Mind
I
you.
cannot confirm that total, Mr. Chairman, but I think that is if it is based on record. I don't have records with me, Mr. Chairman.
I would
I don't-
welcome any intervention from Senator Drilon, Mr. Chairman, just to validate the answers of Attorney Lau, because
Yes.
as it appears, Attorney Lau does not know the figures or does not agree with the figures presented by Senator Drilon.
That was what I was asking him. Maliro yon. Say, go ahead, Senator Drilon, please.
Yes, these are based, we did not invent these figures. These are based from COA reports and from DBM reports itself. So we are certain that there was an enumeration of the suppliers, and in fact, Senator Hontiveros has this list, which she also brought up, and there we can see the contracts and supplies that were purchased from specific suppliers, and we note the biggest supplier was Pharma.
Palmary.
Yes.
and
We're certain
and Blue Cross.
and we stand by those figures that came from government reports.
I said mind-boggling, Mr. Chairman, Senator Rilon, and I'd like to convey this to Attorney Lau. Kasi kung 500 plus million lang yung capitalization and then naka-enter ng contract na ang halaga
500,000, Senator Ping, 500,000 at 500 million.
Yeah, 500,000 and yet naka-enter ng contract na 1.1 plus billion. So Attorney Lau, can you confirm that?
I confirm that if it is based on record, then I will confirm that that is the amount that it was awarded, Mr. Chair, or the contracts that they were able to garner.
Yeah, my question is, what kind of due diligence did you undertake on Palmari and Philippine Blue Cross Biotech?
During that time, Mr. Chair, we have a list of the requirements. I think there's a list in our website, and I think the employees from PSDBM can actually answer that because...
No, but you should know that because you were the OIC. Ang tinatanong ko, anong klaseng due diligence ang ginawa nyo? Kasi kung ina-admit mo na tama yung figures na pinresent ni Senator Drilon, medyo nakakapagtaka yung 500,000 pesos yung capitalization. Makakakuha ng kontrata way beyond yung kanilang wherewithal or capacity to procure or to buy those items para i-supply sa PSDBM.
One with the Blue Cross, Mr. Chair, this is a local company. So I believe it is based on their field jobs registration, mayor's permit. I think if they have also FDA, DTI, I think those are the standard requirements.
Answer the question. The question is, who can, with their limited capital, handle a billion peso contract? Basically, that's those are your observation.
Mr. Chair, initially they were not awarded. I think gradual kasi yung award. So if they finish the first contract, meron na po silang track record, and that's the basis for their continuing contracts that they can get.
So yung 500,000 corporation, marami ng kontrata.
Hindi po. Initially, medyo magkano ba yung award nila?
Yes, Senator Drilon.
Yes. With the permission of Senator Ping, I would like to put on record some findings that we have on Farmally. We requested the chairman to issue a subpoena to 3 officers of Farmally. The Chief Executive Officer, Huang Chu Yin, who is alleged to be the CEO, with address at Unit 14A, 1 McKinley Place. The next one is a certain Mohit Bargani, who is said to be the Treasurer and Corporate Secretary, again with address at 14A, Unit 14A, 1 McKinley Place. And a certain Twinkle Dargani, who is the President with address at Gold Hill Tower Unit 903, Unit 903, 5 Annapolis Street, Green Hills in San Juan. We got these addresses, Mr. Chairman and Senator Ping, from the GIS, the General Information Sheet, filed with the SEC, filed on June 29, 2020. The subpoenas on these 3 officers, Mr. Lau, was not served for the following reasons. The addresses of Huang Chi Yen, who is the CEO, and Mohit Dargani stated in the 2020 General Information Sheet are the same, 14A, 1 McKinley. Upon our attempt to serve the subpoena, the guard in the condominium said, we quote, the addresses Huang Chi Yen and Mohit Dargami, are non-existent. In other words, their GIS, in their GIS, they stated fake addresses, and the the addresses of Wang Chiyu and Mohit Dargani, they are no longer there. And hold on. And in other words, they even stated fake addresses in their GIS. A simple diligence would have shown that these are fake addresses. And then in the other one, the address was 3 years ago, was no longer valid. In other words, the tenant left. So what kind of diligence did you exercise with this, with an award of 8.6 billion? The addresses are fake, and the president's address at Twinkle Dargani, according to the receptionist of Gold Hill Tower, Miss Gargani, left the unit 3 months ago. So mukhang nawala na ito after getting 8.6 billion. This corporation disappeared.
Thank you, Senator Dillon. That's exactly my point why I asked what kind of due diligence. Kasi it's either walang due diligence for reason of collusion or tinamad sila mag-due diligence or they're sloppy, which I don't want to believe because being the PSDBM, a trained and experienced procuring entity of the government. In fact, ang PSDBM, ang daming procurement na ginagawa sila sa common use supplies. And yet, kung walang ganyan due diligence kasi fake yung mga address, I wonder how they were able to award the procurement of billions of pesos of equipment or items. How about the Philippine Blue Cross Biotech? Do you have the list of incorporators, Attorney Lau? Or Senator Dillon, if Attorney Lau cannot answer?
Mr. Chair, I think it is correct, Mr. Chair. We, based on the documents we have, I think the only documents are the general information sheet is not part of the requirements, Mr. Chair. I apologize, but that is how it was.
It's amazing.
So there was insufficient due diligence, and yet you awarded to those two firms billions of pesos worth of supplies.
Yes, Mr. Chair, because during that time, they were the ones who gave it the cheapest and the ones who had available.
No, that's not my question. Hindi lang yung cheapest. Ang tanong ko, dapat may due diligence, hindi ba?
Yes, I concur with that, Mr. Chair. I apologize.
And besides, yung face shields, hindi nga kasama doon sa list doon sa GPPB resolution, as we pointed out during the last hearing.
I think it's covered in the PPE, Mr. Chair, under the Mr. Chairman, under the footnotes. There's the one that listed PPE shall include, and one of those is the face shield, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, pero bakit napakamahal? You know, in your earlier media interviews, I read that the reasons that you gave, bakit mataas yung presyo? Kasi issue ng supply and demand, di ba? Low supply, high demand. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair. When we conducted our procurement during that time, that was actually the cheapest because the first procurement session that we made.
No. Answer my question.
50 pesos.
Ang issue, inattribute mo yung high prices ng face shields saka face masks dahil mataas ang demand and mababa ang supply, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Yung face shields, for example.
With the indulgence of sending.
Teka muna, sandali, Senator Risa.
Sige po.
I would like to pursue this muna.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yung usaping face shields, how could you justify high demand when the Philippines is the only country in the world that mandates the use of face shields among its citizens? Paano tataas ang demand? And we're talking of international market, hindi ba?
Yes,
Kasi
Mr.
imported yung mga face shields eh.
Yes, Mr.
So how
Chair.
could you attribute to high demand yung face shields. Never mind the face masks.
Yes. During that
Because
time,
practically, when we see on CNN, when we watch CNN, nakita naman talaga natin, all countries practically use, their citizens use face masks. But not face shields because tataka nga kami bakit yung Pilipino lang ang gumagamit ng face shields eh. Never mind as part of the PPE kasi medical frontliners yon. But ordinary citizens, tayo lang ang gumagamit ng face shields. Paano mo masasabi na mataas yung demand?
Yes, Mr. Chair. During that time, when we bidded it out, there were no producers of face shields in the Philippines. In fact, during that time, when we
No,
did,
that's not my question.
Is that the question?
Ang tanong ko, yung supply and demand.
there was no manufacturer in the Philippines, and there was actually no history that face shields are being sold in the Philippines, except the ones that were being procured by DOH, I think 2019 and backwards until 2015. I think they have history of buying.
Okay.
face
How many
shields.
pieces of face shields did you procure? That time? Total.
Mr. Chair. I think almost 1 million pieces, Mr. Chairman. 1 million pieces, Mr. Chairman.
1 million pieces.
Yes.
Ilan yung medical frontliners na gumagamit ng face shields?
I have no data on that, Mr. Chairman.
Anyway, I'll go back to my previous question. There's no such thing as high demand because sabi ko nga, tayo lang ang gumagamit ng face shields. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, yes, Senator Risa, I yield to you. I yield the floor to you.
Thank you, Sen Ping. Mr. Chairman, just a corroborating fact about 2 points that Sen Frank and Sen Ping just brought up. That name that, excuse me, that Sen Frank mentioned, who submitted a fake address here in the Philippines, just confirmed that Su Yen Huang is a board member of Pharmaly International Holding Company Limited, the Taiwanese company that I asked earlier, Mr. Lau, if they are affiliated. So it appears they are affiliated because that same Su Yen Huang who gave a fake address here in the Philippines is a board member of that Taiwan-based Pharmaly International Holding Company Limited. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sen Ping.
Let me interject on the matter of the subpoena that was requested by Senator Dudong. We issued subpoenas to all of them. And let me just say that in the case of Pharmaly Pharmaceutical, Wang Su Yan, may, wala si Su Yan pero may Wang 2-3. Wala doon sa bakante yan. Nakabakante na. Nakabakante na. Yung vacant yung address na. And you're right, she's affiliated with a Taiwan-based company. And Mohit Dargani refused to accept. Di ba, Rudy? They refused to accept. I think the wife received the subpoena and they refused to accept the
Your
subpoena.
Honor.
Go ahead, Rudy. Go ahead, Director General Kimbo.
Your returns of the office of the Sergeant at Arms of about 10 or 11 subpoena that were issued, they were duly served today at the following: Ms. Christine Marie Suntay, received by Marlon de Guzman, Department of Budget and Management Staff. Attorney Samuel Dagpin, received by Cristina Salve, an employee. Mr. Girish Siltaldas, received by the driver. Mr. Maynard Ngu, received by a caretaker. And Mr. Michael Yang, received by Joyce Trujillo, office receptionist. That subpoena to Mr. Hernan Biron was not served because according to the security guard on duty, there is nobody in the unit to accept because Mr. Biron only goes there once a month. Nonetheless, our server left a copy of the subpoena with Mr. Partasan, just in case he sees Mr. Biron today. One issued against Mr. Roberto Nazal was not served. Mr. Nazal was not home and the kasambahay refused to receive the subpoena. Nonetheless, our server also left a copy of the subpoena. The one addressed to Ms. Twinkle Dargani was also not served because according to the receptionist of Gold Hill Tower, Miss Fontaliza, the addressee, Ms. Dargani, is no longer staying in the condominium since 3 months ago. The subpoena addressed to Mr. Ferdinand Ferrer of EMS Components was not served because Mr. Ferrer's wife, Maria Elena Ferrer, refused to receive the subpoena. Nonetheless, our server left a copy of the subpoena with Mrs. Ferrer. And the one addressed to Mohit Dargani and Huang Tzu Yen, both were not served because according to the security guard on duty, said addresses are unknown to him, and he has also informed our server that Unit 14A in 1 McKinley Place has been vacant for more than 3 years. That is the complete report of the Office of Sergeant at Arms, Your Honor.
Well, that seems like there are badges of evasion, or they're just fronts giving fake addresses and perhaps even fake names. So let's ipsa loquitur. Did you do your due diligence, Attorney Lau? Is that the way you do your due diligence? Hindi mo kilala kung sino yung bumibili sa'yo? Kilala ko yung iba dyan eh. Nakikita ko sa mga litrato. Tingnan mo sa Google, makikita mo. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, Senator Lacson, if you will allow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
It's Mr. Chair.
I just want to get an answer from
Sorry.
Your Honor, if I may, sorry, my mistake. Mr. Ferrer has just made a statement on chat. He said, I am present, Ferdinand Ferrer. My apologies to Mr. Ferrer and my apologies to the committee.
Mr. Ferrer is present in the chat page? In the WebEx?
It means he's on WebEx, Your Honor.
Yeah, I think their family has been in the telecommunications field for a long time. Yes, the question has not been answered by Christopher Lau, and after him, I'll call on you with the permission of Senator Lacson. I'll call on Senator Marcos. Go ahead, please answer.
Mr. Chair, honestly, the only process that we conducted during the bidding is based on the.
I know you're trying to be humble.
Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to recall, Mr. Chair. We only use, Mr. Chair, we don't include the general information sheet, Mr. Chair. So we do not have the data on that, Mr. Chair.
If I look at the requirements of your bidding documents, it's required there that the corporation must submit certain documents, and I'm trying to pull it out right now, if I may. It is required.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, you agree with us it is required, but you did not look at it.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I was, I cannot recall, but I asked some of the staff in PSDBM. The answer is the general information sheet is not part of the bidding documents submitted, Mr. Chairman. That is the only answer I can give, Mr. Chairman.
Ay, nako, Mr. Chairman. Mr.
Yes.
Chairman, before we recognize Senator Amy, just to establish the track record, have they joined other government biddings before? Kasi kailangan meron silang track record before you even accept them as prospective bidders, di ba?
I am not aware, Mr. Chairman.
You're not even aware.
When we initially started,
That's a requirement in the bidding.
During the time, during emergency procurement, Mr. Chairman, when we initially procured these items.
Just for the sake of informing you.
Yes,
you're the head of that department at that time, and here are the legal documents required. DTI business name registration in the case of single proprietorships, or SEC registration certificate in the case of partnerships or corporations, or CDA registration in the case of cooperatives. Did you check that out?
Yes, the registration, they have the SECs, they have the business permits, Mr. Chair.
Oh, then they should have given you the GIS.
They did not submit it, Mr. Chair. I think it's not one of those.
Because they did not submit and because you're giving them large amounts of money, you did not bother to check.
Mr. Chair, we do not pay them in advance. They have to deliver first.
I know, I didn't ask you that. I just said you're negotiating, and some of these are negotiated contracts, right?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Negotiated. That means it wasn't even done for bidding. Now,
Yes, Mr. Chair.
kung negotiated yan, di ba dapat makita mo na kagad na kailangan mag-due diligence ka, tignan mo, tama sila. Sila Senator Lacson. You have to really look at that. Okay, I don't want to go to the recital because obviously sa first base pa lang, out ka na eh. Let me call Senator Marcos. Go ahead, Senator
Yes,
Amy.
Mr. Chair. You're absolutely right po. It's very clear in the document submitted to Phil Jeps and the rest because after all it is incumbent upon the bidders to comply with certain documents even if it's a negotiated contract. On record, there is no license to operate, there is no registration, there was no permit, there's no SLCC or single largest completed contract, neither was there an FDA permit. So it's very, very curious. Ngunit sa kabila nang hindi makita ang mga taong to at hindi existing yung address, nananalo pa rin ang kontrata na tuloy-tuloy. Their last contract was 1.01 billion, June 29, for real-time fluorescent RT-PCR. That's just for the information of the body. Paano nakakabid at nananalo yan kung non-existent yung mga tao at lahat ng kumpanya?
That's wonderful.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator
Mr.
Dillon,
Chair.
I'm also
Yes.
jumping on my bit. I want to ask a question, but go ahead, Senator Dillon.
Yes. Attorney Lau, you were saying that we do not look at the general information sheet, but because that was not required. But the articles of incorporation, is it not a fact that it would show that Farmally was incorporated in September of 2019, just about 6 months before they got supply contracts amounting to billions of pesos? Did you look at and did you look at how much the paid up capital of Farmally to be authorized to enter into such a huge supply contract? The authorized capital stock, the paid up capital is less than 600,000 pesos. But the total award to Farmally, barely a 6-month-old corporation, amounted to 8.6 billion. Did you exercise diligence in doing this?
We failed to check on the articles of incorporation, Mr. Chair. Only the
such a simple thing. Articles of incorporation, it is supposed to be a corporation. You are a lawyer. A simple thing for you to do is to look at the articles. And if you look at the articles, you would notice that it was only incorporated in September of 2019 with a paid-up capital of less than 600,000, and it ended up with contracts worth 8.6 billion. Are you telling us that, given these figures, you exercised due diligence and protected public money?
During that time, Mr. Chairman, we did our best to exercise due diligence. Given the
Senator Drilon,
Yes.
your best is not enough, Attorney Lau.
Mr. Chair.
This is an interesting question. Did you do it on your own or somebody ordered you to award the contracts to those suppliers? Tell us the truth.
We did not.
Did you do that on your own?
No, Mr. Chair.
Because you did not follow proper procedure. You violated, you throw out of the window lahat ng requirements, lahat ng mga kailangan. So either you did it on your own or somebody ordered you to award those contracts to those suppliers. Because clearly there's a collusion. How can you award billions of pesos worth of contracts to non-existent na addresses?
This is what happened, Mr. Chair. During the time when there was scarcity, we were trying to use our diplomatic access to get these items. So when we were contacting through embassies, through ambassadors, special envoys, these companies were referred to us And when they were referred to us, they made offers, and we just responded to them. In fact, a lot of
Now, Mr. Attorney Lau,
companies-
please very careful. Please be very careful. You're implicating ambassadors here.
Yes, Mr. Chair, nagpadala po kami ng official letter sa kanila. In fact, we conducted meetings. We were trying our best to get suppliers. It's all on record. And when we did it, when several suppliers started coming, when they started making offers, we just entertained them. It's not that we choose them. Kasi pag nagbibid po kami, meron pong RFQ, marami naman po nagre-respond. Yung iba din, mahal.
So how were you able to deal with these people when they submitted fictitious addresses or fake addresses? How were you able to contact them?
They go to our office, Mr. Chair. That's
You did not even bother saan sila nakatira?
We had no time during that. We had no time during
You're
that.
dealing with billions of pesos worth of public funds.
Yes, the only.
I'm sorry, but your explanation will fail even an ordinary layman. Pag ganyan ang explanation mo, we cannot accept that. Yes, Senator Drilon.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'd like to know from Mr. Lau, did you know the officials of Farmally, or did somebody introduce you to the officials of Farmally?
I don't know the officials of Farmally, Mr. Chairman.
You do not know the officials of Farmally. But would the ordinary prudence tell you that if you awarded 9.8 billion pesos, malaman mo ba na kung sino mga tao ito na binibigyan nyo ng lalaking kontrata whose addresses, it turns out, are even non-existent and fraudulent?
Mr. Chairman, when that bidding was conducted, kasi dadaan siya ng yung committee. Then they make a market study, they make request for quotations. After they get RFQ, who's the lowest, siya ang i-negotiate. After they negotiate it, isubmit ang mga documents nila, then submit it to my office for signature and assessment. I cannot go down to the function of the group that makes assessment kasi bawal po. So hindi po ako isali sa ganun.
You know, Mr. You are a lawyer. You know that the evidence must not only be credible but also consistent with human behavior and human nature. Dito po talagang mahirap paniwalaan na ang isang korporasyon walang experience in bidding in supplies, 6 months old, binigyan mo ng kontrata na mahigit sa 8 bilyong piso at sinasabi mo hindi mo kilala. Diyos ko po naman, ikaw naman, sino ang nagpakilala sa iyo? Who formally to supply?
I think on the records, Mr. Chair, they have on the records who endorsed them to our office. I think PSDBM can answer that, Mr. Chair. Basta pagkaalam ko, there are multiple Chinese companies that went to our office and responded, and we reacted to them. And
you mean to say they just walk into your office? Huh? They are companies that you do not know. They are just 6 months old with no prior awards or dealings. Bibigyan nyo ng kontratang 8 bilyong piso, and it turns out that the addresses are even non-existent. They committed forgeries and perjuries in the general information sheet. What kind of...
Senator Drilon,
yes, sir.
Point of information. Sinabi nyo kanina, 6 months old yung korporasyon, September 2019, nung nag-incorporate. Sabi ng guard sa building, 2018, wala na raw nakatira doon sa address na yun eh.
Yes.
2018, wala na nakatira, yet nag-incorporate ng 2019. How can you beat that?
2 months ago nga, nananalo pa ng kontratang 1 billion.
Anong 1 billion? 8 billion, I mean.
No, yung latest po. Yung latest June 2021.
Yung RT-PCR.
They keep alluding to the 2020 shortage of all these PPEs, but they're still winning with or without incorporators, with real or fake addresses. I'd like to ask sana, nasa GIS that the beneficial owner of both Pharmaly as well as Bowman, parehong walang FDA, parehong walang license to operate, parehong walang SLCC, belong to a certain Lincoln Ong. Kilala daw po ninyo ito at matalik na kaibigan, Yusek.
No, Mr. Chair. I think I met him in PSDBM when they were conducting biddings, Mr. Chair. Other than that, there is no personal relations, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Attorney Lau, you
Yes,
know, we're almost tempted to cite you in contempt of this committee. So you better be forthright. You better be honest in your answers. You're trying to be evasive.
Mr. Chair, may be allowed to explain.
You've been explaining and your explanation has not been satisfactory. Anyway, go ahead.
Ganito kasi, Mr. Chair. We contacted during that time, initially, mahirap talaga yung supply. We were, I think, negotiating with China.
That is not the issue eh.
That's
Mahirap talaga ang supply, pero ba't ka nag-a-award
Chair,
sa mga fictitious?
How we met them, how these companies were able to go to our office. Kasi even during that time, even I have no access with anybody. Those who are present suppliers of DOH are not willing to supply. So what we did was we worked together with the embassies, the FA,
Yusek, aabot na ng 16 billion ang pinapanalunan nilang kontrata, di mo pakilala.
Yun nga, may I be allowed to explain this, Mr. Chair? Just for a while. After kasi nung nag-negotiate kami with the foreign countries, Ambassador Wang, we requested that they give us list of the suppliers or in their country. So they sent us list. We tried to contact them. We asked the special envoys. One of the special envoys were Ambassador Lima, William Lima, and there was, I think, one of the Chinese representatives who contacted us is Xing Yang, and they were the ones who contacted us and referred these companies. However, most of the companies who proposed to sell to us wanted full payment outright. Ang naka-negotiate lang namin na mura, na pumayag, is yung ni-refer sa amin ni Ambassador William Lima, which wherein we were using the Philippine Air Force na C-130 and the Philippine Navy that went to China to pick those up. After that, continue sila ng deliver. Nag-open na ang merchant vessels and airplanes. We continued trying to procure. Meron ng mga ilang Chinese companies na referred ng some of the special envoys that made an offer to us that these are the terms, but we want them to go to the Philippines to submit this document. So some of them sent representatives. That is only based on the fact that there were endorsements of these ambassadors. In fact, we wouldn't know whether or not these were fraudulent because we had meetings with them. Nung kay Pharmaly, we had meetings with them sa BGI together with the Chinese embassy. Tapos yung sa A-Star Fortitude, kasi sila, we talked with Singapore Ambassador Yap, and we were endorsed to A-Star Fortitude because there was a problem in the importation in the Philippines. A-Star Fortitude offered to us that they have this distributor in Singapore who can directly offer to us the MERSES. So pinutol namin yung Pharmaly and went not directly to A-Star, but only to MERSES because they were the one endorsed already to us by A-Star Fortitude. Yung the rest po ng mga PPEs, continuous po. Yun, when we bid, sino po ang nag-bid? Ganun lang po. But to say na hindi naman po yan awarded one time sila eh. Kasi we started na sila lang ang nag-offer. You can check naman po. It's on the report.
Well, Attorney Lau, may I cut you Special Envoy.
Sabi nga ni Senator Amy, hanggang June 2021, nag-award pa kayo, hindi na nga ma-establish kung saan nakatira. Award pa rin kayo ng award. How can you explain that?
Mr. Chairman, during the time, they were delivering, so there was no red flag shown to us. Kasi, di ba, last time when we had a bidding, merong company na nanalo, tapos meron sila sa record namin that meron pala silang blacklisting, na-cancel. Nagkaroon na
Okay, you did not answer my previous question. Ano pa mga government biddings sila nakasali? Para lang ma-establish yung track record nila.
To other offices, Mr. Chair, only within my office.
Wala pa? Diyan lang sa PSDBM.
No information, Mr. Chair. I cannot answer that, Mr. Chair. I'm not in the authority to answer that.
Sabi mo, marami na silang sinasalihan at saka requirement yan, di ba? To establish their track record.
It is in my office, Mr. Chair.
In your office.
Company, only in my office.
Mr. Chairman, may I direct my question? Ika-clarify ko lang kay Director General Kimbo. Nabanggit niya kanina, Michael Yang. Ano po ba spelling nung Yang? Kasi there's a certain Michael Yang who used to be Presidential Assistant for Economic Affairs. And I believe he's Chinese. No?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Yes.
One moment, sir. I
wonder if he's the same Michael Yang.
Yes, Your Honor.
Who used to be Presidential Assistant on Economic Affairs. But I don't think he's still connected with Malacanang now.
Excuse me, Senator Lacson. We fished out a video. And I just want to see the connectivities here, and you can go to town if you like, trying to fish out the connectivities here. Please show the video. This is our TVN. You see, do you know Mr. Michael Yang? Is that Michael Yang there in the picture? See, the lady there is the Director Puno of FDA. And I can see Senator Bongo.
Yeah, I believe that's Michael Yang.
That's Michael Yang in the purple shirt or lavender shirt, correct? Di ba?
If he is the same Michael Yang referred to earlier by Director General Kimbo, Mr. Chairman. But I'm sure the one that you were pointing at earlier, Michael Yang din yan.
Yun nga, Michael Yang. So they went to the palace according to this news report from RTVM, the government channel, in Davao City. And Mr. Bongo, Senator Bongo, our own very own, was there. You can see that. And, it's been said that Christopher Lloyd Lau worked with Malacanang, worked with Senator Bongo, and you've been denying that. Is that correct?
I work under the Office of the President, under Office of the Special Assistant to the President, under the umbrella of Office of the Special
So
Assistant.
you don't know Senator Bongo, and I'm not trying to implicate him here. All I'm just saying is, let's be frank and candid here, because what I see here is a meeting which is fair. It's open. It's being televised to the whole country. And now let's connect it now to the bidding. All right? Formerly, President Wang is here. Do you know Mr. Wang? You said he just came into your door, right? In your office.
I do not know him personally, Mr. Chair.
Oh, come on. You just said a while ago that you went he went to see you.
No, Mr. Chair. The one who went to our office, I think, is Mr. Lincoln Ong. I don't know Mr. Wang.
You're under oath, huh? When did you first meet Mr. Wang, if you did meet Mr. Wang? Now you're denying it.
What? I need Ming Yang, I think, Mr. Chair. Ming Yang?
Mr. Wang.
Wang, no, I don't know
formally.
Mr. Chair. I don't know Mr. Wang, Mr. Chair.
You don't know him, but yet you gave him the award. And of course, you don't know him, and you conveniently did not check his bona fides in his GIS, in his corporation. You don't even know if they've done this business before.
Mr. Chairman, the only thing that was required during that time when we were bidding is the SEC registration.
Okay, are you a senator now? You can make the laws the way you want it. Those laws were made by the legislature, and I can show you what you have to follow. You have to follow and take a look at the registration of the corporation. Can you show again yung listahan? Ayan. I already said business name, the SEC, valid and current mayor's permit. Did you check that? Do you know
Yes.
if they paid taxes?
Yes.
Because you're not going to give it to them if they don't pay taxes, correct?
They submitted all of those documents, Mr. Chair. It's with the
Oh, but you
office.
said you did not see it.
It is with the office of the PSDBM, Mr. Chair.
But you're the one in charge.
Mr. Chair, the procurement process starts.
You mean to tell me you are giving out 8 billion pesos worth of money and you're not even gonna bother? Sino kaya ito? Ha? Ang lalaki magbid eh. Billion eh. Di ba? Doesn't it even pique your curiosity?
If we do that, Mr. Chairman, then ako, it naman kami later on for association. So what we do
What will happen if you do that?
We might be held liable for association. So what we do is under association, Mr. Chairman, kasi bawal po yan
Anong
sa
association? You have to take a look at who's bidding. That's why you ask for those documents. Anong association?
If the it's just pass or fail, Mr. Chair, during the bidding, if they submit these documents, if it is complete, they pass. If they,
And part of the documents, isn't it true, is that they have to submit all these requirements of corporation that they have paid, tax clearance certificate from the BR main offices. Their address must be accurate because if you go after them, you know their addresses and that they live there. Is it not correct?
the SEC registration should be valid and consonant with the SEC records. As to whether or not it is valid, Mr. Chair, hindi na po namin ma-validate yan. Kasi sa SEC, pag nag-register sila, hindi naman kasi kasali si
You're
PSDBM.
very cavalier with the people's money. Kaya nagagalit ang tao. Wala tayong pambayad doon sa mga tao. Kung di sila mabigyan ng ayuda, kung di sila mabigyan ng mga nurses ng kanilang SRA, it's because of people like you who are so cavalier about holding the people's money.
Mr. Chair, I think it's unfair
Mr.
to say
Chairman.
that because we're doing our best. And during that time,
No, your best is not enough, it would appear.
I apologize, Mr.
Now,
Chair.
let me tell you this. When you graduate from law school in Ateneo de Davao, you graduate first ABA. You taught at the Ateneo de Davao, is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And then you became a lawyer, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And what was your first job?
Legal researcher, Mr. Chair.
What?
Chairman. For housing. Legal researcher for...
You're a paralegal, right? And a college teacher. Then you passed the bar exam in 2005. And then you became a 6-month and 6 months, you were an arbiter of HLURB, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And of course, in 2006, 2016, according to you, were in the law firm. And then Mr. Duterte campaigned and you became a manager. You were an election lawyer. And is it not true that you became presidential management staff, office of the special assistant to the president? Nakalagay undersecretary with the rank of undersecretary with Andy Lo, another friend of yours, who's now in 2021 still a USEC in PMS. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So you're all associated together, right? And the wife of Andy Lo is the first judge appointed by the president in Davao. Is that correct?
I cannot confirm that, Mr. Chair.
You cannot confirm? Andy Lo is your friend.
Anderson is my
And
friend.
you were with the free gauge deal and you had the brouhaha with Empedral and Mercado, resulting in the cashiering of a respected officer, Mr. Mercado. And then of course, you became officer in charge. Wow! Sabi mo, I'm just lucky. You were put in charge of a company, of an entity of the government that is now conducting all the biddings that are multi-billion. And yet, you don't care whether you're going to check on all the people. You don't even ask your staff, tingnan nyo kung tama yung binasambit na yan. And I'm aware that you're very strict when doon sa pass-fail na sinasabi mo, nakapag-bidding na, papalitan pa rin nyo, maglalagay kayo ng bagong requirements, in writing pa, in handwriting, and then you're gonna change the winning bidder to your favorite bidder.
We don't do that, Mr. Chairman.
I can prove that to you.
We don't do that, Mr. Chairman. I apologize, but we don't do that.
What are you apologizing about? I'm just trying to find out what is going on. I don't have anything against you. But it seems, as you say, by association, ayan lahat, Michael Young was not in that meeting. The president of this corporation was in that meeting with the president. Of course, that was 3 years before, May 2017. And now, the pandemic started May 19. And now, all of a sudden, You give big contracts, 8 billion, 18 billion? O how do you expect us to look at that? Even if you tell a high school graduate that, di ba magdududa? And once nagduda, once nagkaroon ng perception na may kalokohan, lagot ka na. Sira na ang paniwala ng tao sa iyo. Alright? We're not dummies here, you know. We do our job well. And by the way, did you not apply for the ombudsman? Ang swerte mo. Naging commissioner ka pa ng HLURB. Ang galing mo. Wala kang dating pinagdaanan na hirap. Tapos naging HLURB commissioner ka. Ang swerte mo. Pagkatapos naging ombudsman, naging officer in charge ka ng PSDBM, and now ombudsman. Nag-apply ka. Nung nandun ako, sabi ko, ba't nag-apply ito? Ang lakas sa loob nito. Sabi ko gano'n. Mabuti nag-withdraw ka. Because when we would have interviewed you. What makes you think there was another applicant the other day? And because she had no credentials as a practicing judge? We said no. Ikaw mag-a-apply ka sa ombudsman. Bakit? Are you preparing for an escape plan na pag pumutok ito, pag wala na ang presidente, wala ka ng kapit, lalabas lahat yung kalokohan mo?
No,
Is that the truth?
No, Mr. Chair.
That is my conclusion. I'm sorry.
Mr. Chair, when I was at OIC sa PSDBM, it happened because natanggal po yung existing PSDBM because kulang siya ng master's degree. That's why I was OIC. In fact,
You just happened to be there, right?
yes, Mr. Chair, I
Your
was
associations just happened to be very convenient, right? You're associated with Senator Go. You were the campaign lawyer for the president. Your friends are there. In fact, the guy who replaced you there is still there. And then you lie to me, you don't know Mrs. Lo? Kaya ako nagalit sa iyo eh. Galit na ako talaga because you're lying.
I did not know Mrs. Lo. I do not know if she was the first judge appointed.
So you know Mrs. Go. So you're not Mrs. Lo. So in other words, you're splitting hairs.
She is a lawyer. She is a
Actually, you must be an expert because you have no more hair, I suppose.
No, Mr. Chair. Just Judge Lo has been a MTC judge before. So when I was practicing,
ay nako. Kasi nahihirapan kami sa gobyerno. Go ahead, Senator Ping.
Earlier, he averred that he did not know
This of this pestilence
was appointed judge. Now he's saying that he knows the background of Mrs. Lo.
Yes. She just said that.
Used to be MTC judge, so he's been very evasive from the start.
Mr. Chair, I'll answer it. Miss Judge
Lo
is
very lucky
judge when I was practicing here.
Excuse me, Attorney Lau.
Yes,
We're
yes.
so lucky that you were able to barge into the laging handa briefing all of a sudden.
What laging handa?
Just to explain your side. Bigla ka nando sa laging handa briefing and you were not anymore connected with Malacanang or with any government agency, and yet you were accommodated by laging handa briefing. How lucky could you get?
Mr. Chairman, I was contacted by PSDBM simultaneously when all these things happened. Even private news televisions were trying to contact me, and also the government news agency also contacted me, and I answered only to that particular company. In fact, when Senate also contacted me and Congress also contacted me for subpoena, I willingly responded. But it doesn't mean.
And of course, Mr. Lacson, if I may, you just happened to be in the room with Admiral Empedrad. Using your position, you called him, and it just happened that there was a controversy involving the supply of the combat management systems of the new vessels that were contracted in Korea, costing 15.5 billion pesos, correct? It's just convenient, isn't it? It's very uncomfortable. It's very uncomfortable, really, when it comes back to you and haunts you. You cannot lie, you know.
That's because that was my job, Mr. Chairman. I have to do my job.
Really? Your job is to check in the Defense Department? You know, Senator Lacson is a Committee on Defense. She did not even bother to call them.
There was a complaint sent to a letter. We just asked them to explain, and they just explained. They even presented. And in fact, we were able to explain that during the last Senate investigation on the frigate, yun lang ang sinagot namin na they just presented, and that's the only thing we did, record purposes.
And how did you feel when Admiral Mercado career officer was suddenly cashiered. And it all started by that meeting with you when it was exposed by the newspapers. And it became a controversy. How do you feel?
I'm also shocked.
Admiral Mercado lost his job.
I was also shocked, Mr. Chairman, because I also did not know during that time what would be the repercussion. The only concern during that time was there was a
Your witness. Yes, Senator John.
I don't think we can still get anything from this witness from person because he's been evasive since the time that he started answering questions. Can you expect to get some satisfactory answers from this person, Mr. Chairman? Well, it's in your hands. We'll support whatever action you would take on the matter because being evasive is a ground for citation for contempt. There are rules, Mr. Chairman. It is your call. And if anyone would move to cite him in contempt of this committee, then I will support it. I will second the motion, Mr. Chairman.
We can put this guy in contempt anytime because I was going to ask him again of a note that was given to Mr. Mercado, Admiral Mercado, and can you please put back that note? And it instructed you to Admiral Mercado, Ronald, this was given to me by Bongo. This is coming from Secretary Lorenzana, a man of integrity. Go over it and prepare or report rebuttal to be submitted to the President. So, and this was the offshoot of that meeting between you and Admiral Empedrad, correct?
that letter, that note is not coming from me, Mr. Chairman. That's not my handwriting, Mr. Chairman.
No, I didn't say it was yours. You're not even listening. That came from Secretary Lorenzana, excuse me. But the fact is you were part of isalansan there. Biglang nawala yung kontrata at nagkaroon pa na another problem because when nilagay na yung Korean I remember that in the debates in the Senate. The military should be given the hardware that they desire. It should never be supply driven. And in this particular case, again, you're getting supplies because of your relationship, because of your past. It's supply driven. In fact, I asked you the other day, is it your habit to go to the supplier and ask, sige, mag-supply ka rito? Because of dami-dami pera? Boy, you must be flying high at that time. Well, can you blame us if we think that way? I don't know you. I want to put you in a pressure cooker, but right now, when you come here, you better tell us the truth. The truth of the matter is, you knew Mr. Wang. You were associated with Senator Go, and he says you never worked for him. That may be true. You never worked for him, but he knew you. You knew him because you were all part of the campaign committee, and all of a sudden, your friends were also taking over from the department that you left. So how do you expect us to believe you? It's so hard to be in this committee because sometimes you have to really be direct because, if we don't look at this, it will go on happening and happening and happening over and over again. At ang talo palagi ang tao. Yung dapat pumuntang pera sa tamang bagay, napupunta sa mga bulsa ng mga tawag ko kahapon, mga sawang pumasok sa poultry ng bayan. In other words, you are not conducting yourself with due diligence. You did not do due diligence. Siyempre, galing yung mga request na sa Department of Health, correct?
Mr. Chairman.
Correct? Galing lahat yung request sa Department of Health, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi mo ba sinabi kay Secretary Duque, ikaw na lang yan, Secretary of Health ka, basta alam mo yan eh. Bakit ako?
We sent a letter.
Tapos madudulas ka dito, sasabihin mo, pumapasok sa kwarto mo yung mga yan. That's highly irregular. When you're conducting a bidding, you cannot talk with these people. Go ahead, Senator Dillon. Recognized. Senator Frank, you're recognized.
In the course of our inquiry this afternoon, Mr. Chairman, The witness, Mr. Lau, admitted that he did not exercise due diligence or simple prudence in approving the negotiated contracts to these pharmaceuticals for 8.9 billion. He did not look, the articles of incorporation indicated that it was incorporated only in September of 2019, and it had no prior experience insofar as bidding for government contracts are concerned. 6 months after the bidding, the corporation was incorporated, the corporation with only a paid-up capital of less than 600,000 was awarded contracts in the billions of pesos. And the good Mr. Lau admitted that he did not exercise diligence in looking at the very simple fact. Articles of incorporation, September 2019. Paid up capital, 600,000. And yet the awards for these supplies amounted to 8.5 or over 8 billion. Under these circumstances, Mr. President, I think the Attorney Lau should be made liable for anti-graft, for entering into a contracts with which are grossly prejudicial to the interests of the government, and failed by his own admission to exercise the necessary prudence in order to prevent this totally disadvantageous contract from taking place. In view of this, Mr. Chairman, may I move that the matter of this particular transaction entered into by Mr. Lau, where he admitted that he did not exercise diligence, be referred to the Ombudsman for appropriate investigation under the anti-graft law. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, I was called to the
yes.
phone. Senator
yes.
Bongo called me and he wants to have his repost.
Before that, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I have a motion, given the testimony of Mr. Lau, that he did not exercise prudence in checking on the capability of a 6-month-old corporation with a paid-up capital of less than 600,000 to be awarded negotiated contracts of over 8 billion pesos, which turns out to be overpriced. And to me, these are all indications that, or at the very least, a prima facie case for violation of the anti-graft law. Because by the admission of Mr. Lau, just a few hours this afternoon, he did not exercise prudence, the prudence needed to guard the public funds. And this should be investigated by the Ombudsman for possible violation of the anti-graft law for awarding contracts patently disadvantageous to the government and not exercising the necessary prudence to prevent the losses of government funds for having failed to check on simple things like the date of incorporation of the corporation being awarded the contract. The fact that the GIS indicated an address which is non-existent. So all of this, an ordinary person would exercise diligence, and here he admitted that he did not exercise the diligence needed, and therefore I think this warrants an investigation by the Ombudsman for possible prosecution for anti-graft. Thank you very much, Mr.
I
Chair.
agree with you, Mr. Senator Drilon. I agree with Senator Lacson as well. And Senator Amy came up with some compelling facts that there are so many billions of pesos that are not being properly investigated. You know, kahit na 100,000 lang, 500,000, dapat investigate mo kung sino yung mga taong pumapasok dyan. At ngayon, nakikita natin, hindi na makita yung mga taong yan, nagtatatago lahat. So talagang dapat talaga investigahin. It really is so difficult to conduct these investigations because if you just base it on the, ang tawag doon, yung lumalabas sa website nila, PhilJed, ako, wala ka makikita kasalanan dyan. Pero pag sinilip na ni Senator Lacson, sinilip na ni Senator Lacson, ni Senator Marcos, sinilip ni Senator Dillon, sinilip ko, makikita talaga yung glaring irregularities, yung glaring inconsistencies, at pag sumagot, hindi consistent na sagot, very evasive. Tama, sabi nga ni Senator Lacson, we should declare him in contempt. But, all our investigations here, whether it's approved by the Senate or not, I submit it to the Department of Justice and to the Ombudsman so that they could take the necessary action. And most of the time, they do. And I thank the Ombudsman and the Sandigan Bayan. They do because we do a good job here. We try to do a good job here at least. So, Mr. President, I saw the Senate President a while ago. Let me just say that I agree with you very wholeheartedly. And what is the pleasure now of the body? Shall we go to the next? Because Senator Lacson is not finished yet.
Wala na akong gana magtanong, Mr. Chairman.
Nakakapagod, ano? Nakakapagod. All right, who's next? Is next, but I'm very transparent. Senator Bongo called up and said that wag naman ako idol dyan, wag naman ako I have no intentions of doing that. I was just trying to test the credibility of the witness, and I don't feel that I have to be defensive. But I will let Senator Go speak for himself. Go ahead, please.
Good day, Mr. Chair, distinguished colleagues, and to our resource persons in this hearing. Mr. Chair, with the permission of my colleagues, may I give my statement since I was already mentioned in the course of the discussions. Since na-mention po ang hearing about the Navy, about the frigate, as far as I can recall, si Senator Honasan po ang mismong chair ng hearing na nag-imbestiga nito at lumabas na po ang katotohanan at wala po akong kinalaman doon. Naging senador na po ako. Lumabas ang katotohanan sa hearing na ito na pinamumunuan mismo ni Senator Honasan, Senator Lacson, and Senator Soto. Maraming salamat po sa mga colleagues ko ngayon na lumabas na po yung katotohanan. Mr. Chair, first of all, I want to reiterate that I am one with the chairman and my colleagues in ensuring no funds are lost to corruption. As a senator and a member po of the Blue Ribbon Committee, nakikisa po ako sa inyo rito at kasama niyo po ako dito na gustong malaman ang katotohanan. Tama po si Chairman Gordon, investigasyon sa Bucor, sa GCTA, Pastillas, sa PhilHealth, marami na pong nasuspendido at marami na pong nakasuhan. Pero hindi ko naman po ibig sabihin pinagtatanggol ko ang Pangulo, pero ibig niya pong sabihin ay sa investigasyon natin dito, tuluyan po natin ang dapat tuluyan, panagutin po ang dapat panagutin, kasuhan po ang dapat kasuhan, ikulong po ang dapat ikulong. Seryoso po si Pangulong Duterte sa kampanya laban sa korupsyon. Wala kaming pinapalampas, kahit sino ka man, kahit saan ka man ang galing, basta napatunayang sangkot ka sa korupsyon, dapat kang managot. Kaya nga po, nakikiusap ako sa COA, sa Ombudsman na imbestigahan, panagutin ang may anomalya. Kaya nga po, may COA, Ombudsman at Sandigan Bayan tayo. Imbestigahan, kasuhan, at ikulong ang dapat managot. Yan naman po ang trabaho nila para matigil na po ang mga haka-haka dahil sabi ko nga unfair naman po ito sa mga nagtatrabaho po ng matino. Labanan po ito ng perception. Kawawa naman po yung napagbibintangang magnanakaw dahil lang sa obserbasyon na hindi pa naman pinal o conclusive. Findings pa lang ay nahusgahan na sila. Kawawa naman yung mga nadadamay na tao. Wala namang kalam-alam, binigyan naman ng DOH ng 60 days para sagutin o rectify ang mga obserbasyon sa kanila. May proseso tayong dapat sundin, bigyan po natin sila ng pagkakataon na sagutin Kung hindi masagot o hindi ma-account, kasuhan na po kaagad natin dahil importante po ang bawat piso na pondo po ng bayan. Marami pong nangangailangan, lalong-lalo na po nasa krisis tayo ngayon, itong kinakaharap nating krisis. Mismo po si Pangulong Duterte ayaw ng katiwalian sa gobyerno. He means business. Kapag may kinalaman, tuluyan na. Iyariin na po natin. Sabi naman ni Pangulong Duterte, pasensyahan tayo. Pag pumasok ka sa korupsyon, iari ka talaga. Yan naman isa sa mga una niyang pinangako sa mga kababayan natin. Campaign against illegal drugs, criminality, and corruption. Mr. Chair, my name continues to be unfairly dragged into issues related to former DBM Undersecretary Lau. Though I'm now a senator, pinagpipilitan pa rin po ng iba na aide ko siya o tao ko siya, kahit na ipinilawanag ko na po sa nakaraang Blue Ribbon Committee hearing ang katotohanan, sa muli, inuulit ko for the 9th time. Hindi ko aide o hindi ko po tauhan si Attorney Lloyd Lau. Kailanman, hindi po siya directly na nagre-report sa akin na tauhan ko talaga. Iba yung aide na tauhan mo na nagre-report sa'yo. May sarili siyang trabaho, may sarili siyang buhay. Si Lau ay isa sa mga daan-daang empleyado, opisyal po ng Malacanang noon, 2016. Naging bugado sa ni Pangulo nung kampanya. He was appointed to the Presidential Management Staff at the start of the President Duterte's term until early 2017, after which he was appointed nga po to HLURB and later to the DBM in 2019. Before resigning last June of this year. Yusek Lau did not directly report to me, nor did he ever serve as my aide o tauhan ko talaga. Kilala ko po siya. Taga Davao rin po siya. Pero hindi ko po siya tauhan o aide. Eh kung may kasalanan siya, panagutin natin. Kung kailangan ikulong natin. Kailangan i-contempt natin. I already assumed my post in July 2019 as an elected senator when Lau was designated to head the PSDBM in August 2019. Sa makatuwid, magkaiba po ang naging landas namin ni Attorney Lau. Taong 2019, senador na ako. Taong 2017, wala na po siya sa PMS. Huwag niyo na pong ipilit iugnay sa akin si Lau ngayon at sino mang nakatrabaho ko noon. Noong Special Assistant to the President po ako mula 2016 to 2018, tumakbo na po ako noong Oktubre, mayroon akong oversight functions base po sa Executive Order number 1 sa ilang mga opisina sa Office of the President tulad ng PMS, yung protocol at iba pa ng mga opisina dyan. Pero hindi ibig sabihin dahil nakatrabaho ko sila noon ay naging aide ko na o tauhan ko na kagad sila. As Special Assistant to the President then, I was not involved in the day-to-day operations and management of the Office of the President. As per Section 2 of EO1, as SAP, I exercise mere oversight functions of 3 independent and cross-functional offices like the OSAP, Office of the Appointment Secretary, and PMS. Limitado lang po ang administrative and supervisory functions. Sinisigurado na nagagawa nila ang kanilang mga mandates, may patupad ang mga improvements sa mga sistema at proseso para mas maging efficient at effective po ang opisina po ng Office of the President. Kakaupo pa lang ni Pangulong Duterte, halos lahat ng mga opisina na under sa oversight ko ay gustong ma-identify po sa maliit na opisina ng OSAP. Dahil ito ang malapit sa Pangulo nung umpisa pa ng kanyang administrasyon. Pero hindi ibig sabihin, aid o ka-close ko na kayo. Marami po dyan, feeling close lang po. Iba po ang aid, iba po ang nakatrabaho. Pero ako po, yung kampanya namin ni Pangulong Duterte laban sa korupsyon, hindi po kami tumitigil hanggang ngayon. Lalabanan ho namin yan. Kahit sino ka pa, kahit tumulong ka pa nung kampanya, kahit na magkaibigan ka, wala po kami pinipili. Lahat na nagre-report sa Malacanang compound noon ay katrabaho ko. Hindi ibig sabihin naging aid ko na po at tauhan ko na po. Hindi naman siya directly nagre-report sa akin. Anyway, Mr. Chair, nandito po, meron lang po ako i-share na slides to be flashed on screen for the... nandito ang listahan ng mga empleyado ng OSAP na napakaliit lang po niyan. Isang USEC lang po ang na-under dyan, isang ASEC. Yan lang po ang Office of the Special Assistant to the President. Ito naman po ang kanyang service record na nakalagay Presidential Management Staff ang sweldo po niya. Dahil po oversight function lang po yun. Napakaliit lang po ng opisina. Ito naman po ang sweldo niya. Klaro naman po na sa PMS po siya kumukuha ng sweldo. Napakarami po ng empleyado ng PMS. Pero sa totoo lang, ang mahalaga dito ang pulisiya namin ni Pangulong Duterte na kahit sino ka man, kahit saan ka man ang galing, Kahit tumulong ka pa nung eleksyon kay Pangulong Duterte, kapag pumasok ka sa korupsyon, yari ka talaga. Pero kung wala ka namang kinalaman, itigil na lang po ang pag-iintriga sa kapwa, kawawa naman po. Gaya ng sinabi ko, ang pangunahing bilin ni Pangulo sa kanyang mga ina-appoint, hindi po siya nakikialam paano po magtrabaho yung mga tao niya. Ito na po sinasabi niya, kahit sino, just do what is right and avoid corruption. Kapag ginawa mo ang tama at inuuna mo interest ng mga Pilipino, suportado ka namin. Wala kaming pinipili ni Pangulong Duterte sa laban kontra korupsyon, kriminalidad at illegal na droga. Kung mapatunayang may kasalanan ka talaga, kasuhan na agad para matapos na po ang issue at mas matutukan na po natin ang laban kontra sa pandemya. Ulitin ko, basta pumasok ka sa korupsyon. Maaring na-appoint ng mga taga Davao, pero ito ay dahil kilala sila ng Pangulo, may tiwala sa kanila at alam ang kanilang kakayahan. Dahil yun naman po ang kilala ni Pangulong Duterte dahil probinsyano po siya, doon ang gagaling halos yung mga kilala niya. Pero kahit may utang na loob sa kanya, wala sa usapan ng korupsyon. Pareho kaming galit sa magnanakaw. Masagasaan na po ang dapat masagasaan, wala kaming pakialam. Kung may reklamo at haka-haka, may intriga, may proseso naman po ang executive branch para maimbestigahan ang sino mang gumawa ng korupsyon. Bukas po ang tanggapan ni Pangulong Duterte, sinabi niya yan. Binibigyan halaga ni Pangulong Duterte ang bawat reklamo, kahit anumang reklamo, tatukin lang daw siya at handa siyang makinig. Kung ano man ang gawin ng proseso ng executive branch po sa mga reklamo ay nasa kanila na po yan. May proseso pong ginagawa ang executive branch. Bilang senador naman, suportado ko po ang mga investigasyon na ito para po lumabas ang katotohanan, para po mapanagot ang dapat mapanagot. At kasuhan po natin ang dapat kasuhan. Anyway, medyo isi-segue ko na lang po konti dahil ito naman po issue. Dahil naawa na po ako dito sa dalawang taong ito. I'm referring to the President and Secretary Duque. To Secretary Duque, tagal ka nang kilala ni Pangulo. Alam naman natin, alam ni Pangulo, isa kang tapat sa iyong tungkulin. Kaya nga po ikaw ang kanyang pinili nung pagkatapos ng isang secretary. Alam natin nakapagserbisyo ka na rin sa dati sa ibang administrasyon bilang health secretary at tatay mo rin po naging health secretary. At imbis na mag-retire ka na lang sana, wala masyadong pressure na, inanyayahan ka magsilbi sa bayan muli ni Pangulong Duterte. Nagpapasalamat kami dyan sa iyong dakilang sakripisyo. Make no mistake, sabi nga ni Pangulong Duterte, may tiwala siya sa iyo until the end. Pero mahirap na. You have done so much already for Filipinos. We don't want that because of issues about you, your output will be compromised, especially now that we both know lives are at stake. My word of advice is make the supreme sacrifice when the right time comes. For now, may hearing naman tayo dito as member po of the Senate Committee, Blue Ribbon Committee. Clear yourself in the DOH, sa lahat po ng empleyado ng DOH, and address COA's findings. Gusto ng tao malaman ang katotohanan. Importante, lumabas po kayo ng malinis, lumabas ka ng malinis, mahal ka ng Pangulo at pinaglalaban ka niya. Alam ko, mahal mo rin ang Pangulo. Desisyon mo na yan pagdating ng panahon. But my advice is make the supreme sacrifice. Alang-alang na lang sa mga kababayan nating Pilipinos. Naawa na rin po ako kay Pangulong Duterte. Pinapasan na po niya ang mundo at lahat ng problema. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Senator Go. As promised, I thought it would only be fair that you would be able to give your say. Just as I did the other day, I allowed your request to be the first to say your piece because on the matter precisely of Lau, because Christopher Lloyd Lau is a very controversial figure right now, as we've seen, and he's associated with people who seem to be accompanying him wherever he goes. For example, I think one of his partners before, Mr. Leong, is now when he could not get the ombudsman, Mr. Leong is now his overall deputy ombudsman. And they were both together in previous positions, and now his other friend, Mr. Lo, is now running the. It's so hard to avoid all these facts. And, in law, you put together, sasama mo lahat sa mga facts na yan. and put it on a tapestry like a whiteboard, makikita mo yung mga commonalities, makikita mo yung timeline. And that's why I think we've been, at least in this part of this representation, we've been more than fair kay Secretary Duque. And so therefore, we want to make sure that he is not being grilled here, he's not ginigisa siya rito. The people want, as you say, malaman kung ano ang katotohanan, kung saan napunta ang pera, at kung ang talagang tama ang paggastos ng pera. Yun lang naman ang cross-examination natin dito sa mga testigo. Ang kulang lang ni Secretary Duque, pagtatanungin siya, pinapasa niya, parang siguro pagod na siya, pinapasa niya sa iba, and wala ng kumpiyansa pag pinapasa mo lahat dahil tumatagal yung investigation, dahil kabisado niya. But I'm not going to tax him on that because I also know Mr. Duque is a hardworking man, and I've not really charged him with anything. But I was really very, very upset with the so much money being put into this PSDBM. It's just like a dark room with dark people inside the room na talagang sila lang ang nagbibigay ng pera ng bayan na dapat mapunta sa ayuda, mapunta sa paglabas natin sa COVID. Pero nakita natin ngayon talagang napaka-liksing magbigay ng kontrata na hindi man lang titignan kung ano nangyayari, kung sino yung mga nagbibid. Senator Lacson, please go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I would just like to be clarified. Did Senator Go just ask Secretary Duque to resign when he told him to make the supreme sacrifice?
You better ask Senator Go that. Senator Go? Because that sounds like it. Because when I heard that, I thought that he was already sending a message that you already done so much and you're making a sacrifice, supreme sacrifice. You must make that, and so that life will go on. But life will not go on unless this is clarified. The mess is clarified. Yes, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, Mr. Chairman, can a senator do that to a secretary or department secretary? Ask him to resign?
There have been many surprises in my life, Mr. President. This is one of them again.
Collegial decision, we passed a resolution. But can one single senator ask a department secretary to resign?
Well, that is the prerogative of any senator here as far as I'm concerned. But Senator Go is raising his hand. Senator Go?
Mr. Chair and Senator Ping, advice lang naman po yung akin.
Okay.
Mag-sakripisyo para, alam mo, naawa na rin ako kay Pangulong Duterte. Nabanggit ko na po kanina. Pinapasa na po niya. I'm sure importante po dito ay lumabas sila na clear po yung dahil yung karamihan dito nagtatrabaho lang po para sa ating bayan, nagsasakripisyo. Bigyan po natin sila ng pagkakataon na lumabas po na malinis at meron naman po silang may pagmalaki sa kanilang mga pamilya. Maybe decision na po yun ni Secretary Duque pagdating ng panahon.
Thank you for the clarification. So it was just an advice coming from a senator.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Secretary Duque, did you take that as an advice or as a shot in the bow?
Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, I have been attending all these hearings both in the House and here in the Senate Blue Ribbon Committee with one goal in mind, and that is for me and the DOH to clear all of these COA observations and findings of deficiencies and submission eventually of our agency action plan on the recommendations. Yun lang naman po, we want to clear everything. So if the time comes when I need to resign, I will. I mean, there's no problem with me, Mr. Chairman. So what is important is we clear all of these findings of purported deficiencies, and we will address them squarely with all my DOH team. We've worked so hard to lead the fight against this pandemic for 18 months, and we have been relentless. Many of our workers have even died. Some got sick. Some had to be isolated. And so we are confronted with a very unique situation. This is a state of public health emergency. We cannot assume that we are operating under normal circumstances because definitely we're far from a normal situation. And each one of us in the DOH has been so dedicated and committed, if not passionate about really uh, leading the way, helping the local government units, explaining to our people, explaining to everyone what the DOH knows about this evolving virus. Our doctors, our scientists, everyone has had a major contribution in our fight against this pandemic. And if it's not enough, the people will be the one to judge me. The people will judge everyone from the Department of Health, and and we are undeterred in service. We want to work. We want to get the vaccinations ramped up as much as we can, and I owe it to the Department of Health. All are my people in the DOH who have supported me in this fight against the pandemic. And we would like to, if I will need to leave, and I can leave, there's no problem with that. I just want to be clear all of these COA findings. Yun lang naman po. At saka sana yung mabakunahan ang aabot po natin ang herd immunity, Mr. Chairman. Yun
Yes,
naman po.
I accept that and I appreciate that and I respect that about you and many of the loyal Department of Health people. But as you say, you have been investigated by the lower house and by the upper house, and that is our duty as a separate branch of government, especially after an independent body like COA comes out with a complete committee report that cites many discrepancies. And all of us, including myself, have been part of that, and I never thought of itself as a victim. It's just really to make sure that the transparency aspect is there. And I'm sure you understand that, right? And I think you'll agree with me that the chair has been very, very open to all your answers. And of course, sometimes I will make a remark really just to help you to go direct to the point and answer. And I think the senators have given you a lot of leeway as well. And nobody has really insulted you or bashed you. But really, when it came to Christopher Lau, the object of this committee is to raise questions that needed to be answered. So the issue is not personal. The issue here is yung pera ba ng tao, binigay natin, binigay ng Kongreso, sa gobyerno, yan ba nagagamit ng maayos, na chine-check ba yung maigi, at para sa ganun, umabot tayo sa panahon na marami na tayong vaccine na mabibili, umabot tayo sa panahon na makakapag-ayuda tayo, umabot tayo sa panahon na makakapag-invest tayo muli sa infrastructure para magkatrabaho ang tao at makalabas tayo dito sa hirap ng pandemic. Ayoko mag-imbestiga in the middle of the pandemic, but that's the way it is. You're dealt the cards and you must make a decision. And that's the way it is. So I just want to assure everybody that I think all the senators can hold their head up high. That's why in the beginning, right away, I was kind of flabbergasted at the statement made by the president. And I don't want to go back there again. The words have been stated, and I'm sure it will be taken properly in its proper context. So I just want to ask any other senators if they want to ask questions pa? Meron ba bang questions? Yes, Senator Marcos.
Yes, thank you very much. Just by way of manifestation, sir, if the PhilHealth chairman, Geran, is still around.
Senator, just a moment. I just saw Senator Dillon raising his hand. I'm sure he will not do the manifestation.
Go ahead, please.
Yes.
Senator Dillon, yes.
Yes, I would like to raise a question to Mr. Lau, still in relation to the face mask purchases. Is Mr. Lau still around?
Mr. Lau.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am still around, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
I'm referring to a company called Cosmic Technologies Incorporated. who was also a supplier of face masks. Do you know this company, Mr. Lau?
Cosmic.
They're in the list.
No, Mr. Chair, they're just, I think one of the persons who participated in the process of procurement, Your Honor.
Okay. Did you examine the articles of incorporation of Cosmic Technology when they submitted
Only-
application?
No, Mr. Chair, we only rely on the submitted SEC registration. That's the only thing we relied into.
Yes.
It's the same
Did
thing
you,
with the-
if you cared, if you exercised ordinary prudence and just a simple examination of the articles of incorporation and the business of this company, you will immediately know that Cosmic Technologies articles of incorporation will show that it is engaged in the business of trading mobile phones, computer, and other IT products. How in heaven's name did they end up supplying face masks at an overprice of 22 pesos and 50 centavos per piece?
I cannot answer that, Mr. Chairman. The only thing I can answer is that during that time, they are one of the companies who participated and who had sufficient stock to deliver at the price lowest compared to others who offered during the time. So they were awarded, and since they had GIS, not just the SEC registration, the DTI, the mayor's permit, we relied on those. So based on our reliance, we made an award. That's the only answer I can give, Mr. Chair, because that's the only thing we did. I cannot make any answer because I really cannot source any answer other than that, Mr. Chairman.
So you didn't even care to look at the articles and examine and investigate whether they are competent and qualified to supply face masks, which is not their business, and considering the fact that they submitted quotations which are grossly overpriced if you look at the suggested retail price of the DBM itself?
During that time, Mr. Chair, when we bidded it out, they were one of the lowest. Every time we bid, yung na-awardan namin, sila ang pinakamababa dun sa mga nag-participate. As to that they are still overpriced, I cannot answer that kasi it will be based on documents. As to yung question that I did not peruse or examine the articles of incorporation and their GIS, that is correct. That was not conducted because during that time, we only relied on the SEC registration. That's the only answer I can give, Mr. Chair, because that's the only thing that we did.
Well, this only indicates the diligence that you exercise in awarding contracts using government funds when in fact it is totally shown in formally in a bigger scale. They're totally unqualified given where they were in terms of their financial standing. But we leave at that's why I have suggested that the Ombudsman conduct an investigation because you have admitted that you did not exercise prudence nor the diligence necessary to guard public funds. So, Mr. Chairman, I have no further questions on Mr. Lau.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Following on the minority leader's manifestation and query, in fact, it is not only Cosmic that deals in cell phones, completely alien to the medical supplies contract that it won, but also Bowman, which has a primary business of hydraulics and landfill equipment. And indeed, SunWest, whom we know to be involved in construction and building and only acquired its medical certificate to deal in equipment very recently this year. So this seems to be a consistent pattern, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, as Vice Chairman, you recognize Senator Risa.
Thank you, Senator Ping. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Four last quick questions from me, alternating kay former USEC Lau, at kay OIC Sec Kanda. Mr. Lau, pagkatapos nung exchange natin kanina, nagko-communicate ulit yung mga local, mga Filipino PPE manufacturers natin. Sabi po nila, they went through stringent requirements by the DOH in order to be certified. Pero, despite nagkameron sila ng mga makina to produce the medical grade PPEs at meron silang FDA approval po walang order ang pinlace sa kanila. So, I just want to ask Mr. Lau, Attorney Lau, yung PPE importers ba na inawardan po ng PSDBM during your watch, sila ba nag-secure ng FDA approval? Kasi parang kanina narinig ko si Sen Aimee, sabi niya, at least yung isang kumpanya ni walang FDA approval. Or at least yung mga inawardan ba, na-validate ba yung kanilang international testing certificates? Which were required of our Filipino exporters nung hiniling nyo sa kanila na mag-repurpose sila. So yung mga PPE importers ba, lalo na yung mga China-based importers, dumaan din ba sila sa butas ng karayom like our Filipino manufacturers?
Yes, Madam, Mr. Chairman, we use the same law that is applicable to all suppliers. There are sets of documentation requirements when it comes to foreign suppliers and local suppliers, and we implemented that because that is what is provided.
Well, I promised the chairman I would be brief with these questions, but just for the record, mukhang kahit sa mga dokumento, bungi-bungi yung sinubmit ng Pharmally at baka ng iba pa. And ang karanasan po talaga ng mga Filipino manufacturers, pinahirapan talaga sila. Hindi tulad ng mga importers, mga Chinese companies, at sila, mga Pinoy, hindi nakatanggap ng kontrata. And then, Mr. Chairman, to Sec Kanda, please. Ma'am, nandito pa po ba kayo?
Oh, I
Mr.
see.
Mr. Chair, very quickly, on the earlier point, with the permission of Senator Ontiveros.
Yes,
Yes,
Senator Rico.
Mr.
With the
Chairman.
permission of Senator Risa. Yes, Senator
Mr.
Rico.
Yes, on the point of the standards, the third-party technical inspection, Mr. Lau, you mentioned this earlier. Nagkaroon ba ng ganong klaseng proseso para mabusisi yung mga quality nung mga face mask na galing dito sa mga construction company?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. When they deliver, we submit it together with DOH to have it for inspection, and they will have to.
Who inspects?
We have an inspection team sa.
What are their names? Who were the ones who inspected? Can we have their names? Because we want to get
provided by PSDBM, and we also have a team from DOH. I think they also have a list, and there are also testing facilities that kasi yung minsan na di-deliver nila pero hindi nagagamit ng DOH kasi wala pang result sa testing. Or
if we can get, Mr. Chair, may we request the DBMPS as well as the DOH to submit all the names of all those involved in the technical inspection of the items that were purchased without by these companies that obviously did not have any background in medical facilities or equipment or PPEs. For the record, Mr. President. And thank you to Senator Ontiveros for
Yes, so ordered. The Director General has taken notice. Have you taken notice, Director General Kimbo, of the request of Senator Pangilinan?
Yes, Your Honor. We list
Thank
down
you.
all the requests, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, a question please to Acting DBM Sec Kanda, if she is here.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes po. Ayaw po kasing sagutin specifically ni former USEC Lau kanina. Pero a quick question, just for the record po, para lang malaman ng aming komite, sino po ba nag-endorse ng Pharmally?
I have no idea, ma'am, who endorsed it. I really was not involved in any of the transactions of procurement service. I was in another branch of DBM.
Kung gayon, ma'am, dahil tayo na rin nag-uusap at para mabilis ako, bago ko itanong yung isang huling tanong kay former USEC Lau. Moving forward, ma'am, paano ba natin mai-improve yung bakit parang ang hirap gawin na due diligence na yan sa procurement? It's an essential requirement. So, may balak ba ang DBM? Paano talaga tuparin at gawin ng mahusay ang due diligence sa procurement, lalo na sa PSDBM?
Meron naman ho, malinaw naman ho yung rules. I think ang problema dyan is if you don't follow the rules.
Of course.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Chairman.
Senator
Salamat.
Risa, may I just
Yes, Mr.
intervene
Chairman.
very quickly?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
We know that PSDBM is an attached agency ng DBM. So ano yung working relationship ba between DBM proper and the PSDBM? How much control do you exercise over that entity?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, the procurement service executive director has a rank of undersecretary, and they attend our EXECO meetings. In fact, they report. As to the closeness, some of the procurement service executive directors usually reported to the secretary twice a month or even weekly. I am not sure about Yusek Lau at the time. I was not in the office most of the time last year, no, because of the pandemic and some health issues. So I am not aware. I would assume that he reported because there were instances where he reported during the EXECOM. As to the control, I really do not have any idea, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Senator, whether Yusek Lau, the powers of Yusek Lau vis-a-vis the DBM secretary.
If I may.
May oversight? May oversight ba? Wala?
Dapat ho, I think si Secretary Avisado, former Secretary Avisado is over there. I saw him. At last, sir, nakita ko kayo. I think he's in a better position to answer that.
Secretary Wendell, can you?
I was just going to say, Senator Lacson, that in fact in LOI 755 of 1978, it's very clear cut that it's merely an attached agency with its own operations, and the DBM as well as the secretary never signs any documents or contracts, but merely has administrative supervision. Control is out of the question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Ami.
Mr. Chairman, dahil nandito
Secretary
na
Avisado,
yes,
yung sinabi ni Senator Amy.
Your Honor, sorry for interrupting, but before former Secretary Wendell Avisado testifies, may I please administer the oath to him because he is a first-timer.
Yes, please, Director General Kimbo.
Kindly raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, please proceed, Secretary Avisado.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, good evening. As already stated by the Honorable Senator Amy Marcos, under LOI 755, PSDBM is an attached agency only to DBM for purposes of administrative supervision. In other words, we do not interfere in the day-to-day operations of the PSDBM, especially in the bidding process and the award of who's going to be the winning bidder. And every so often when we have our executive committee meeting, they're invited together with the head of the technical service office of the GPPB if there are any thing that they want to report. Otherwise, we don't normally get reports from them because they really operate independently, and we do not also interfere in any of their activities unless they bring it up to us, and that therefore we will have the opportunity to assist them. Otherwise, it will be an interference on our part. But I agree that there's a need to improve the system, and you will note that it is operating mainly on the basis of an LOI dating back as early as 1978. So there's a need to really, if we are to pursue
the mission and functions of PSDBM, there ought to be a law that should really formally create that agency for that matter. And I so agree that there's a need to improve further the systems. And let alone the fact that if there are rules, you simply follow them, and therefore you will have less problems to attend to. Mr. Chair, Your Honors.
Thank you for the clarification, and I wish you well, Secretary Wendell. Godspeed.
I hope you're all well.
Thank you.
Senator Lacson, on that note, may I pose some questions to either former USEC Lao or or present OIC Uayan
Mr. Chair,
regarding the DBMPS?
Mr. Chair, just for the record, I'm prepared to wait, but I still have a few more questions, Mr.
All right,
Chair.
Chair takes note of your observation, but I think you want to give way to Ms. Marcos.
Well, actually, I was still asking questions, but I gladly welcome her interjection in one of my questions.
Senator Tiveros to finish.
Without your permission, I assume as acting chair.
It's all right. I had liquidity problems.
So,
Go ahead.
will we go ahead now, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Chairman?
go ahead, Senator Tiveros. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before Sec Wendell leaves, Sec, kayo po, para lang sa kaalaman ng komite, no? Just for the record, who endorsed formally?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I really don't know because I have no participation whatsoever in the operations of PSDBM.
All right. Mukhang, Mr. Chairman, this is one of the mysteries. I don't know why it's such a mystery. It bagged the biggest contracts, pero hanggang ngayon hindi natin makumpleto yung kwento sino ba ang nag-endorse ng formally na yan sa ating DBM. Just a last couple of questions quick questions to OIC Sec Kanda, Mr. Chairman. Dahil nabanggit nyo kanina, ma'am, yung PSDBM, yung EXECOM, and the DBM OSEC. Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Chairman, yes, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. If the DBM OSEC uses the formalized process flows of the PSDBM, can one determine kung yung PSDBM, in fact, ay striktong sinunod yung sarili nilang guidelines when it produced and published price monitoring reports for PPEs? Hindi rin masagot kasi ni former USEC Lao ito kanina ma'am.
Baka po si former Secretary Wendell makakasagot niyan,
Sure,
because I am
Sige,
not
Mr.
really
Chairman.
aware. As he mentioned, talagang parang autonomous yan ang PS. But
At least, salamat ma'am. At least, Mr. Chairman, mas refreshing ito. Di katulad kanina na parang palayo ng palayo sa secretary pababa. Ito pataas sa dating secretary. So yes, Mr. Chairman, if I may pose that question to former Sec Wendell. Can you determine if the PSDBM did in fact strictly follow its own guidelines when it produced and published price monitoring reports for PPEs, for example?
How I wish I could answer that really, Your Honor, because we really don't even know whether there was a price monitoring report, and in other words, the entire gamut of bidding process and procurement process is something that's really left to PSDBM, and that therefore we were so engrossed and at the DBM proper, just for our work insofar as the budget preparation and execution is concerned, given that there are so many other things that we need to attend to at the DBM proper. Otherwise, so far as PSDBM, we have really no intervention at all, ma'am.
Which further seems to make the case, Mr. Chairman, yung sinabi ni former Sec Wendell kanina, that there has to be, if not a law, but tighter, stricter rules. Kasi sa isang department na tungkol sa pera ng gobyerno, pera ng bayan, hindi pwedeng may free agent dyan na i-hijack ang isang PSDBM, whether coming from inside PSDBM and or coming from outside, na gagamitin ito in the worst possible potential way. Very last po for former Sec Wendell, did the Secretary or any members of the DBM Execom rely on published PPE price monitoring reports? When naalala ko po nung panahong iyon, former Sec Wendell, pati kayo po at baka ibang miyembro ng Execom ay nagtatanong tungkol sa napakatataas na presyo ng PPEs na nase-secure via negotiated procurement.
Yusek Tina.
Okay lang.
Sir,
Naitanong ko lang kay
Mr. Chair,
Amanda kanina.
lang to, bugsunin dahil sa amo. Sorry.
We
Hindi na to
always
sa inyo
operate
eh.
as a team at the DBM proper eh. That's
All
why
right.
we want to know as much as we can, but insofar as GPPB and PSDBM are concerned, when there are matters they want to bring up to us and discuss, then they bring it up to us. Otherwise, we just stick to the agenda for the executive committee meeting. And more than anything else, it really pertains to budget execution, ma'am. Because
Sige po, former Sec Wendell, hindi ko nababalikan si Ma'am Kanda tungkol dito. Aasahan ko na lang na under the leadership of our chair, lalabas na lang po sa committee report namin yung aming rekomendasyon tungkol dyan. Very last question from me, Mr. Chairman, kay former Yusek Lau. Mr. Lau, Attorney Lau.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, Attorney Lau. Huling tanong ko na lang po para po sa inyo. Alam ko those times were challenging. They're still sobrang challenging. Pero, sa gitna nitong lahat ng mga tanong na, diba, pandemic, ito yung worst time na gumawa ng pera. I mean, kung may gumawa ng pera sa gitna ng pandemya, hindi lang yan krimen, titignan ng tao na kasalanan yan. So, I know that those times were challenging, but how do you reassure or how do you try to reassure the public na hindi pinagkakitaan ang lahat ng ito?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we did the best that we could to make sure that we can deliver it at the most affordable price during the time. In fact, if we base it compared to previous procurement, mura naman siya. Compared to present procurement, mahal siya. Kasi the present procurement we have now is a lot cheaper compared to what we procured last year. But previous to that, mura talaga din siya. So, mahirap kasi, ma'am, we had no experience in procurement. I had no experience in procurement. And there is no history to compare the scenario we were in previous histories, because it is the first time I think in my generation, I have never experienced a pandemic. And we were just reacting during the time on what we had. Our capability is limited. Our capacity is limited. Our personal skills are limited. Based on that, we acted on it. It's a judgment call. Either we can buy or we cannot buy. Either we get it now or we don't get it now. That's the only thing I have in my mind. If
All right.
the people think that we did wrong, then there's nothing we can do, because during the time, the only option we had was to make sure it should arrive on time and as much as possible to protect the people who need it the most. But now,
all right, Attorney Lau.
Yes.
All right, sir. Salamat. I'm just sorry to say, Mr. Chairman, that I beg to disagree with several points raised in that response. And the only thing I will express right now is that, well, kung walang karanasan o hindi fully qualified para sa post na iyon, bakit sa taong iyon ibinigay? No? Ganyang kaimportanteng PSDBM sa gitna pa ng pandemya. But thank you for attempting to respond to my last question. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chairman.
Bakit tinanggap kung hindi niya kaya? Ba't tinanggap kung hindi kaya?
Yun din po, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Senator Marcos.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And following up on that, yes, thank you very much. Following up on that, we already have an admission of gross negligence on the part of Yusek Lau. And I would like to inquire also on the part of the OIC, Uwanday. you're fully aware of the role of the PSDBM. It's very straightforward in the LOI 755. And it's very, very clear there that you should look for the most economical and efficient manner to purchase directly from reliable sources, observing optimum specifications. Hindi ba ninyo nabasa yun? Pareho naman kayong abogadong magagaling, professor pa man din.
Mr. Chairman, yes, that is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Just to be sure.
Yes, and you feel that this disregard of the basic pre-qualification requirements, the basic rules of awards and bids, even if it's a negotiated contract, do you think that was you think that was consistent to the mandate that was given to you?
Mr. Chairman, we always follow the rules established under the procurement law. So the rules would depend
That
on
doesn't seem
which.
to be the case. The rules are very, very copious. Even with negotiated bidding, there are minimum standards, and you have to come up with some kind of registration, some kind of single largest completed contract. We know those SLCCs, my FDA, and dami yan eh.
Mr. Chairman, for negotiated procurement, the SLCC requirement is not actually needed. However, with respect to the FDA registration, it is needed since it is a requirement under the terms of reference as submitted by by the DOH for that matter.
Yes, there are some that you don't even have the permit to operate, and the FDA approval only came through in late 2021, although your contracts were awarded in 2020. Be that as it may, let us just go back to the role of your office. I am quite surprised, given that this was only an LOI, with my father's typically Ilocano intention to economize in buying paper and other common supplies used across the government. Yun lang naman ang purpose nun eh, napakasimple eh. Tapos, kung paano naging malaking-malaki ito. Sa totoo lang, noong 2015, 2016, nung bago pa lang ito, ang budget po ninyo, 312 million lang. Ngayon, lumobo na yata sa 1.5 billion when in fact your office was intended to be self-liquidating because you undertake bids and contracts. Isn't that the case?
Madam Chair, Mr.
Sa
Chairman, can you
madaling sabi, mas malaki na yung budget ninyo kaysa sa budget ng entire department ng DBM. Ang DBM wala pang 1 billion, kayo 1.5 billion. Lumobo na ng todo-todo from 300 million.
That would be correct, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, why did this happen?
Allow me to explain, Mr. Chairman. PSDBM.
Pero tama po yun, di ba? Pati yung mga tauhan ninyo. Kung wala pang 900 yung empleyado ng enterong DBM, yung DBM PS, napakarami po ninyo kasi may bodegero kayo, may local government bodega kayo, may regional bodega kayo. Ang laki-laki na talaga ngayon.
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
Can you explain why? Why is it so large now?
Okay, Mr. Chairman, the reason is like this. PSDBM generates income from the sale of common use supplies and equipment. For that, we charge a service fee. For every item that we procure, classified as CSE, when we send it to any end user agency, we charge there a service fee.
That's precisely the point. That's why you were intended to be self-liquidating, instead of which you are now enjoying a budget of almost 1.5 billion. Because you're charging a service fee. Bakit pa namin kayo binibigyan ng pondo na pagkalaki-laki, kung tutuusin, mas malaki pa sa department ng budget eh.
Mr. Chairman, the other source of income for PSDBM is the service fee when we act as a procuring agent to any other government agency that would require us, that would engage us as a procuring agent for any of their project. That's
Kaya
what we
nga.
classify as NCSE.
That's correct. Yes, we understand that, OIC, Uayan. However, you clearly have another source of income, which are the immense deposits that you have. Kasi by admission, meron po kayo 16.8 billion funds from different agencies that are in your account. Isn't that the case?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, those are classified as
Ito, di ba? Nandyan yung Department of Education, 2 billion. PNP, 2 billion. 1.3, yung Bureau of Customs. Ang dami yung pera, mas malaki pa sa pinag-iinitan namin noon, yung PTIC. Small time pala yung PTIC, 11 billion lang. Kayo, almost 17.
Mr. Chairman, those are interagency transferred funds that occurred prior to 2020. As to how they were transferred, I do not know. As far as we are concerned, that's what the current figure of interagency transferred funds are with PS right now. And we are in fact working with our COA.
Yes, how long have you been, Attorney Uwayan, in the PSDBM?
Since June 29 of 2020, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, because in fact, quite a few of these funds are fairly recent. On the other hand, surely when you sat, you saw that there were so many funds, upwards of 6 billion that are considered dormant. I don't know how many years that is. Yung non-dormant for years. So napakadami niyan na naka-parking lang dyan. Tama po ba?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman. In fact, we are working with our resident COA insofar as the reversion of those classified as dormant funds. And while
balak ninyong gawin dyan?
it's a work in progress right now, Mr.
Yan
Chairman.
na nga. Pero what is your recommendation? Hindi ba kayo magsusoli ng pondo katulad ng PTIC?
It is our recommendation to revert those funds, Mr. Chairman.
Which
Or the
funds are
dormant.
you reverting? The dormant or non-dormant, 4 years or less than 4 years? What are the grounds for reverting? So that we can monitor them and evaluate the performance as you declared here.
That would be 2017 and prior years funding source, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, it's a very large sum, and we're all looking for money now to pay our health workers, our hospitals, and we're quite mystified by these enormous amounts that are being bandied about as if they were tiny little sums, and it's quite shocking. So, may I know, on a more personal note, OIC Uwayan, when did you join government?
Government, I joined way back in 2007 or 8 as an inspector for the City Engineer's Office of Davao.
I see. When did you join the DBMPS? You said 2020?
Yes, June 29 of 2020.
You came following the exodus of Yusek Lau, Yusek or admin head for finance, Christine Suntay, as well as attorney Warren Leung. Is that correct?
That is not correct, Mr. Chairman.
What do you mean that is not correct? They were there previously. They are no longer there now.
Yes, they are, insofar as Attorney Lau is concerned, he left last June.
Okay.
And for 2020, I was working already at PSDBM. So
no, but I'm asking you about these other people who were known to be working with Yusek Lau. Maybe Yusek Lau, since you're here, you can tell us about this mysterious exodus in June, together with other officers, such as the Christine Suntay and Attorney Warren Leung, both names that have been alluded to earlier.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Miss Christine Suntay applied
No, is she there? Is she not there anymore? Ba't kayo nag-alisan?
I have no idea, Madam Chairman. I left, I think, as early as June. I do not have any knowledge whether they left the office. However, Attorney Warren Leong left the PSTPM earlier than me. A lot of employees before my term and after my term are constantly leaving the office because it's a contractual office. Everybody is contractual, and most of them get better jobs with other agencies, which has a plantilla nature of employment,
I see.
which give them security of tenure.
So labas-pasok ang tao talaga sa DBMPS.
Yes, that's the
Napakarami ninyo na plantilla na mas marami kayo sa department, ngunit labas-pasok kayo. Tama ba yun? Kasi pati kayo nag-apply bilang Deputy Ombudsman. Isn't that right?
Yes, Madam Chair. Kami lahat dyan sa PSDBM are contractual. I was just, yung circumstance ko lang is different because I am undersecretary. Then I was designated only as OIC during the time, which usually dapat ang ma-appoint is executive director. But the executive...
Yeah, di ba medyo nag-object, medyo controversial that you had two posts at the same time? Nag-object ang WEA dyan, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That was the situation.
Medyo irregular yun, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, because
bakit dalawang position yung nahawakan mo in spite of their objection? Malakas po ba talaga kayo?
Hindi po. It was the Secretary of DBM who designated me as OIC because there was
Is that Secretary Wendell? Because he's here.
Yes, because of the vacuum only, Madam Chairman. I was only informed that I was designated as OIC I think January. In fact, may gap yun kasi we were still expecting that it was ED May Cuevas who would still be sitting because she was the executive director on 2019. However, I'm not sure if lumabas yung decision against her by the Civil Service Commission that she is not qualified for lack of master's.
Napakagulo pala ng opisina to. Labas-pasok yung tao, puro contractual, ang laki-laki ng budget, nasa 1.5 billion, ang laki-laki ng pera na hawak ninyo, ang dai-dain yung opisina all over the regions, and yet yung mga tao, labas-pasok at mukhang malabo na yung accountability. May mga gaps, may mga kulang-kulang, may mga hindi alam, turuan ng turuan. Paano po ba yun?
Yeah, that is also the question. Actually, going late last year, going towards December, that was the issue being raised already because whether I shall be retained as OIC or not.
But Yusek Lau, under you, the office became 5 times its size in budget and number of employees.
I think the number of employees remained the
5
same.
yung budget. Nung time ni President Aquino, nasa 300 million. Umaapak na kayo ng 1.5 billion ngayon. Ang tindi naman sa labas-pasok.
When I cannot answer that, Madam Chairman, Mr. Chairman, because when
Maybe Senator Kiko, I think I saw you, sorry.
Yes, with your permission, Senator Marcos, and with the permission of the chair, just a quick question kay Mr. Lau.
Go ahead, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Lau, who endorsed you to become DBMPS OIC?
I cannot answer that. I think the secretary was the one who just designated me as OIC because I was previously designated as DLO.
I work in the executive department. I know exactly who asked me to consider becoming food security secretary. Kinausap muna ako. Diba? Alam nga namang walang kumausap sa'yo, bigla ka na lang tinawagan at upo ka dyan. Ganun ba nangyari ron? You cannot answer who endorsed you to become OIC DBMPS?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that's what happened. Kasi po, even ED May Cuevas had a concern during the time. Kasi when she was not renewed because of the legal issue.
So okay. You are bringing me to another topic. I'm just asking you a basic question about who endorsed you, and you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I wasn't endorsed. I was designated.
Who approached you and asked you to become OIC of the DBMPS? Who approached you?
The secretary called me up and said, "Oh, may problema dun kay Idi May Cuevas because of the legal issue with the civil service. You will be designated OIC." So,
Okay.
sir,
So it was Secretary Abisado who called you.
in fact, yun ang problem. We had a problem when I assumed there was 5 days, I think, of gap. So people had no salaries, people had no contract because there was no authority during that.
Okay, so it was. So do you confirm that Secretary Wendell that you asked Christopher Lao to become OIC?
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, yes, because at that time we need to have one designated because precisely of the disapproval of the previous appointment of then Executive Director May Cuevas. And so I designated him since PS is under my administrative supervision. And then, the next things that happened is that nagkaroon na tayo ng pandemic. And then,
What was his previous position, Secretary?
He was Undersecretary of DBM proper, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
So you also took him in as Undersecretary?
No, I think he was appointed ahead of me.
Okay, so thank you for the clarification. So who asked you to become Undersecretary of DBM prior to Secretary Abisado? Who asked you to become Undersecretary of Department of Budget and Management, Mr. Lau?
It was already asked last session. I applied for FDA. I was refused. I was.
Just answer the question. Somebody approached you.
No,
Christopher, gusto mo bang umupo bilang Undersecretary? Pwede ka bang sino nagsabi sa inyo nun? Asked you to become DBM Undersecretary.
Yun nga, Mr. Chairman, I applied for FDA. I was rejected. Then the people handling my papers said, "Sir, there are other."
Who are the people handling your papers?
Got staff in presidential management staff, Mr. Chairman. So they always assess the documents and say, "Sir, there are vacancies here. Saan mo gusto mag-apply?" So I said, "Ano bang vacant?" One of the vacancies as DBM Undersecretary. I applied, and we will wait if the president will approve for it. And the president approved it kasi nga may vacancy.
So you'd like us to believe that there was an Undersecretary position and the staff of PMS just asked you to apply. Just rank and file, di ba?
I applied for FDA po initially.
Yes, FDA. Okay, but you were not allowed, or somebody who rejected your FDA application?
There are staffs in the PMS who make technical evaluation.
So only rank and file staff are the ones who are deciding who a DBM Undersecretary should be processed and submitted to the office of the president. Ganun ba yun?
No, Mr. Chairman. We make a lot of everyday kasi marami nag-a-apply dyan.
No, you're not answering my question eh. Simple lang yung tanong ko. So you're telling this committee that you became Undersecretary of Budget and Management because the staff in the PMS said you're not going to be FDA appointee. You cannot be appointed in the FDA. So we will just submit your name to the office of the president as USEC for Budget and Management, because you are not mentioning any names. You're just saying the staff of PMS. So that's the system.
Yes, kahit saan po, lahat po papadala po dyan.
You're under oath, Mr. Lau.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Lahat po until now, ganun po ang ginagawa. Nag-a-apply tayo lahat.
So hindi kailangan na logistics o supply expert ka. Kaya yun na rin ang dahilan kung bakit hindi ka tumitingin ng GIS, wala kang pakialam doon sa electronic bidding. Ganun ba yun? Is that the reason? Because you're entirely unqualified?
Hindi naman po, Madam Chairman. Hindi naman po. But as to how I applied, that's kasi marami pong ina-applyan ang trabaho. Tapos, minsan hindi ka nagagrant. Minsan, pag list of the short list,
Eh,
kasali.
pero syempre qualified ka naman, ano?
Excuse
Tapos
me,
i-recommend ka, tapos may mag-e-endorse
Senator
sa'yo.
Amy, excuse me,
Yes,
may the
yes,
chair, with your permission, I'd like to,
ako chairman.
uh,
Sorry.
I'd just like to ask because baka mawala eh. Uh, Mr. Lau, are you trying to tell us na ganyan ang pamaraan ng gobyerno natin na mag-a-apply ang tao sa undersecretary ng isang napakalaking organization na DBM, magiging undersecretary ka, nag-apply ka lang, tapos kinuha ka na at dahil ikaw dati sa PMS sinabi, merong bakante dito. Ganun ba yan? Alam ko pag dito may bakante janitor, baka pwede ka, may bakante driver dito, pero pag USEC, di ba there must be some measure of analysis and circumspection para bago ka ma-appoint?
Yes.
Senator, Secretary Besado, nag-apply ka ba sa Secretary of DBM?
Hindi po.
Hindi nga. You're trying to make us look like fools here. You think we're fools? Maniniwala kami na mag-a-apply ka, walk-in ka, tapos ayaw mo doon sa FDA dahil wala kang... At saka na-apply mo, puro mga matitinik na mga agency.
Mr. Chairman,
You were very confident that you were so well connected, I suppose.
Mr. Chairman,
Isn't that so?
That is not accurate, Mr. Chairman.
What is accurate then?
I am not.
I would like to say this. The chair observes that the witness has been very evasive in answering questions. And that is an observation I'm now making. Now, please reverse that observation.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, initially, when I applied, yung sa housing po, yan ang unang in-apply.
I'm asking about DBM.
Yeah,
USEC.
Chairman, when I applied because
PMS.
nag-transition kasi doon sa
Tapos
housing.
naging HLURB.
Kasi po,
Tapos naging DBMPS.
nag-apply ako from PMS. Nung nagkaroon ng vacancy,
Si Senator Drilon po?
I'm one of the shortlisted. So I was appointed, chosen. Kasi pipilian yan, di ba, yung sino ang nag-apply.
Just a moment, Senator Dillon.
Wala.
This is really... are you truly in your lucid interval right now that you make us believe that we are not in our lucid interval? Senator Dillon, go ahead.
No, Mr.
Yes. Now that HLURB has been mentioned, Attorney Lau, you were in the HLURB before, if I recall correctly. Yes. Now, are you aware that there was a case filed against you in the in this PACC, Anti-Corruption Commission?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And that case involves extortion and naming you as the head of that extortion unit?
I am not aware about that extortion unit.
You are not aware. I have here what appears to be a pertinent page of the PACC memo dated August 16, 2019, wherein, let me quote it, in fairness to you, it says, this is a confidential information about an ongoing extortion racket being perpetuated by the Housing and Land Regulatory Board, HLURB, victimizing private housing developers engaged in socialized and low-cost mass housing projects. This extortion process started last year when the CEO of HLURB, Lloyd Christopher Lau, issued Memorandum Circular Number 9 on May 2, 2018, making the approval of the license to sell for housing projects extremely tedious and difficult to obtain. Classic, because according to this finding, whereas the license to sell was issued before by the regional offices, you issued a memorandum circular which centralized the issuance of the license to sell. So anong nangyari? Nagkaroon ng traffic jam na puno. Ngayon, according to this, nagkaroon ng express lane. And there were two major developers, according to this report of the PACC, two major developers with projects nationwide. The contribution amounted to 300 million each, or a total of 600 million. From reliable source, the money is required to be deposited in advance in escrow with the bank, with the timing of release of the contractor is believed to be in advance of the actual completion of the project, or will involve a substantial down payment to the to the contractor. So first, you confirmed that there was a case filed against you in the PACC. Is this the case that was filed against you?
Not the case, Mr. Chairman. I'm not aware of that.
I'm sorry?
I'm not aware of that. That is not the case, Mr. Chairman.
No, but what was the case filed against you?
I think it was a decision.
Sorry?
Decision against a homeowner against a developer, Mr. Chairman.
No.
Or between us, between homeowners association, a homeowner against a homeowners association, Mr. Chairman.
Admittedly, we have no access to the PACC records. That's why I'm asking you. You are denying this under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I am not aware of that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. You are not aware, but are you aware of the issuance of Memorandum Circular number 9 on May 2, 2018, which
Yes.
centralized the issuance of license to sell?
Not the centralization of the issuance of the license to sell.
Sorry, can you speak louder, please?
It's not the issue. It's not
Do
the
you confirm
centralization.
that?
It's not the centralization of the issuance of license to sell, Mr. Chairman. The memorandum is being issued. The escrow account that that was passed is basically since there was an implementation on the new law, the RA 7279, I think, a new law that has been implemented, implementing the socialized housing compliance, including the condominium corporations, which they have an issue because most of the developers do not have a socialized housing compliance. And yet, they cannot submit socialized housing compliance. They cannot develop their usual business. So if you do
So
not,
the result of this memorandum order that you issued is that all the licenses to sell would have to emanate from your office.
no, Mr. Chairman, that memorandum grants leeway to the developers to submit an escrow deposit as advance proof that they will have compliance in the future, pending the actual implementation of compliance. Because based on history, we have uncovered that there are developers who develop projects without complying socialized housing project. And when we investigated, most of the license to sell of the socialized housing that they presented were actually NHA projects. So considering that, it means that they continue doing business without complying with RA 7279. However, it will take much time for them to comply with RA 7279 as a prerequisite before they can do subdivision projects. We ask them to just show proof that they will allocate money for compliance by depositing an escrow. But that escrow, Mr. Chairman, is fully signed by the developer and under their name, and it can only be withdrawn by the developer themselves when they can already present that they have subsequently complied with RA 7279 by having this socialized housing project. And most of the time, they do that by having negotiations with the local government units wherein they are intending to put socialized housing. So pag meron silang project, doon na sila naglalagay. And now, when they have that project already as verified by the LGU, they can now cancel that escrow. Hindi po yan pera ng government, hindi po yan pera namin, pera lang po yan ng developer. And it is under their own account.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
My
So you seem to be, yeah. Now, you are not aware of this case being filed against you in the PACC.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Now, would you care to inquire from the PACC if in fact this case is pending? Because I am reading from what appears to be a finding of the PACC. That's why I may be wrong. I do not know whether in fact this is true, but it may be good for you to clear your name.
Yes.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Actually, I have just been recently apprised of that.
Yes. So if you can inquire from and then give us a give the
Chairman, thank you for
the committee a report, because this goes into your fitness for the position to hold this or to have been appointed as head of the PS DBM, given that this case was filed against you, which involves questions of integrity. So that's why I was not certain, but that's why I'm giving you a chance. If you can inquire from PACC if in fact this is true and how it was disposed of, and inform the committee, we would appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. That's all at this point, insofar as this is concerned, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you may continue, please.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to inquire if Secretary Wendell Avisado is still around, or perhaps we can call back OIC Uwayan. Is Secretary Wendell still around? And OIC Uwayan. Yes, okay,
Yes, Mr.
Secretary.
Chairman,
Thank you very much. A memo was apparently given to you, and an internal audit was launched by the DBM on the PS. The memo was addressed to the Secretary on the 3rd of May, 2021, wherein it indicates that the Secretary was sent to the internal audit supervising official the conduct of a comprehensive internal audit of PS with the following coverage, which is very, very comprehensive. All the COVID procurement under the two Bayanihan laws, both the 2019 and the 2020 budget, the COVID DOH procurements, as well as the regular non-COVID procurements. I am just curious because it was supposed to have been submitted by June 30. I think you had not yet resigned by then. Did you uncover any anomalies? But firstly, why did you in fact order such an investigation?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor. It is really part of the oversight function that I thought we should go into, and this was handled by Undersecretary Anthony Aguilar. And there was a report made, and it is a continuing effort on the part of the legal audit group, Your Honor. I don't have a copy right now of the initial report, but certainly the office can provide the committee with the result of the initial audit that was conducted, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Secretary Avisado. And my chairman, please, if we could see the internal audit report so we could understand better the workings of DBMPS from the perspective of the DBM Secretary.
Kindly produce the said document so that, as requested by Senator Marcos, so that it can be produced by the committee.
Yes, given the lateness of the hour, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will do it.
Thank you very much, Secretary Wendell.
Madam
Yes,
Senator, just very quickly.
Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, Secretary Wendell, did you go through the report yourself?
I went through it, but as I said, it is an ongoing effort.
Yes. Okay, so you went through it. Did you see? Would you care to just share with us your initial or what was your this initially? What did you see? The report, particularly on COVID. We will wait for the report, but can you at least give us a sense of what you found when you went through the report?
Initially, it's really on the system that is being followed, because what we thought was important precisely is for the system to be strictly complied with, following the requirements of the law. But I would not like to preempt the contents of the report, Your Honor, but certainly the office can provide the committee with the initial result of the audit conducted, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Were you unhappy with what you found?
The office can provide.
Well, Mr. Secretary, I hope you don't mind because you resigned, and many are wondering why. Of course, you said publicly that you had a condition, and we respect that. But you can't help but wonder if that report and the findings may have something to do with your resignation as well. But anyway, I respect your public statement and your desire for privacy, perhaps. But yes. Were you at least concerned about what you read?
Well, for that matter, Your Honor, even at the department proper, we will always be concerned, and even at the PSDBN, because we thought that we are part of the government, and we need to really be circumspect and proper in the way we conduct our duties and functions, Your Honor, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We will wait for the report. Maraming salamat, Senator Marcos.
Mr. Chairman, a follow-up question. Oh, I'm sorry. With the indulgence
Go ahead, please.
The chair also would like to ask some questions, if you don't mind, but it's okay. You can go and ask questions. After which, Senator Lacson can continue.
Mr. Chairman,
yes, actually,
Kanta is raising her hand, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, please.
Excuse me, sir. Yes.
DBM officer in charge, Tina Kanda, is raising her hand, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry. Yes, Sweet Tina, Secretary Tina.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, the ES report, I went over the ES report, I think yesterday, and it actually, consistent with the Secretary Sueya's statement, it actually just contains an evaluation of the systems within PS. It's just how they operate from one division to the next, and that's the reason why I made the handwritten note on the sheet, the one that tracks it, the data tracking sheet. And I said that perhaps it can go deeper and look into, number one, the transactions that agencies have with PS, the cash that is parked with PS, the COVID-related transactions were not thoroughly discussed. And so I think I said, among others, if it is really part of the ES duties, then it must be taken up. If it is not, then that should be a COA special report. Because the EAS merely looks into efficiencies vis-a-vis the current procedures vis-a-vis what is the framework and the requirements, procedural as policy. That is all, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, point of information with the indulgence of Sen. Aimee.
Go ahead, Senator Lisa Ontiveros.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier, Mr. Chairman, the minority leader, Sen. Frank, graciously gave former Yusek Lau the chance to clarify about a PACC case, particularly a case on extortion. I'm sorry to have to say, but for the record, Mr. Chairman, I have information that former Yusek Lau was aware even of that PACC case regarding extortion. And the information I have, Mr. Chairman, is that in fact, DSUD Secretary Del Rosario required former Yusek Lau to reply. So he did, or he does know about it because his secretary then actually required him to reply. Just for the record, Mr. Chairman. Salamat po at salamat, Sen. Aimee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, may we ask for confirmation from Secretary Wendell whether in fact it is true that he directed former Undersecretary Lau to respond to that complaint lodged in the PACC?
Mr. Chairman, Sen. Frank, it was Secretary Del Rosario reportedly who asked.
I'm sorry.
Asked former Yusek Lau when in his previous incarnation in HLURB to respond.
Thank
to the
you very
case.
much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Sen. Frank.
Is he the Secretary del Rosario of the airport, Undersecretary del Rosario, or who is the Secretary del Rosario?
Mr. Chairman, that's Secretary Eduardo Del Rosario of the Department of Housing.
The housing.
Opo, na
Marawi. Right.
nakapaloob doon yung HLURB. Opo, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
yes. Thank you. Senator Amy?
Yes, I no longer have any questions, but I have a number of manifestations. Firstly, that it seems clear that the DBMPS, after 42 years of service, has outlived its usefulness, like the PITC, and should be abolished. I know full well the purposes for which they were created in the 1970s, but those purposes are no longer extant. And given their miserable record, they are meaningless and even dangerous surplusage. Furthermore, I believe that the National Procurement Law promotes a policy of capacity building for even the smallest units of government, and in fact encourages the small value procurement process. So I think these two should be abolished. They should return the funds that are so-called parked with them, and that finally they should also undergo a further COA audit. I would also like, Mr. Chairman, if possible, to appeal to the PhilHealth. I apologize, I was not able to manifest in the last hearing given my poor sound and other technical difficulties. To appeal to the PhilHealth to reconsider their position and temporarily suspend the recently issued circular 2021-0013 entitled The Temporary Suspension of Payment of Claims. Wag naman kasi 1-2 punch na yan para sa ating mga ospital. We want to avoid the nightmare scenario of not only the mass resignation of healthcare workers, but worse, the nationwide closure of the hospitals. So given that there's a huge difference between the 86 billion claim and the 4 billion that they're ready to pay, given that there are so many arguments about the 60% debit credit scheme, given that they haven't paid anyone in the Visayas and Mindanao, can we please suspend this suspension of payment of claims? Lastly, Mr. Chairman, if you would, may we...
Is the PhilHealth CEO still there?
I don't know. Tinatanong ko nga kanina parang wala na po.
Andiyan siya.
I'm sir. I'm around, sir.
See? Nakikita ko siya kahit hindi siya napapakita sa TV.
Okay.
Nakikita ko siya.
Is that possible to suspend the suspension muna in the meantime that you're under discussion? Even Secretary Duque agrees that there's a great deal to be discussed.
Are you talking about the suspension of payments?
Yeah, yung circular po nila na nag-suspend sila ng payment. Wag naman.
Precisely because they claim that maraming fraudulent claims na nilahat nila. Siguro ang proper question siguro dyan is bakit hindi na lang yung talagang inaakala nyong fraudulent ang huwag nyo munang bayaran pero iba bayaran nyo. Pwede ba yun?
Huwag lahatin.
Huwag lahatin. Mr. Giran?
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
With respect to the question of Madam Senator Amy, the TSPC, otherwise known as the Temporary Suspension of Payment of Claims, is basically an anti-fraud mission. It is intended to stop the payment on claims,
Yes, Chairman, we understand that, and it's based on a circular from 2016. We already were told that. Kaya lang, for the meantime, hindi ba pwede, tuloy-tuloy lang yung mga undisputed claims. Kawawa naman, at least tuloy-tuloy rin naman ng ating mga ospital.
Mr. Chair, may usapan na po doon galing sa House of Representatives na ang request nila po sa amin na either review or suspend the TSPC. And we have already the talks with our EXICOM, and we will consider the the pleadings of the House of Representatives under the committee of Congressman Helen Tan, and of course the importunings of no less than Senator Amy Marcos to suspend the temporary suspension of payment of claims. Well, why not? We will do it, Madam Chair, and then rather, Mr. Chairman, we will do it. We will
Yes,
do
for the
some.
assurance, for the assurance and the continued operation of our hospitals, please. We're threatening to close because they're unable to function. Can we please consider just withdrawing the circular first? In the meantime, parang kailangan na clean hands, kailangan na no arms bago mag-negotiate. Pwede bang ganon?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will do it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I hope that's a guarantee that we no longer have a gun to our heads. Or at least the hospitals
Ako at
don't.
the very least, Mr. Giran, kung talaga may questions sa fraudulent claim, yun lang fraudulent claim. Huwag niyo naman i-zero lahat yung mga claims nila. Talagang magbabayad pa ng kuryente, magbabayad pa ng mga nurses yan, magbabayad ng mga doktor, mga kung ano-ano. At marami rin nagpapagamot ngayon, hindi nakakabayad. At nakaparado doon sa emergency ward. So, yun lang mga fraudulent claims. Yung muna unahin nyo para magkaroon kayo ng sample ng fraudulent claim. Hindi lahat. Hindi lahat yun talagang masisira ang system. Pwede naman siguro yan, no? Mr. Giran.
Mr. Chairman, pwede po. At saka gusto ko lang sabihin na actually, itong TSPC, ito pinag-usapan na natin na isuspend. Mas ano ito mas democratic ito because much more of the due process is being observed. Kasi ang pwede lang mag-issue ng order ay ang Office of the President of PhilHealth lang. Noong una kahit sa RBPs lang, regional offices. So, wala problema po. If that is
Hindi naman inalis. Pwede pa rin yung president ang gagawa. Pero at least, yun lang may fraudulent claim na sasabihin nyo, explain this. If you don't explain it within so much time, then we are forced to not accept your claim or you can appeal, etc. etc. Maraming ang doktor dyan, nagpo-fraudulent claim, sinuspindi nyo pa nabawasan tuloy yung doktor natin. Dapat iniimbestigan nyo mabuti ang mga doktor. Ang daming doktor nagko-complain sa akin na fraudulent claim sila. Kung mali, mali. Kung tama, tama. Pero huwag natin lahatin. Okay? Narinig na kita pumayag, so hindi na kita pipilitin. Baka matras ka na naman.
Kaya nga, baka magbago pa isip, magpasalamat na lang po tayo.
Okay na.
Follow-up question, Mr. Chairman, with the indulgence of Sen. Aimee.
Yes, please.
Senator Antiveros, I know that you have a lot of questions. I gave you a lot of time. Senator Lacson also would like to ask some questions.
All right,
I just have a final request, Mr. Chairman, please. Kung pwedeng tawagin lang or at least get the listahan mula sa ating Philippine International Trading Company, yung mahiwagang PITC, kasali rin pala sa procurement ng DOH, matutuwa naman si Tito Frank, si Senator Drilon po. Yung PITC, hindi naman uma-appear dito. Dapat ipaliwanag rin nila kasi ratsyada rin sila sa iba't ibang procurement. Ang bilang ko, which I believe is incomplete, is upwards of 300 million and many of the same funny-looking companies are involved. Thank you po. That's it.
So you're saying we should investigate them already because there's a pending investigation, if I'm not mistaken. Nag-usap na kami ni
Let's ask them what they're doing by way of procurement for DOH. Kasi
parking the funds there and they're getting the interest and they're able to pay bonuses to their employees. Go ahead.
Magkapatid po yung PITC at saka PSDBM. Magkapatid po sila.
Talaga?
Kaya
Sino
nga.
tatay, Frank? Sino tatay, Senator Dillon?
Ang tatay, ang PSDBM kasi mas maraming pera, 17 billion.
Okay, let's proceed
Siya
because
pala yung
I also want to ask questions. Senator Lacson is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just one question that I'd like to address to Attorney Lau or Secretary Abisado, is still around.
If, sure, still is. Yeah,
if PSDBM is an attached agency, independent the DBM, the department proper, and the DBM secretary even has no control over PSDBM, to whom was he reporting?
Very good question. Mr. Abisado? Wendell? Secretary Wendell?
Yes,
Yes, go
thank
ahead.
you, Mr. Chairman.
I always call you secretary even if you're no longer secretary out of deep respect for our friendship. Sige, Secretary Wendell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Your Honor. Actually, it will only depend on whether the head of the PSDBN will come up with a report to the Office of the Secretary, because we really don't interfere in the operations of PSDBN. And
So,
that's,
There is
that's
there
the
are
truth of
sacred
the
ground.
matter.
Go ahead.
So parang constitutional body, COA, chairman, or ombudsman, or kasi walang pinag-reportan?
Or
Kasi ano hanggang administrative lang po ang ano ko ang jurisdiction sa kanila.
Yeah. May I ask, Attorney Lau, to whom were you reporting when you were OIC of PSDBM?
Mr. Lau, please answer. Mr. Lau? Hello?
Hindi ko lang masagot kasi pag
Mr. Lau, if you cannot answer, sabihin mo. Ayan, Lloyd Lau. Go ahead.
okay. I apologize. Sir. I was not. I went to the toilet.
Okay.
You mean you... Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, simple question. Kanino kayo report? Kasi wala namang control ang DBM secretary sa inyo.
We just make updates to the Office of the Secretary of the DBM, Mr. Chairman. That's the only thing we do. I'm not sure if we were able to make a timely report during the time because when I entered into office sa PSDBM, meron pa kaming mga backlog ng 2019 na inaayos din namin and nag-overlap yung 2020 ng mga concerns. So, yun po ang nangyari. But under the rules, we usually make update reports only to the Office of the Secretary.
Senator Lacson?
Yeah, kasi administrative control. So, kanino ka answerable? You're the 4-star general of a small army.
The Secretary of DBM has the power to reappoint and to fire and to hire.
Yeah, administrative. I mean yung day-to-day. Yung operational aspect.
I am the head of office in that of the PSDBN, Mr. Chairman.
Are you trying to tell me it's the Secretary of the Budget that appointed you or the President?
The Secretary of Budget, the PSDBM, it is the Secretary who appoints the Executive Director. I am an Undersecretary. I was appointed by the President in DBM.
So what are you now? What are you? Who is talking to us? It's the schizophrenic personality. Will you please, the real Lloyd Lau come out as in charge of this DBM PS?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's what I'm explaining.
Sorry, I am straight to you. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
During that time, I was designated as OIC simply because there was a legal issue that happened early January because the sitting executive director had an adverse decision from the Civil Service Commission because of her lack of qualification of master's degree as executive director. And because of that, there was a vacuum in the office and I was called upon to take the OIC position only. Pending, I am not sure if the secretary intends to appoint somebody or the secretary. Kaya I was just designated there. But I did not have authority. I did not have other functions except to run it. I was, that's basically it, Mr. Chairman. But regularly, dapat ang appointment is by executive director. Appointment by the secretary, which is a period of 6 months or 1 year maximum. So yung OIC ko, it was just because there was a sudden vacuum of the executive director by reason of the Civil Service Commission decision.
So when you, Mr. Chairman, just very quickly. So when you resigned last June, you resigned as what?
I resigned as Undersecretary to the President.
An
but
OIC.
I tendered my
Same as
resignation.
OIC, concurrent OIC.
Tendered my resignation as OIC. I did not tender my resignation as OIC of PSDBM. There was a designation by the Secretary of a new OIC when I filed my leave of absence. So I filed my leave of absence, I was relieved as executive director. I was relieved of my function as executive director. So an OIC, a new OIC was designated. But I still retain my position as undersecretary, but on leave, and I tendered my resignation when I filed my leave during the time to the President. So, kasi you can still keep your undersecretary position, but kailangan tumakbo yung office, so nag-designate si Secretary ng OIC sa PSDBM. So when I resigned as undersecretary, I was no longer acting as PSDBM executive director. Mr. Chair.
So how long did you serve as a PSDBM OIC?
Roughly around 1 year, 4 months, Mr. Chairman.
1 year, 4 months. So, and how many billions did you disburse?
42.
I cannot make an accurate statement on that, Mr. Chairman. Kasi
42 billion from DOH, but what about the other departments?
Yeah, that's why I cannot make a specific
So
statement.
you were handling hundreds of billions, possible.
I don't think it will reach hundreds of billions, but roughly around, because there was also the OTR projects that were undertaken by PSDBM, but I just made the communications because it was already awarded during the time when I took office. Kasi yun nga, pag-overlap, pag-upo namin, maraming mga, like the paperworks of the FISCO, the sports.
May I please, Secretary Wendell? Did you relieve him? You relieved Lloyd Lau of his position as executive director?
OIC.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, when he went on leave, I have to appoint an OIC until he resigned.
No, my question is, did you relieve him?
I did not relieve him.
Oh, so he's still appointed, he's still the executive director then?
Well, when he resigned as Undersecretary of DBM, naturally he has to leave as well his position as OIC Executive Director of PSDBM.
Let me understand this, sir. He resigned USEC, and therefore his position as executive director was no longer tenable. Bakit? Dalawa ba yan?
He was on a concurrent position. Mr. Chairman, his official appointment is that of an undersecretary who used to handle the Department Legislative Liaison Office until when he was designated as OIC Executive Director, and therefore he was relieved of his job as Department Legislative Liaison Officer, and he concentrated on PSDBM, Mr.
He
Chairman.
was undersecretary for what, sir?
Just undersecretary. Just undersecretary.
Just undersecretary without a portfolio?
Yes, yes, because we have a functional groupings at the department proper.
Well,
that's weird. But anyway, Senator Lacson, go ahead, please.
Yeah. So his original appointment as undersecretary, nung nasa siya, undersecretary sa PMS. And then seconded siya sa DBM afterwards. Medyo magulo yung kanyang takbo ng kanyang buhay, Mr. Chairman.
No, Mr. Chairman. I was appointed as Undersecretary of DBM.
No. Before that, you were undersecretary sa PMS.
Yes.
And then you were seconded or you were given another appointment as
He became commissioner of the LFURB.
We should have-
LFURB. right?
Yes, yes.
Undersecretary.
Correct.
Sa HURB, Undersecretary na, CEO siya dun eh.
Yes, CEO.
Yes.
You are still drawing your salary as Undersecretary.
No. Full-fledged po ako na CEO ng HLURB.
So you were no longer Undersecretary when you transferred to HLURB from
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that is accurate.
and then you were appointed again as Undersecretary of DBM.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, that clarifies it. Now another question. You were able to explain to Senator Ontiveros kanina yung sa extraction or extractor machine, yung discrepancy between 1.75 billion, yung purchase price ng private sector, yung negosyo, compared to government price of 4 million per piece. And that's 10 units, di ba?
I cannot recall the document, but
anyway, ang hindi ko pa narinig ang explanation, yung swabbing system. Ang bili na naman ng private sector, $16. Ang bili ng PSDBM, $32. Kindly explain that. Ba't mahal ang bili nyo sa PSDBM?
Ano pong specifics name na?
Swabbing system. $6 against $32.
UTM?
Swabbing system. This was during the May 19 Committee of the Whole hearing. I was the one who asked that question. And during that exchange, medyo nagturuan kayo ni Secretary Duque because ang sabi ni Secretary Duque, in fact, you were not around at that time while he was answering my question. And then when you arrived, sabi ni Secretary Duque, he would refer to PSDBM because kayo yung gumawa ng procurement. And then when I asked you, ang sabi mo, hindi, agency purchase request nanggaling sa DOH. So hindi naman na-clarify noon, hindi na-resolve. Ultimately, sino talaga yung, in case na magkaroon ng prima facie evidence, just in case.
Mr. Chairman.
Sino magiging accountable?
Mr. Chairman, what I have here, based on last year's yung response namin, I think if that is the machinery nasal extraction kit.
No, that's another thing. Swabbing yung extraction extractor or extraction machine, yun yung 1.75 million against 4 million, private versus government. There's another item, yung swabbing system, $16 ang bili ng private sector, $32 ang bili ng PSDBM.
That is, I think, the machinery nasal extraction kits. Yan yung extraction kit na anon sa ilong. We bought it
doble.
433.22 per preparation. Kasi depende kasi sa brand, Mr. Chairman. It depends on
kayo. And you said, I recall, ang sinabi niyo noon, brand specific yung pinadala ng DOH. Wala kayong magawa kasi yun ang sinabit. Hindi ba violation ng procurement action na specific brand?
It was thoroughly discussed to us kasi when they sent it to us, we asked questions I think that issue is under not just DOH, but DOH under it, which is the RITM. Because RITM is the one in charge in the testing. It depends on the office. I think RITM is best to answer, but based on my recollection, it depends on the office which actually requests for items. If the item is requested by, let's say, the central office of RITM or the other branches of the testing facility, dun po i-base ang brand na bibilhin nila kasi it should be compatible with the machine that they are using. Because sometimes, like pag Sansure machine, Sansure dapat ang mga test kits, swabbing, everything.
Yeah, understand. I heard that before, earlier. Pero yung difference na between 4 million and 1.75 million, that's how much? 2.25?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Anyway, mas nakatipid ba kung compatible doon sa available na sa RITM kesa sa bibili ng isang buong set na 1.75 million compared to the 4 million purchase price ng government?
I cannot explain. I cannot explain that. I think our IPM, but the gist of
Yeah.
the explanation is this, Mr. Chairman.
Maski
they buy
yung
Sancho.
platform kasi close at saka open, pero still mas economical kung binila yung buong system at 1.75. And I think the chairman can attest to this dahil I think yung Retros is also using Sansure, di ba? Di ba mas mura pa rin yung 1.75 compared sa 4 million, maski yung halimbawang yung component ng 4 million ilalagay do sa or buong system na yung 1.75. I just cannot understand it.
I cannot answer that. The wisdom of
anyway, sige.
Subject to our IPM because those are scientists. They are the ones explaining to us, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Dillon. Go ahead, Senator Dillon. You're getting a heyday today. Go ahead.
Yes. Can I direct a question to Secretary Duque? Secretary Duque, who ordered the transfer of the 42 billion from the DOH to the PSDBM? Sino po nag-utos ito?
Ako, as Secretary of Health,
if you don't mind, can you remove your mask? I can hardly understand you from where I am.
okay,
Yes.
yes, sir. As Secretary of Health, and after consultations and the order of the President then to ensure that we will have adequate personal protective equipment because we need to protect our healthcare workers and the public in general with all of these supplies. So
just a simple answer. Who ordered the transfer? You did.
Already answered.
The process, yes, I answered that. But the process kasi is yung agency.
Isa-isahin natin.
Secretary Duque, did you or did you not order the transfer?
I did. It's in the documents of the APR. The agency purchase request, depending on the threshold, I signed those with I don't know, I can't recall the threshold, and my undersecretary signs a threshold below that of mine. Thank you.
So it was DOH.
Yes.
So you signed the transfer of funds.
With the Undersecretary of Health.
It's the APR.
What?
The agency purchase request, and with it is the downloading of the funds.
Didn't you have bids and awards committees in the Department of Health?
So we have certainly the problem that.
In fact, these BACs were headed by high officials of the Department of Health, undersecretaries and secretaries.
Yes, absolutely. We had about 4 or 5 bids and awards committee, and the procurement absorptive capacity is very, very limited, and we couldn't get any supplies locally, very, very limited, and so we thought it wise to give the procurement to the PSDBM, which by law has the mandate to be a procuring entity for the national government, and of course their ability to do international procurement, which
okay, now what document did you execute with the PSDBM to evidence the transfer of funds?
I'm sure there must be the document. I will.
What is the document? Can you? Because we've been talking about this for 2 long hearings. The basic question is that what document did you sign when you moved this over to PSDBM? This is no small money, 42 billion. Ano po ang dokumentong ginawa nyo?
Yeah, can I just refer, because I don't have the document with me right now. Mr. Chairman, can you please recognize Undersecretary Carol Taino?
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
But let me just already advise you. It is a decision of the chairman to, I hope supported by the committee, that we subpoena the actual document that you signed to transfer the money to DBMPS. Is that
Yes.
okay, sir?
Yes, okay with us. So yes, if we can subpoena
So
Mr. Chairman.
directed, Secretary Duque, you are on notice that you have to send the copy of the document that you signed transferring the 42 billion to the DBM PS.
Yes, Your Honor, I will comply. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I know you will. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Yes.
Mix.
Eh,
Hello.
just
I haven't
just
seen you
one
in a long
question
time.
lang. One
I was
question
just
na lang.
listening. I was listening the whole time.
Total naghintay ka
Go
ng
ahead,
konti.
go ahead, please, Senator Dulon.
No, just
Go ahead,
one.
Senator Dulon.
Huh?
Go ahead.
So so you did not sign any document to transfer this fund?
Ang pinirmahan ko po, yung agency purchase request, I and Yusek Carol Taino. She's also with us. She's been here. And yung APR, may kasama pong mga cheque ito.
Okay,
Yung,
Mr. Chairman, just to cut it short, we request a subpoena to be issued to the DBM for the and the DOH to submit all the documents relative to the transfer of this 42 billion from DOH to.
I've already ordered that, but I will expand it in accordance with the Drilon definition.
Okay, sige. Thank you.
We will comply immediately, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Senator Subiri.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman.
I've not seen you the whole day. I'm glad you've been listening.
I was just waiting patiently. Yeah, I've been listening. I haven't left the table. As a matter of
I
fact,
called
I
your
had a
name
meeting
earlier and I thought you were lost.
with another on the issues on the Department of Finance. But Mr. Chairman, if I may be allowed, because just 2 minutes, and I'm not going to be the subject of whatever explanation that will be presented now. It's just that I was alarmed by watching the news today that we are again 17,447 cases of COVID today. And that is again one of the, I think, the second highest on record after 2 long weeks of ECQ. And we have with us, and I invited together with us today Dr. Lechon to show us a bit of what we can do, what the numbers and what we can do on this issue on COVID eradication and vaccination. So if I may, Mr. Chairman, you don't have to recognize me, but kawawa naman yung acting resource person. I invited him here. It's been 2 days and he's waiting. He has a short presentation. I think it will not take longer than 3 minutes, unless you want to finish the issue at hand, Mr.
Yes,
Chairman.
Mr. Subiri, I would like to finish the issue at hand because we might lose certain points right now. With the prediction. I will call him though. I will call him. I know Tony Liachon is very competent, etc. And I've had him witness to many of my investigations, so I know him.
No worries, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Let me just ask a few more questions kay Wendell Avisado and the Secretary Avisado and Mr. Lau. Mr. Lau, are you there?
I am present, Mr. Chairman.
All right. And also, I will ask a question of yung current, sino yung current na what's his name? The current Attorney Wayan. Let's start with Attorney Wayan. Attorney Wayan, you were from Davao boy all the way. You went to Ateneo de Davao, and you finished chemical engineering. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
And then you went to the Cor de Jesus school in Davao and took up law.
That is Corjesu College, Mr. Chairman, located at Digos City. That is also correct.
And you passed the exam. You're definitely a lawyer, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, before that, you were also graduate of the Science High School. Is that the Philippine Science High School?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Philippine Science High School, Mindanao campus at that time.
And I was reading your qualifications here. Very nice. I wish I could have the same thing. You can see it. You have a nice presentation of your qualification. And you think you're totally qualified for the position that you're presently occupying?
I believe I am, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, you gotta believe
Because
yourself, right?
if not, Mr.
Definitely,
Chairman, I will not have.
you know, the Civil Service Act says the general purpose of this act is to ensure and promote the constitutional mandate regarding appointments only according to merit and fitness. So you feel the job in terms of merit and fitness.
Mr. Chairman, yes, I was designated when there was a
You were
vacancy.
designated. In your opinion, you have merit and fitness.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
There can be no question from the civil service that you are not meritorious of the position and not fit for the position.
That I do not know, Mr. Chairman. We have
You
not
have to
yet
know.
received
I mean,
any communication.
Otherwise, you don't know. You're not fit for the job if you don't know why you accepted it.
We
Did you
submitted
accept
the
it because
documents
of
to
your
the.
connections, or did you accept it because you thought you can do the job?
I accepted it because I thought I could do the job, Mr. Chairman.
Good. So you did not accept it for the title.
No, Mr. Chairman.
Very good. That's very good. Now your qualifications are more or less sterling, and you have no cases filed against you.
No cases filed against me, Mr. Chairman.
Ever. Right. Now, Secretary Avisado, my good friend Wendell, we go back a lot of ways. Boy Scouts and Red Cross, right? Let me just say that did you have any second thoughts about having this gentleman appointed to the position right now that he's occupying, Executive Director of VBMPS?
Mr. Chairman, truth is, I just have to rely on people already in place because it is a designation that is needed to be done. Otherwise, there's going to be a vacuum in the office.
Definitely, the law avoids a vacuum, and we know that. So you will have no hesitation, not because there's a vacuum, but you try to put the best man, the most fit, the most capable, correct?
Knowing that he's been there, Mr. Chairman, and that he would know the systems, and the fact that I did not receive any negative report about him, at least up to the time when I designated him, and believing that he will be doing the job well, Mr. Chairman.
Now, we all heard how important the procurement service is, especially during this time of COVID, that it is a funnel for billions of pesos that go into the system, right?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Mr.
All right.
Chair.
Now, let me now go to the Christopher Lloyd Lau. Will somebody please unmute, please? Somebody's can you check your computers, please? Please unmute. Thank you. Now, Mr. Lau, how do you think your qualifications compare with your successor? He came into the job, he was designated, and you've been telling us na nag-apply ka sa position, hinanap mo yung pwesto. At naibigay sa'yo, ganun rin yung trabaho mo doon sa previous area, hinanap mo yung pwesto, correct?
Yung sa PSDBM, hindi ko po hinanap yan, Mr. Chair. I was just designated as OIC.
Alright, you were designated sa saan? Sa PSC?
Po.
DBM?
Yes.
Akala ko sabi mo nag-apply ka.
Sa DBM po as undersecretary. Then there was a vacuum kasi nga may issue civil service ang executive director. When I was appointed at DBM, there was already an executive director. However, the executive director had an adverse decision, I think, by the Civil Service Commission that she lacks the requirement of master's degree, which is
And of course, being a lawyer, ikaw ang nilagay kagad.
That's upon the discretion of the secretary during the time when I was designated OIC.
Yeah, you're designated. Hindi naman natin may kakaila yun eh.
Yes.
Almost 2 years ka dyan, di ba?
1 year and 4 months, Mr. Chairman.
Ang pinagtataka ko lang, sa mga sinasabi mo, tatlong malalaking posisyon na puntahan mo. At lahat ng sundan mo, nagkakaroon ng problema. Lahat ng posisyon, naging presidential management staff ka, undersecretary, and you were quoted as saying, napakaswerte mo, you're very lucky. And then itong HLURB, Chief Executive Officer, and then nawala yung pagka-undersecretary mo doon, tapos nabalik ka sa undersecretary, at ikaw ay naging Executive Officer or Director ng Procurement Service Department. Sino nag-appoint sa iyo talaga? Si Presidente ba? Siyempre, ang appointment mo as Undersecretary, si Presidente, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Alright? And yung Executive Director, alam niya na nilagay ka dyan.
I assume, Mr. Chairman, when I was, I
you cannot
assumed
assume.
that he knows.
Have you
I
talked to
assume
the
that-
President ever since you were appointed?
No, Mr. Chairman. I don't
You
talk.
never saw him?
Again, Mr. Chairman?
You never saw the President after you were appointed as Executive Director?
No, Mr. Chairman. No, Mr.
Really?
Chairman.
Huh?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And so, in spite of the fact na Mr. President, nagmi-meeting tayo dyan, siyempre nagmi-meeting yung IATF, andyan si Secretary of Health, siyempre tatanungin ka, kamusta yung pagbili natin ng mga gamit? Nabibili niyo ba yung gamit? Nahuhuli kayo, kailangan na namin ng gamit.
There was one time when we were called to present. I was assisting Secretary Charles Legal Best during that time, Mr. Chairman, when we presented to the President.
Ano tinanong niyo sa'yo?
The PPE sets, Mr. Chairman. That was one
PPE.
time. Cabinet meeting.
Yeah, yun ang pinakamabiling binibili nyo, hindi ba? PPE.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Now, having said that, sinabi ko kasi, kinumpere ko si Uwayan sa iyo, si Secretary Uwayan, si Director Uwayan sa iyo, mukhang malayo-malayo naman siya dahil mukhang iner niya yung posisyon. Ang tingin ko sa iyo, mukhang marami kang kaibigan na nalalagay ka sa pwesto dahil sa kaibigan, hindi sa merit. At nakikita ngayon na talagang lumalabas, marami tayong nagugulat. Di ba dapat nagre-report ka kung ano ang mga kakulangan ng agency mo? Di ka ba natakot? Wala kang pinagre-reportan, ang lalaki ng perang dumarating dyan. Di ka ba nagsabi, kailangan dito, meron tayong oversight, kailangan meron tayong gagawin, di ba?
The structure has is existing, Mr. Chair, and we operate according to the existing structure, Mr. Chair.
Chairman Gordon?
Who's ka?
Si Amy po, si Chairman Gordon. Yeah. Binalikan ko lang yung LOI following the line of questioning of Senator Ping as well as your own questioning. Hindi po totoo na hindi siya makikipagkita kay Presidente kasi may procurement council attached to the office of the President. Pero ang balita, nung naupo sila, hindi na nag-meeting to. Ang chairman, DBM. Kaya hindi rin totally ligtas ang DBM. Tapos ang members, DOF, DTI, Presidential Assistant for Economic Affairs, at may COA pa. So, did this council ever meet? Kasi sila dapat ang re-reportan ni Yusek Lau eh.
Well, I was going to go into that, Secretary. I'm glad you're very prescient today. I was just laying the predicate and I can see my friend Senator Dillon waving at me, giving me gugu eyes. So you recognize Senator Dillon.
No, just one question to Secretary Avisado. Did you recommend Undersecretary Lau to take that position?
No, naman ako.
Secretary Avisado?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Or did you endorse Secretary Lau to the position?
I did not endorse him, Your Honor, but because there is no other at that time to assume the position, I designated him as OIC Executive Director.
What was he before you designated him?
He's one of the undersecretaries of the department.
One of the undersecretaries. How did he become undersecretary?
That one.
Let's ask him directly.
Yes, because he was already appointed when I came in.
Sorry. He was what?
Appointed when I came in as secretary.
Mr. Wayan, will you answer the question of Senator Dillon? That's Mr. Dillon is a very good lawyer. He's able to anticipate my questions already.
Mr. Chairman, can you please repeat the question?
How did you get appointed being as undersecretary?
Me, Mr. Chairman?
No,
How
that
did
was,
you get appointed as undersecretary?
no, it was Lau.
Ano, Mr. Chairman, I was not appointed as an undersecretary po.
Oh, your Secretary Abisado said you were already an undersecretary before you were appointed.
Mr. Chairman, I'm
Lau yun.
Secretary Lloyd Lau, Mr. Chairman.
Are you referring to Lloyd Lau? Oh, so, I'll repeat the question of Senator Dillon. What were you? You said you. What was Mr. Wendell, Mr. Wayan, before he was appointed to the executive director's position, and you said he was already there because he was an undersecretary. That's the way I understood it. I'm wrong, okay? So what were you, Mr. Wayan, before God created you and become undersecretary?
Question is, so who, I'm asking this question because as a matter of courtesy, for the better efficiency, for the better working in a department, no undersecretary is appointed unless he or she is recommended by the secretary, because the theory is you should work closely with your secretary. That is how it works in all the departments that I know. In other words, hindi naman pwedeng lagyan dyan ng sino-sino lang, hindi sila makakaintindihan ng secretary, magkakagulo yan. Kaya ang tanong ko po sa inyo, Ms. Secretary, who recommended, or did you recommend Yusek Lau to the President as Undersecretary? No?
Was already appointed before I was appointed.
He was already there before you were appointed.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you wouldn't know. Maybe we can ask Secretary Mr. Lau, how did you become Undersecretary?
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Lau, answer the question of Senator Dillon.
How did you become Undersecretary? Who recommended you?
The President, Mr. Chair.
The President?
Yes, because undersecretary positions are presidential appointees, Mr. Chairman.
Undersecretary positions are recommended by the President, are appointed by the President. But who recommended you to the President? Again, we're noticing evasion again.
Apply, Mr. Chairman.
You applied.
Yes.
Alam mo, Mr. Secretary, huwag mo kaming lokohin na nag-apply ka. Walang ganun na nangyayari sa undersecretary position. Hindi naman yan clerk na mag-apply ka eh. Undersecretary yan. That requires confidence at the very least of the secretary. But Secretary Abisado said you were there before he came. So, who was the predecessor of Secretary Abisado? Who was there before him?
Jokno.
Jokno. Okay. Did Secretary Jokno recommend you, Mr. Lau?
No, Mr. Chairman.
He did not recommend you. So who recommended you?
Mr. Chairman, nag-apply nga ako.
President,
among the list of the applicants in the vacancy for Undersecretary for DBM.
Puyo mo kami eh. Nag-apply ka, and then bigla na lang hindi ka kilala ni Secretary Jokno. Nag-apply ka, and then you were appointed as Undersecretary. If we did not know the bureaucracy, we will believe that. But I'm telling you that your statement is not credible. Nag-apply ka lang as Undersecretary. You were not endorsed by Secretary Jokno then. And the President just appointed you. Yes.
Magdagdag ako ng speculation. He applied to be Undersecretary in anticipation of the soon-to-be vacated position of Executive Director kasi may problema nga, walang masters. So nag-apply siya para mapuntang PSDBM. Is that correct, Atty. Lau? Kasi nakita mo na may disqualification yung papalitan mo.
I think that is unfair to allege, Mr. Chairman.
I
don't even know about.
That's the only logical conclusion that we can make.
I think if that is the conclusion of the Honorable Senator, then I cannot.
Mr. Chairman, follow-up case Senping.
Mr. Chair.
Senator
Mr.
Risa,
Chairman.
Senator Pangilinan. I'm really
Thank you.
trying to finish my examination, and I think I've been very liberal with all you guys. But
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
Mr. Chairman.
Abuse me.
Oo, intriguing po yung speculation ni Senping. Kasi kung ganun ang nangyari, may nagbigay ng inside information. So, ganun din po ba kaya ang nangyari, Attorney Lau?
I already answered it, Senator, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, there's no logic, rhyme, or reason for the appointment, and all you have to do is show up. And to be very frank, I'm sorry, I love a lot. I have a lot of friends in Davao. Sila Dinky Munda, sila Prospero Nagrales. We went to the dorm together. Even Sunny Dominguez were in the dorm together with us. And there are very, very many good people in Davao. But now, right now, it seems Secretary Abisado is from Davao. Lloyd Christopher is from Davao. And it seems that they're getting loyalty as the number one qualification to occupy a position. I think there's something wrong with that. I'm not criticizing it, but there's definitely something wrong with that because it collides. That's why I was laying the predicate with the very purpose of the civil service to get the best, the most apt, the most capable, and the most fit to become any position in the government. Meritocracy, in other words. So it's already been established that you just came in and applied like a janitor or like somebody with a ninong, pasok mo naman yung anak ko
Like
dyan.
a job fair.
Gano'n na lang, di ba? Gano'n ba yun? Secretary Lloyd, you've been very evasive. Now, answer the question right now. Who recommended you to the position?
Nobody recommended me, Mr. Chairman.
Nobody. So you're saying, and I will take it what you're saying. You're saying you just applied. To whom did you apply?
To the President, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, now you're saying to the President.
So
Kanina hindi ko sinasabi kung ano sinasabi mo.
Mr. Chairman, nag-apply siya without any plantilla? Basta undersecretary lang?
Hindi po. Nag-a-apply nga ako sa
Let him answer because he said to the President, because before that, I've asked all those questions previously na parang napakahina naman ng sistema natin na mag-a-apply na lang. Nakakapagtaka. Undersecretary yan eh. Hindi ka pwedeng pumasok ng undersecretary. Eh doon nga sa Supreme Court, kailangan dumaan ka sa MTC, dumaan ka sa RTC. And unless you're spectacular, you're not going to be put in a lateral position. You went into lateral. You went into 3 positions in the last 4 or 5 years, and you got the plum or the creme de la creme of the positions. Did you not? You must be well connected, in other words. Very well connected. Mr. Lloyd, Lau?
I cannot answer that question, Mr. Chairman.
Why can you not answer that question? You're a lawyer, kuno.
I've already answered the question, and I believe the conclusion of the...
So you're qualified.
Different.
You're the best for the position. You're most apt. And why did you resign then after 2 years? Why did you resign? What happened? And why did you suddenly apply for the position of Deputy Ombudsman? Is this a directed system that you're trying to do? Is somebody directing this? O kumita na kayo dyan? O dito naman kayo sa Ombudsman para mapoproteksyonan kayo? Ganun ba yan?
No, Mr. Chair.
Diretsahan na salita dito, ha?
That's
That's the only thing you can get from me, diretsa. Oh, bakit ka mag-a-apply ng director ng Ombudsman? Sabi mo na, malis na ako dahil magpa-practice ako ng law. That's baloney. You applied and then it became so hot, you went back and guess what? Who got the position of Deputy Director? Mr. Leong of Davao City, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So there you go. The common denominator is that loyalty is the name, right? That's no way to run a government. I'm not the president. But if I can talk to the president, I would say, and I've already been criticized by the president, including my belly, that I was criticizing that napaka-low ng bench natin. And that's how you get into trouble. And now we're in trouble because you're not able to produce the right quantities of PPEs unless ang laki-laki ng presyo. Wala kang sinasagot, basta malaki yung presyo. Kung sino-sino pinagbibigyan nyo. And that's what we have found out so far.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, we asked a similar set of questions regarding who endorsed him, and obviously he's sticking to his story and wants us to believe that as DBM Undersecretary, he simply applied for the position. he also has manifested earlier, Mr. President, and wants us to believe that he is answerable to no one, reports to no one in the issue of the disbursement of 42 billion pesos. We asked him earlier, does he report to Avisado? He said the Secretary Avisado has supervision over him? No. Does he report? He thinks he did. In other words, we are being led by the nose here to believe his story, which is incredible, Mr.
So let's say I do that. We're not going to allow ourselves to be led by the nose. And I'll tell you this. Let me ask this gentleman here, Mr. Lloyd. You said that you applied and you were appointed by the president, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Lakas mo.
Yes,
Conviction.
I answered that several times already.
No. You are flitting like a butterfly. You're not Muhammad Ali. All right? Now, answer the question now. Yun ang sinabi mo. Pero sa House of Representatives, is it not true na sinabi mo sa kanila na nag-apply ka o inoperan ka ng human resources ng PMS?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
O, ba't di mo sinabi dito yan?
I already answered that. I gave that answer earlier, Mr. Chairman.
Kanino?
When you asked me the question earlier.
I did not ask you that question. Ngayon ko lang tinanong sa'yo yan.
Presidential management staff, I was...
No, you were there in the presidential managed staff and you were appointed undersecretary. But
yes,
in the Congress, in the lower house, you said you were offered by the human resources of PMS to become executive director. You applied. In effect, because yung in-offer sa iyo, sabi mo kanina, mayroong mga position dyan, sige, mag-apply ka na. Yun ang sinabi mo eh. Stop lying. Or else I'll put you in contempt and lock you up in Pasay City Jail. You're insulting the Filipino people. This is the Congress and the Senate of the Republic of the Philippines. You cannot lie your way to this. Now, answer the question.
I already answered it, Mr. Chairman.
No, you did not. Because sabi mo, sinabi ko pa, ako pang sinungaling. Excuse me. Sinabi mo yan sa House of Representatives. Hindi mo sinabi dito yan. Ang sinabi mo, ano ba meron dyan? May position dito. Apply mo na ito. Kunin mo na yan.
No, Mr. Chair. I applied initially for FDA. I was asking if there's vacancy. Tapos sabi, hindi ka qualified kasi I don't have a medical or allergy experience. So, I tried to apply for other positions. And one of the vacancies during that time is...
Exhausted your barrel of for truthful answers. And it's not us, it's you. Now, in the LOI, I think it is the B3. Can you bring it down, please? The LOI, this department is supposed to identify the sources of supply which are able to offer the best prices, terms and other conditions for the items procured by the government. Obviously, you have to do your homework long before. You have to predict the kind of supplies, and that's why I kept asking, sino nagre-recommend? Di ba dapat the DOH? From day one, I said DOH should have been able to predict what they will need and that you will buy them. Unfortunately, that did not happen, and you're always blaming the current conflict right now, the current crush by the pandemic. Kaya sabi mo, we have to buy it kahit na mahal, kahit na napakamahal, kailangan bilhin namin. Dahil walang mangyayari, mamamatay ang tao. Akala mo, hero ka pa. But in reality, you are telling us that you did not do your homework because you could have had a list of suppliers for all of this. And you did not. So obviously, sabi mo pa, pumapasok sa opisina mo. Sabi mo pa, hindi mo makilala yan, pero makikita mo, marami kang kilala dyan. Now, did you do any identification of sources of supply from other sources? Or did you just go to China? Bakit yung iba nakakuha sa local, yung iba nakakuha dito sa China pero mas mura?
We use all avenues to procure, Mr. Chair, and we were able to procure not only from China, but as well as local suppliers, Mr. Chair.
All right, now let me lower the boom. Do you have a car?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is your car?
What car, Mr. Chairman?
What kind of a car do you have?
Personal car?
Do you have an official car now?
No more, Mr. Chairman.
Did you take the car of the Department of the Budget Management? I'm asking you, do you have a car?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What kind of a car is it?
I have a Grandia, Mr. Chairman.
Grandia. Is it not true that you have a Maserati?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Well, that's the word going around. Maserati. I can't even spell the word. Dahil napakamahal. Do you have a house in, do you have a condo in Green Hills?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Really? You're under oath.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And do you have a house in Tagaytay?
No, Mr. Chairman. My
No.
father has a house in Tagaytay, Mr. Chairman.
Ah, your father has one. Of course, it's in his name, right? And does
Yes.
any of your relatives own a condo in Green Hills since you became all these magnificent positions?
No, Mr. Chairman.
You don't have. Your family doesn't own any condo.
No, Mr. Chairman. We were leasing the condominium in Green Hills, Mr. Chairman.
Where?
In Green Hills, we are leasing it, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, so you live in Green Hills right now, right?
No,
You could have said that to me right away. I don't own it. I just lease it, right?
Yes, the question. No, I'm in Davao now City, Your Honor. When I left the government, I went back to our house in Davao City.
No, I'm talking about. Question is very clear. Condo in Green Hills.
The question was whether I own. I don't have.
I am asking the question. I asked you the question. Condo in Green Hills. You said you're leasing. Is that true or not?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is yes? You're leasing.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Right. Is it lease to purchase?
No, Mr. Chairman. The condominium is an old building, so
I did not ask you whether it's new or old. The question is simple. Don't be too defensive.
It's not leased to own, Mr. Chair. It's not
Okay,
leased.
it's to own. All right. Under whose name is it?
I'll check on the records, Mr. Chairman.
What?
I don't have the records with
You're
me.
leasing something and it's not in your name. You check the records. These are all badges of dishonesty, you know. You're hanging yourself. I'm not hanging you. You're the one hanging yourself. How can you not know? You check the records? Why would you check the records? You don't know? You live in a place you don't know? You have to check the records? All right, I'll go. Ay, nako. And he also said in the House of Representatives, you were appointed dahil naalala ka ni Presidente na tumulong sa election. Therefore, he is well connected dahil Presidente mismo ang may kakilala sa iyo. Tama? Did you say that? Did you tell that to the House?
Not in that words, Mr.
Ano
Mr.
pala? In
Chair.
what words?
Answered the question in affirmative that I helped in the election and I was appointed when I applied. And one of the possibilities is that the President has personal knowledge of my person, Mr. Chair.
So, kilala ka ng Presidente, nagtrabaho ka sa kanya. That's good. That's natural. Nothing to be ashamed of. But you don't have to hide it. You don't have to be ashamed of it. If that is the case, you could have said that right away when we were asking you who recommended you. You could have said, kilala po ako ng Presidente, trabaho ko sa kanya eh. Nagustuhan niya yung trabaho ko, siguro pinili niya ako. No! Pinasyal mo kami eh. Ikot-ikot eh. Tama o hindi?
No, Mr. Chair, I just give...
Tinatanong kita kung may auto ka, mahilig ka magpasyal. Maserati pa naman kung totoo yun.
I think the CCTVs of Manila can, or Metro Manila can reveal that if I did.
I'm not asking the CCTV, I'm asking you. You should be civil enough to know that when you're asked a question in the Committee of Blue Ribbon, or for that matter, any committee of this Republic and Congress, you should be able to answer the question directly.
I already answered it,
And
Mr.
not,
Chair.
no. Sabi mo kanina, biglang lumabas, lease pala yun eh. Yung bahay doon sa Tagaytay, bahay ng tatay mo. Right?
Yes,
Wala kang masama doon, tinatanong lang kita. We have to do that. If I don't do this, I will not be doing my duty. All right? Understand? Ang kwan lang talaga, ang matindi lang, ang daming mong binibit, kinalimutan mo yung duty mo na hanapin mo yung trabaho na kung itong mga tao ito ay talagang nabibigay ng tama at tinignan mo kung itong mga tao ito totoo, lahat ng sinabi mo ng bibid, hindi na natin makita ngayon, pero papahuli natin yan. Lahat yan, tatawagin natin at humarap dito sa committee. O, paano yan pag nagkaharapan na? So,
Mr. Chair, one quick question, Mr. Chair, just on point, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Senator Francis.
Yes, very quickly.
All right.
Since you applied, as you say, for the position of Undersecretary of Budget and Management, did you also apply for the position of USEC sa PMS? Nobody endorsed you there? Nobody asked you to join the PMS? You applied? Ganun din ba ang story mo ron?
I applied. I'm one of the volunteers, and then when the president won, marami po kami nag-apply, yung mga volunteers, mga supporters, and I was one of those who were appointed. Chosen.
So nobody asked you to apply. You just applied by yourself.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And to the position of PMS.
No, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Yes.
As PMS, but I was appointed only as Undersecretary. But
yes, Undersecretary. Nobody asked you to join to become Undersecretary. You applied.
Yes,
that's your nobody, no?
Yes.
Ikaw ang humingi nung Undersecretary pag maging Undersecretary ng Presidential Management Staff.
Yes.
Yun ang inapplyan mo.
Yes, Mr.
Walang nagsabi sa iyo, pwede ka bang mag Undersecretary for PMS. Tama?
Yes, tama, Mr. Chairman.
Hindi naman kapani-paniwala yun. PMS, ikaw ang mag-a-apply, ikaw magsasabi na yan ang gusto kong posisyon?
Marami kong
alam mo, marami dito sa atin sa Senado, naging cabinet secretary. Gusto mong maniwala kami sa storya mo na hindi ka paniwala dahil galing na kami dyan eh. For the record, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Well put. You have not answered the question that I asked you earlier. Why did you leave? Why did you leave the department? Suddenly.
I filed my resignation.
To file your resignation. Why did you leave?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I left because I wanted to go back to private practice and return to Davao City, Mr. Chairman.
Wanted to go back to private practice.
Mr. Chairman.
Sorry?
I have 2-year-old children, so I have to go back to Davao City with my wife.
I didn't ask you about your children. I just asked why did you leave?
The first reason
may pasyal. Hindi ba totoo, umalis ka dyan, hindi ba, ang sinasabi ko, ang nagiging suspetsya ko, parang may grandiose plan yan eh. Nag-iikutan lang kayo, nagmi-musical chairs lang kayo, o ikaw naman dito, ikaw dyan, tapos para hindi tayo madali, mag-apply ka ngayon sa ombudsman para hindi tayo madadali. Palagay mo, totoo yun?
That is not.
You don't have to answer. You don't have to answer. That is a conclusion that any person who's sane can conclude because you are so lucky. Lahat ng pwesto na gusto mong kunin, nakuha mo. At you want to make us believe, si Secretary Dino, naging Secretary of Labor, naging Executive Secretary. Ha? O si Secretary Pangilinan, naging Secretary of Agriculture. I was Secretary of Tourism. And by the way, when I was Secretary of Tourism, I asked the President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo, I said, I really don't want the job, but if you want me, I'll take it. But please don't appoint anybody that will not work with me. Yung Undersecretary of Tourism. And you're trying to tell us to make us believe that you were appointed without clearance from Secretary Avisado? Excuse me, sir. You're in the wrong panel. So, let me just finally conclude talagang we really have a problem here. And it would appear that there will be a lot of things to be answered. And we will, I really want to finish this investigation. What is the pressure of the body? Do you want to conclude already? Can we already conclude? Because we still have a big problem as Senator Subiri said, and if we're going to have the same thing over and over again in terms of getting supplies, hindi pa kami nagtatanong, pag namili kayo, di ba may isang kayong bodega all over the country. Is that correct? Pag namili kayo, dadalhin yung mga binili nyo sa mga bodega, tapos i-distribute yan sa mga ospital. Tama po ba yan, Mr. Lloyd Lau?
With respect to common supplies, Mr. Chair, yes, we do.
Excuse me, sir?
With respect to common supplies, yes, we do have.
What do you mean with respect to common supplies? Lahat ng supplies nyo, dadalhin nyo na sa bodega na pinakamalapit, I suppose. Ako rin, meron ganyan eh.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Para nakahanda na doon. Nakahanda na, naka-prepositioning ang tawag doon.
Yes,
Ano
Mr.
sinasabi mong common supplies? Would you say that all these things are, yung face shield ba, common supply yan?
Yes, it was declared as common supplies, Mr. Chairman.
By whom?
By GPPB.
You heard earlier that the only country that does it, I think it is from Senator Lacson, that the only country that demands that we buy face shields is the Philippines. Baka susunod, maglalagay na kayo ng wiper para mas mahal doon sa face shield. So,
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman.
So ang tinatanong ko ngayon sa iyo, paano mo na siguro na deliver 'yon? Paano mo na siguro na walang, have there been any instance where you found that there was short delivery?
I think the inspector division can answer that, but yes, sometimes they find that there are over deliveries.
My question is directed to you. As head of that department, you will run amok, you will pull hair because hindi dumating yung delivery na pinapa-deliver mo. Pagdating doon, hindi nyo alam kung na-deliver. Did you ever bother to check kung na umaabot yung mga dinideliver nyo doon?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we send communications, we send inspection teams from PSDBM, and we also send
You said there were occasions when kulang.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. And
give me an example of those occasions.
I cannot recall, Mr. Chair. It's subject to reports of inspection team, and I think they are the best who can answer it because they are the ones in charge.
No. You are the head. The buck stops with you. Di mo narinig si President Biden? I ordered the troops out preemptorily and the buck stops here. Ikaw nag-order, ikaw ang bumili, dapat siguruhin mo umabot sa mga tao, mga kababayan natin. And sabi, yung occasion na gano'n, anong ginawa mo? Pina-imbestiga mo ba?
When there is a...
you see, this is the problem. You don't have to answer anymore. I really am tired. Even evasive, you keep changing your positions, hindi mo alam kung sino mag-appoint sa'yo, paano ka na-appoint. Ang dami mo sinasabi. You see, that this is the product of somebody who's being appointed, who's obviously doesn't have the best interest of his country at heart, especially in the middle of a pandemic. You've got to have the passion to make sure may passion ka, may malasakit ka na lahat ng bibili ng gobyerno talagang sulit na aabot sa tao, na makakagamot sa tao, makakatulong sa tao. I don't see that in you, sir. And I'm very sorry you went to the Ateneo de Davao. I also went to Ateneo de Manila. It doesn't really matter because what you learn from the Jesuits you keep in your heart. Maybe you were upset when the Jesuits were teaching good moral conduct or something like that. I'm sorry. I mean, I get overly passionate when it comes to these things. But anyway, I think I'm done with this witness. Yes, Senator Dillon.
If you're done with the witness, there are a number of other personalities where we requested for a subpoena to be issued. You did. We couldn't find these people. Can we have after today just one hearing, just to attempt and bring those people we subpoenaed, look for them and bring them just for one more hearing if we can make an attempt to look for these people.
Yes, sir. September 7 is the date. September 7, 2021, 10 a.m. Thursday.
Okay, fine, sir.
Or Tuesday. You see, Mr. Lloyd, I also prepare ahead, knowing that my peers here are going to be as sharp as razors.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Senator Pangilinan.
Yes, we also requested that the technical group that would assess the specifications of the purchases of the masks be invited. We'd like to know their role and how they went about ensuring that the purchases from Pharmaly and these other entities were of quality, of U.S. grade. So we would like to have them in the next hearing on September 7, Mr. Chairman.
The DOH personnel, right? Because they're the ones who requested. They will want to know whether the equipment arrived or yung mga gamit dumating, di ba?
Yes, You're right, Mr. Chairman, if I may. We will make sure that they will attend the next hearing.
Can you tell us who are they? Who they are?
We will give the list, Mr. Chairman, and also the team that did the specifications, that prescribed the specifications.
Mr. Chair, there is also a DBM PS team, my understanding, apart from the DOH. So we have them both so that we can check on how the processing or how the checking of the quality and ensuring that these
At least I'll try to do my due diligence here. We want to make sure we invite the right parties.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Secretary Visado, who are the right parties to invite in DBM concerning this matter?
The executive director would know because they are the ones, he is the one designating the team from PSDBM, Mr. Chairman, Your Honor.
Well, we to do so at great risk because maraming kasama dyan eh. So, Director Wayan, Executive Director Wayan, are you suggesting kung sino yung mga papadala mo na para mag-testify dito sa September 7?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we will submit the names, Mr. Chair, of the Inspection Division chairman at the time of the procurement, and as well as the vice chair, the vice chief rather.
Do you have names?
The division chief at that time is no longer connected with
Call him still. We can call him even if he's no longer connected.
Yes, yes, I know, Mr. Chair. I'm just laying the predicate, Mr. Chair. It's
nice to know that somebody knows how to lay the predicate as well.
Yes, it's Mr. George Mendoza and Mervin Tangkintik, Mr. Chairman.
Melvin Tangkintik is the name of a Mapua player before he was the headache of the Ateneo basketball team. Anyway, Mr. Tangkintik and Mr. Mendoza. What's the president, Mr. Mendoza?
George, Mr. Chairman.
George Mendoza. And currently, who are the members of the inspection team?
It is currently headed by Engineer Augusto Ilagan, Mr. Chairman, and the Vice Division Chief is still the same, Mr. Mervin Tangkintik.
In which case, we are going to call all these gentlemen. So ordered. Will the Director General please issue the proper subpoena and subpoena duces secum if necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And also for the Department of Health. Secretary Duque, do you have the names of your people?
I'm having it listed down, Your Honor, and we will comply with the subpoena.
Well, I don't know how you can comply. We have the names. I need the names para Director General Kimbo can give the proper subpoena to the addressees.
I am told, Mr. Chairman, that they're compiling the documents that will evidence the names that constituted the inspection team and the team that prescribed the specifications.
All right, Secretary Duque, are you satisfied with the fact that you know that you need to clean up the Aegean stables, so to speak, the process?
Yeah, there's a lot more to do, Your Honor. It's just that, as I've said earlier, the circumstances are really quite challenging, very difficult indeed. And we had to balance between the necessity to provide immediately the supplies and protect lives and our healthcare workers with the much needed personal protective equipment and life-saving supplies as well. So there's a way of doing things. We're learning from this, and we need to document all of these, Mr. Chairman. It's going to be a good learning experience for the next generation.
I'm trying to ask you a question concerning we can't be just fighting fires. This is my final question. Secretary Duque, we're fighting fires right now. You know, Senator Subira says 17,000 a day. The other day it was 18,000. The other day before that, it went down, then it went up. And I know that maybe the first week of September, it will probably start going down. Would that be correct, sir?
That is a projection, but there's a lot to be considered. We will have to look at the mobility, whether there has been, well, first of all, the 2-week ECQ, the effect of this will be felt perhaps by second week of September. And it all also depends on the intensified implementation of our prevention, detection, isolation, treatment, reintegration, and very importantly, ramping up vaccination, Mr. Chairman.
Would you be in favor, and I'm going now into in aid of legislation, of creating an executive legislative commission to reimagine and reform all government regulatory processes in the light of the continuing disruption of governance caused by the pandemic?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Because we can't expect things to go back to pre-pandemic days in 2019. And I think, quite frankly, it is time to envision a government that is not locked in old mindsets, bureaucratic red tape and corruption, and impossible regulatory regimes. If we are to build back better, that visioning process starts now. We cannot afford to spend all our time putting out fires and reacting to events. We have to be proactive. Do you agree?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, we support that.
In other words, all government transactions, including governments for citizens like licenses, birth and death certificates, driver's license, and other, we're going to change the lifestyle. The world, the pandemic is changing the way the world does its work. You know, courts now go on what we're doing right now on Zoom, and then you'll have to come up and say people don't have to go personally now to go to agencies to get their official documents, and processing time should be 72 hours or less. By way of the internet, you can get things moving without having to push people, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
I'm saying that because people go abroad and they need to make sure that they have their certificates of vaccination properly cleared, and you can do that because we have done that, and we share all our records on testing in the Red Cross, and all vaccination that we do also goes to the Department of Health. Since it's in the net already, when they start to go abroad or work abroad, you have to come out and make sure that they are not delayed, right?
Yes, Your Honor, and certainly I say yes to all the efficiencies that can be generated with innovation and new ways of doing things.
Yeah. Do you think that now it's time to shift to pre-audit when it comes to these emergencies that are happening to us, or would that delay?
That needs to be studied, Mr. Chairman. What's the trade-off? If we do pre-audit, it might stymie efforts to accelerate the procurement. And on the other hand, the post-audit is also difficult. In fact, this is the regime under which the COA operates, no? And most government agencies. So talagang post-audit tayo. So maganda rin yung may pre-audit eh. I would support that as well. But it needs to be studied further, Mr. Chairman.
Let me also ask you, is it time that PhilHealth be completely automated na para mas mabilis yung bayaran at makikita kung talaga may dayan?
Yes, sir. Yeah, tama po kayo. Maganda talaga yung automate. It is the largest social protection institution of government. It has I think it's 95 million persons, and you need a huge database to be able to accommodate this and run PhilHealth efficiently. And transactions will be streamlined and faster turnaround time in terms of claims payment, and so that hospitals cash flow will not be heavily burdened.
And all claims, legal transactions should be integrated in personal electronic medical records nationwide. One person, one record. Di ba dapat magawa na yan?
Yes, sir. Ginagawa naman po, yung nga lang talaga yung kakulangan pa, there is an ISSP, the Information System Strategic Plan. It's being updated, and the thing is, we really need to sit down and get the major components put together and integrate the systems nationwide. Dapat gano'n eh. Yung lahat po ng database, lahat po ng mga payments, claims, all the processes, dapat may integration talaga.
Let me go something close to everybody's hearts. The children. They can't go to school, or they go to school, it's still yin and yang pa so far. But if they go to school, what sort of protection measures have you prepared? Have we predicted what could happen? For an example, nutrition will be one of the big problems. Are we going to feed them in school? Are we going to vaccinate them in school, 12-year-old kids? These are things that we have to decide. Are we going to be able to get the vaccines right away? Are we going to use our connections with America, Japan, and other countries to see to it that we can get some purchase insofar as makakuha tayo ng mga vaccine para matulungan natin ang mga tao? At maghahanda ba tayo pag nag-booster shot yung Amerika at yung ibang bansa, mauubusan tayo na naman ng vaccine shots?
Mr. Chairman,
For that, is there a contingency plan for that already?
yes, Mr. Chairman, we're preparing piloting for schools. In fact, the President has agreed yesterday, but he is awaiting the IATF recommendation in the face-to-face conduct of classes in very, very low-risk areas. So we will identify these areas, the IATF and its panel of experts will come up with a recommendation. I think September, I don't know if it's second week of September. So that's one. Yung doses for children, yeah. The goal is to really inoculate all Filipinos. The Department of Finance has in fact prepared a 45 billion peso budget to one of the considerations is really to inoculate children, but we need to wait for sufficient data to ensure protection and safety and efficacy of the vaccines.
I will call, don't worry, Mix, I will call our expert later on and see whether he agrees with what we're saying here. Are you going to make sure that the children will be vaccinated? Of course, they're already happening in the States. And at the same time, you're going to have to make sure that we're able to get the vaccines. I'd like to talk to General Galvez. Do you think we can get the vaccines for our children already?
Yes, sir. Actually, sir, the deliveries for the Pfizer, which is intended for children, it will be delivered in October. And the panel expert panel said to us that maybe by the date of end of September or October, they will have a decision already, and they have already sufficient data.
That will be great news.
Yes, sir. And also Moderna, also they have a trial, and also Sinovac, they have already have an EUA from China that they can use it 3 years old and above. And we're looking on these three vaccines for the children.
Yes, looking back at their experience in COVID, it seems that no government was really that fast, except those who had money. But I liken ourselves to Japan at the turn of the century when they were still wearing kimonos and swords, and they realized that the world has passed them by, and in less than 40 years, they sunk the Russian fleet in the Battle of Tsushima. And insofar as this is concerned, we really have to play not just catch-up basketball or catch-up, methodology. We really have to move very, very fast. Use technology now, which most of the countries are using. Use technology. Send our doctors and our nurses and your technicians abroad and find out what they're doing to make sure that yung mabilis na technology can service our country make it more efficient, make our people a lot more healthy, and not just be reactive, but certainly long-term planning to make sure that our people will be safe. Would you agree with that right away?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
In other words, we're not going to pin our hopes back to the past that was so slow and efficient. We're going to create our own future, provided all of us get together and make sure that we know where the visions are, right? Because when there's no vision, people perish. And that is what we need to do here. And all the old bad habits of the past, loyalty based on friendships, based on geography, must be gone. And it must be get the creme de la creme, get the best of our people, get the best doctors, get the best engineers, and get the best government people to run this country very, very well. Would that be a good deal to do?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Speaking about that, I promise Senator Zubiri. Yes, Dr. Diachon, you have 10 minutes to make your presentation. Please proceed post haste.
Mr. Chairman, before we recognize Dr. Lechon, I agree with you on the children. I have friends whose children have been hit by COVID, and one of them is Dr. Steve Lim, and his son, 15 years old now, has pneumonia. And that is how mabagsik, no, itong delta ito, so delta variants. So I'd be very worried about opening face-to-face classes at the meantime, because the kids can get seriously ill now with this new delta variant, Mr. Chairman. And I hope that they can bring in the vaccines so that we can start inoculating children as well, whether it's Pfizer or Moderna. Pero kailangan i-vaccinate na rin natin. I have young kids, Chairman, and I would die if something would happen to them. I would just collapse. It is the worst thing. And I think everyone here has children or grandchildren, and they understand what it means. And we don't want this virus to cripple our children as well. Thank you, Mr.
And
Chairman.
of course, I missed something else, Senator Zubiri, in booster shot. Do you think we can do booster shot, or are we going to run out of money?
We need to, Mr. Chairman, we need to have booster shots. The WHO came out today saying that we're going to have to live with this virus. It's just in the news. I just watched it 2 minutes ago. He said that we're going to have to live with this virus. It's not going to leave us.
Thank you,
So
Dr.
we have to have booster shots. We cannot just have a one-time vaccine and next year we get it and we die. I hope that does not happen.
I agree wholeheartedly with my good friend, Dr. Zubiri. We'll need the booster shots. What is your reaction to that? Do you see a time where we can buy Pfizer now in America? After all, it's now been officially off the emergency list, and now we can buy it. Do you see that because now it's more profitable, then perhaps hindi na masyado mahirapan, yung can afford, can buy it for themselves? Moderna, Pfizer, everything. Pero yung pera na para sa mga tao natin, hindi na bibigyan yung mga may kaya, bibigyan natin yung mga mahihirap at mga bata. Okay ho ba yung takbo natin na papunta ron? Chairman Galvez.
Sir, actually, sir, that's I think the possibilities are that most likely if Pfizer will apply for a full authorization in the Philippines, most likely if they apply this September, maybe FDA can approve it on October. So
sinagot na niya ng FDA kahapon yan, isang araw, at sabi nila pati Moderna raw mag-a-apply na, so kailangan bilisan natin. Kasi Ilocano, there's in.
Actually, sir, we are prepared for the boosters because there are many companies that already made some insinuations. That is one of our strategy for this pandemic.
That's correct. A final question, Secretary Duque. When you're testing, how often should one test? For doctors, we test them in the Red Cross once every 2 weeks. Yung mga doktor ninyo sa public hospitals in Metro Manila at least. And we can do that in the provinces. But how often will we test? Again, I say the vaccines must be, the tests must be free, paid for by the government. That's what I mean. It should be paid for by the government so that we really put this disease at bay. You think that's possible? Of course, binabayaran ngayon ng PhilHealth. Kailangan siguro talaga mabawasan yung corruption para mapapunta yan dyan sa mga kailangan bigyan ng bakuna, magamit natin ng pera para makalabas na tayo sa kahirapan na dinadanas ng ating bansa at makaumpisa na tayo maghanap buhay. among other things, kailangan rin yung baguhin natin yung the way we go to work, the way we ride our buses, bicycles, which is Pia Cayetano's baby. I agree with that. And certainly yung distancing in ways, even in Vietnam, they sleep, they don't go home anymore so that they don't pass, they don't transmit. All these things should really be taken up in this legislative executive summit that we should have for our country. Don't you think so, gentlemen, Dr. General Galvez and Secretary Duque?
Yes, certainly, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Secretary Galvez, do you think this is possible or this is all a pipe dream?
Yes, sir. I think it's possible, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, because I would be awakened. I should be awakened because otherwise we'll have more nightmares to come. Okay, Dr. Liachon, please proceed.
Yeah.
You come very well represented by Senator Zubiri.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Gordon, thank you. Honorable senators and members of the cabinet, colleagues, I'll just make a very brief presentation on the rationalization of vaccine supply in the Delta variant environment. So this would be just a very short 10-minute presentation. I'd like to present a snapshot of the global and the Philippine COVID data and addressing the Delta and the other variants of concern. And what is the success story for India, considering it had 400,000 cases and right now it's just about 40,000. And then how do we rationalize our vaccine portfolio in relation to the Delta variant? And of course, in the Senate and the Congress, we need this particular August body right now to create certain laws. And with some stakeholders, we crafted this particular pandemic checklist. So right now we have 205 million cases all over the world with 4 million deaths, and leading that is of course US, India, and Brazil, and then Russia, France, UK, and the Turkey. Now with the three successful countries who have actually achieved vaccination at around 60%, but because of the Delta variant, they actually have this resurgence like Israel and the United States and of course the United Kingdom. So we call this the breakthrough infections, and we need to address this as well. Particularly, we are in this particular surge. Now, this is actually from India. In April, they had this particular case of 400,000 cases and 4,000 deaths. That's a staggering number. And look at this particular downward trajectory. It's almost a flat line right now. This is 46,000 cases a day. So this one really intrigued most of us. Why? Bakit ganun? Ang India, akala natin ba, epicenter of the world, and yet ito successful. So we need to look at this. Now, this is the Philippines, and I got this from, of course, from Edson Guido. We had 3 surges before. The long lockdown, and then with reopening the economy, and then we have a very long quiescent period. And then with the arrival of the variants, the UK, the South Africa, we reach the peak around 15,000. And then with the ECQ, they have a downward trajectory. But of course, we did not manage it well because we need to manage it around 2,000 cases. Then we reopen the economy. And then with the Delta variant here, we're trying to control this with the surge. Now, this is actually yesterday, but I got the number today. So we had right now 17,000 cases, and we have 26% positivity rate. That's very high, all-time high. And it means that 1 in every 4 Filipinos will be positive. We have right now increased testing at 70,000. Our target is about 100,000. And then we have increasing number of cases. But what is really very, very sad here is about the healthcare utilization. We are high risk right now po. Ang high risk po is defined as more than 70%, both at the national level at the national capital region. In America, US, and Israel, they're only using 2 parameters. The level of the positivity rate, because mag-i-increase ang cases, marami pong mamamatay, at puno po ang mga hospital. So, ngayon po, of course, we know that we are in a record high, 18,000 last week, last Friday. And this is because of the Delta variant. And this is actually declared by our Department of Health. Now, tingnan po natin ngayon, kasi importante sa atin strategy, aside from what Secretary Duque told us, But to simplify, it's actually testing, tracing, and vaccination. 54% po ng ating bakuna is actually Sinovac, and you can see here sprinklings of the other vaccines. This is important in the light of the Delta variant because a variant can actually be highly transmissible and render some of the vaccines ineffective. Now, this is actually a pie chart to tell us that most of our orders are actually Sinovac. And I'm just trying to tell you, honorable senators, that 50% of our orders are actually on Sinovac. Now, what is the problem with this? And this is what we got from the National Task Force. So consistent with the number, 48,000, all right? We have this 408,000 doses. And our current vaccination rate is 12%, very far from the herd immunity, which is basically 70% of the population. Now, this is coming from the vaccine expert panel. And there are only 5 vaccines that will be effective for the Delta variant. And this is based on their efficacy rate, this particular column. What are these 5 vaccines that will be effective? Okay, Pfizer, effective for the Delta variant. AstraZeneca, effective for the Delta variant. And then Moderna, effective for the Delta variant. Janssen, effective for the Delta variant. And one particular vaccine coming from India. This is effective for the Delta variant. There are no published report for Sinovac and of course for Sputnik. So yun ho ang nakikita natin. Are we ordering the right vaccines? Considering we're dealing with the Delta variant, to yun eh. Kasi kaya magkakaroon ho tayo ng problema sa breakthrough infections na nangyari sa Amerika. Even in America, 93% of their cases right now ay sinasabi pong Delta variant. And they're using high-quality vaccines like Pfizer, and they're using Moderna, and of course, Johnson & Johnson. Now, ang Covaxin, according to an expert panel of the DOST, Dr. Ronjan Solante, and the head of the infectious disease section of the San Lazaro, pwede daw po yan gamitin. It's another perspective using the India model. Now, this is Professor Gloriani. Nina Gloriani is the head of the vaccine expert panel. And she said that we're not just talking about the Delta variant here. So far, the Sinovac has data on the efficacy on the Alpha, the UK, and the South Africa. They have at least, I think, 6-fold reduction. Kasi pag gumamit ho kayo ng bakuna, nababawasan ho yung tapang ho ninyo. But they have no data on the Delta variant, which have affected Indonesians, ganun din ho India, and other countries. So ito ho yung napaka-importante so that we can project what particular vaccines will be effective in the future. Very important yan. Now, we know for a fact, and I believe Secretary Duque and Secretary Galvez by saying the wealthiest countries have 40% of the orders and only 11% of the population. But look at India right now. Kahit ko konti, they are able to produce, and maybe perhaps after their success, they can actually give us some of the vaccines. But look at this particular slide, and the country of origin, the Delta variant, is actually India. And look at the downward trajectory at this point in time. Now, we look at the data coming from Covaxin, and I got this also from some of the experts. They have the largest efficacy trial in India. They have also effect on moderate and severe disease. And this can actually be reviewed. Ito po ina-approvean na po rin ng US, ng ating local FDA by DG Eric Domingo last April. Ang problema ho, last April, right now, August pa ho, wala pa ho tayong procurement dito. Of course, we don't know the particular situation, but if you look at right now solutions, this is one particular solution that we can actually provide for our countrymen. Now, ano ang success factors nila? From 450,000 cases, bumaba sila sa 25,000. So how did India decrease the surge? It's actually a rapid or a blitzkrieg vaccination drive, massive testings, and of course, tracing. And the vaccination drive is important to reduce the hospitalization. And it is important. Look at this particular number. India reached a record-breaking 8 million doses in June 2021. A record 9.2 million doses in June 21 and an average of 5 million doses per day. Now, According to the CDC, with the Delta variant, we need around 85 to 90% herd immunity. Hindi na ho pwede po daw yung sinasabi nating herd immunity na people's protection with 50% because the dynamics nag-iba po right now because of the Delta variant. So ang target before natin 70%, but this may not be effective in the presence of a Delta variant. And herd immunity will actually prevent the viral transmission. So in terms of the regulatory process benchmarking with the rest of the world, ang Philippines may procurement process but many safeguards to ensure the safety vaccines are introduced. But however, these built-in safeguards can also lengthen the process of procurement. And our requirements to purchase the vaccines will emanate from this. You have an EUA approved in April, you have the HTAC recommendation, but there's no clear time for approval of the process. The multi-party party agreement with the NTF and the no clear timeline as well. And many, of course, of the private sector stakeholders, even, of course, the LGUs are waiting for the signature of the NTF and DOH on this one. Many countries have actually streamlined their application on this, and several things have been done in order to fast track the registration. Now, this is actually my last slide. And this has been the product of the stakeholders, particularly the medical experts. And I'm sure this has been discussed by Senator Gordon, particularly the second one. The first one is, of course, to legislate ventilation and, of course, free testing for essential workers. And then perhaps getting a contact tracing from the best practices like South Korea or Singapore and increase our internet access. Create a network of health facilities from barangay to tertiary hospitals. We are doing that right now, but we need to do more because these are the heroes of this particular pandemic. We need to hire and improve the healthcare workers, provide timely and complete case data. There should be no late submission, real time, because we're dealing with the pandemic. We need to provide clear and consistent messaging, and of course, improve safety in the mass transportation, and keep the vaccination process simple and transparent, and provide economic stimulus and relief. So with that, in summary, Mr. Chairman, India as a model country has demonstrated that testing, pre-testing, contact tracing, and rapid vaccination work. Delta variant is the greatest game changer in the world. It has actually changed the landscape of management. And right now, the herd immunity should not actually sit on 50 or even 70, but we have to target 85 to 90%. The Philippines needs a multiple vaccine procurement plan ASAP to address the rapid surge of the Delta variant. And rapid vaccination is an imperative to achieve the herd immunity ASAP, leading to reopening of the economy. So I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman and dear senators. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you. Let's be fast because it's getting late. Thank you very much, Dr. Liachon, for a very succinct presentation. I think Secretary Galvez also wants to make a presentation. I don't know if it's already joined there. I hope you can make the
Yes,
trains meet if there's any disagreement. Go ahead, please.
I have some disagreement on the Indian model because I think the good doctor doesn't present the true data of vaccination of India. For this day, India already vaccinated 603,846,475. And Covishield is the one they used predominantly. I've been in India for almost 3 days to study their model there. And Covishield is only measly 21,041,285 being used by only 5 countries. I believe with the 1.3 billion, 21 million is negligible in terms of really looking at the data that it is better than Delta. So meaning most of the studies that I have read and also have been presented by FDA that really Pfizer and also AstraZeneca works against the variant, though it has been limited. Its efficacy has been limited to -10 to 20 or 30. And I believe, based on the real world data, Sinovac also is working, especially in PGH. I have the data of PGH that it works against death, and also against severe cases. As of now, the I have the report of the PGH director, Dr. Gam, and I can show you that that all vaccinated, there is no people that had been intubated and been critical with vaccination of AstraZeneca and also Sinovac, meaning all vaccines that we have procured are no, they works against Delta in terms of what you call it, the severity, and also in hospitalization, considering that the majority of those hospitalized are 85-75%. And based on the data of PGS that submitted to me just yesterday, it shows that there is no vaccinated people that has been intubated. And I believe Covishield, the data of Covishield is still, I have some expert from WHO. They said that Covishield, they still lack data. And I believe, considering that Sinovac has an EUL, WHO, it is more significant to say that Sinovac works in Delta. I have a strong feeling that all of our vaccines that we have procured, including Sputnik, considering Sputnik, they have some sort of initial protections. Even the first dose, there is some reports that even first dose they have initial protection, because Sputnik has already an efficacy of 70 to 83 first dose. That's why the FDA has already approved Sputnik Plight with only single dose. I believe also Johnson & Johnson works on the variants, because Johnson & Johnson is second generation vaccine. It was tested on different variants, including South African, UK, and also Delta variants. I believe because I'm not an expert, but I can say that for the meantime, the real world says, and the PGH and also the St. Luke's study, all of our healthcare workers are vaccinated by Sinovac and AstraZeneca, and we have never heard any casualty on this on our more than 1.7 healthcare workers. That's what I observe. I'm not an expert, but that's the real observation that I have.
Mr. Chairman.
We really have to start going. Very quick repose. Are you going to have a repose, Dr. Liachang? I
Yes,
think
sir.
the same things and just a slight degree of the differences. I mean,
yes, sir.
Huh?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I concur with Secretary Galvez. What I'm trying to propose is that the preferential choice of our country is more on the Chinese vaccines. I'm not saying that it's not effective, but based on what we have right now in the best countries, even in the US, we need to try a multi-vaccine procurement process. And that's why on September 20, President Joe Biden will start with their booster dose. So a booster dose would be a higher efficacy rate than the current vaccines that we have. And that's the reason that we're working on this.
You
Because
do
if we're
mean
just
mixing Moderna and Pfizer, for example? Is that what you mean by multi-dose?
we need to procure, sir, vaccines with higher efficacy rate than our present crop or portfolio. And with the Pfizer, Moderna, Janssen, and Janssen, we need to go through the channels, particularly that the Pfizer has actually secured an FDA approval for commercial use. So what the DG of the FDA should do is actually get the regulatory approvals so that we can fast track right now the Pfizer arrival here, and then we can actually do, of course, prioritization of the senior citizen, the comorbid conditions, and even the children. We need to move on that particular angle. So what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand also the booster doses. We need to plan also for the mix and match. And other countries like our OFW, when they go to certain countries, some of the vaccines that we are using are not actually honored by those countries. We need to project this kind of particular situation, and we should not be actually boxed in a certain situation that in the long run, when we have the Delta surge, we are left with one option only. We need to have multiple vaccine options, sir.
All right, very quickly, General Galvez, very quickly.
I think that's
And that's okay afterwards. Go ahead.
Sir, I think Dr. Lechon's data is faulty. He is claiming the bulk of order is Sinovac. Actually, we have a bigger order with Pfizer, 40 million. We have also order from Moderna, 20 million. Our order with Sinovac is only 26 million. But remember, our main problem is steady supply. Our supply for Moderna and Pfizer will only pick up on the fourth quarter. And what we will do now, if you are recommending for accelerated, massive, and even rapid vaccination, how can you vaccinate with only 7 million doses available in September?
Yeah.
So that's I think your premise is that we have only ordered Sinovac. We have ordered seven types of vaccine. J&J, there is a problem of their logistics, considering that Johnson and Johnson might give us the doses maybe at the end of the quarter.
My attitude is every vaccine has its efficacy.
Yes.
And if you can get the best vaccine, that's fine. If Sinovac is good to defend, that's fine. The important thing is vaccinate right away and then go into other things that can boost the health of our country. But in the meantime, it's not the policy of beggars cannot be choosers, but really let's get it done right away. But at least there's some measure of defense whatsoever, and eventually we can actually move on forward. Senator, Miss Vergeri, quickly please. Yes, I'll call you, Senator Locson. Go ahead.
Yes,
And
very quickly.
Pia.
Very quickly, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Secretary Galvez. What is the total number of vaccine doses that we have procured and booked for delivery? Yung total talaga. Maski yung naibakuna na, yung total number.
Sir, ang natin, sir, ang naibook
donated and bought.
Yes, sir, ang sir natin, if COVAX will supply 49 million, including that the 5 million that we ordered.
No, hindi na muna yung if, yung talagang book na for delivery. At saka yung procured na.
As reported by DOH last night, we have booked already 194 million.
194.
Yes, most of them are we have 40 million Pfizer.
This is the total number.
Yes, 40 million Pfizer, 20 million Moderna. We have 26 million Sinovac. We have 10 million from Sputnik, and 49 million for COVAX. And we have ordered also another 10 million for September for Sinovac, and another 10 million for October, because we will have some sort of depleting supply if we will not order another 10 or 20 million of Sinovac.
Pero yung siguradong overall total is 194. Yun ang sigurado na.
Yes, Your Honor. And I believe, based on our vaccine expert panel, all vaccine works on their own. Meron po silang characteristic that even offset others, and also they are all useful. They are all useful even to the variants.
So this is good for 98 million recipients,
Yes,
Yung
and
194.
actually for 110 people, considering that most of if we will buy Sputnik, it is one dose. 10 million of J&J is another one dose. That's already 10 million treatments.
But of course, may allowance tayong 5% sa spoilage. And
Yes,
of course, yung mga lumalaktaw na nagbo-booster shot ng third shot. Di ba meron mga ganon?
Sir,
Kasama na sa 5% yon?
Yes, sir, we accounted for 5%, but we are very happy that our wastage is only 0.002.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Charlie.
Sir. Just one more lang, sir.
Just a moment. Secretary Vergeri, very quickly.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just like to manifest and second what Secretary Galvez said. We already have evidences for Sinovac. And just recently, there's this study wherein 10,000 plus people were vaccinated with Sinovac. And it showed 100% efficacy or protection against severe infection. So we just like to mention that because we know that this might erode the confidence of our public because this is being live streamed and statements of Mr. Liachon can be very risky for the confidence that we are now having for vaccination.
I don't think that was his intention. He's just saying what is best. And certainly, and I followed it up, you heard me, that a vaccine will protect. Vaccine protects. Doesn't matter which. Better to have a vaccine than none at all and get the best as much as you can in accordance with what our pocketbook can get us. Actually, we should always try to get the best. But as far as I'm concerned, we're on the right track here. Dr. Leachon, very quickly.
Yes, sir. What they're trying to project, sir, is the vaccine nationalism. Kasi eventually, sir, dapat meron tayong sense of vision. The stocks are in order natin right now. But if America and the rest of the world would need it, then America will actually be having a difficulty getting the vaccine sending out to the rest of the world. We're not trying to project dito lahat ng vaccine effective. But we're thinking right now kung bakit ang ibang countries ay nagbo-booster doses. Like for example, Indonesia shifting from Sinovac, let's say, to Astra, like Chile and other countries. We're trying to say reality. Kaya nga sinasabi ko clear and transparent messaging. All the vaccines gamitin natin with the backdrop that later on we will need a booster dose for all the vaccines that we have right now, given the efficacy rate, and then later on, yun ang sinasabi natin. Now, if we're not going to plan for the future, then we're left out right now ordering some vaccines that may not be effective for the Delta variant. That's what I'm saying. We had to maximize our portfolio right now and position each particular vaccine on the strength of their particular attributes. Okay, yun lang po, Senator.
You're all on the same page actually, but it's just a question of just be careful because they might swing away from vaccine na sabi mo medyo low efficacy. As far as I'm concerned, yung mga nakikinig dyan, lahat ng vaccine okay. Kung makukuha nyo na, kunin nyo na. Huwag kayong maghintay. Dapat pag tinamaan kayo, wala kayong kadepensa. May vaccine ka na, tatamaan ka pa eh. Kaya dapat mabuting may vaccine ka para sa ganun, kahit tatamaan ka, may labang ka. Yun lang ang sinafollow natin. And if we can get the best, dapat gawin natin ang the best. Kaya kailangan planuhin natin ito as a country. Hindi yung lahat magaling o lahat nagmamagaling. Ang importante talaga yung tao ang iniisip natin para may angat natin sila sa karimlan. I now would like to call Senator Cayetano because she came back, nice in black too, for evening wear. Go ahead, Pia, Senator Pia.
So I've just been listening intently throughout the day, Mr. Chairman. I won't pose any more questions at this point. I'll wait till the next round, but I do just want to emphasize a few points that were taken up earlier regarding PhilHealth and the payment of claims. On that note, I don't think PhilHealth realizes that the objective of the president when he asked the president to look at President Garland to look at the false payment, it did not mean that not to attend to everything else, including not release the payments to the valid payments, as His Honor, as the chairperson was correctly emphasizing, no, that the claims to these hospitals should be made. So that's one point that I wanted to confer with a good chairperson. And then on the vaccinations, I also share a little bit of concern that there might have been the impression given that Sinovac is not effective, and I also want to just ensure that, you know, we should just be careful. I know we're trying to be candid and this is a fact-finding body, but when the general public hears that, there were statements that somehow gave me the impression that it shouldn't be, Sinovac should not be given. So I just also wanted to be sure that we're clear about that, which was made clear as His Honor, our chairperson was saying that was not the intention. So I just also wanted to repeat, because I'm a vaccine advocate and I know how hard it is to get people. So yun lang naman, sinesecond ko lang yung statement ng chair natin na hindi naman yun ang intention.
Thank
So
you.
the others, Mr. Chair, I will just wait for the next round because most of them have been mentioned, and I'll show my support because I will defend the budget of DOH. So all of these questions are helpful to me. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, for staying alert and full of humor until this late hour.
Well, we have to, otherwise we'll go crazy. I just want to point out that to everybody, lahat na nakikinig sa labas dyan, hindi natin, wala tayong ginigisa dito. Pero lang kung nagsisinungaling talaga. I think DOH has tried very hard to help us here in this country. Hindi naman ganun kalaki ang namatay sa atin eh. At kahit na paano, nakatulong naman ang mga doktor natin. And I think it's important. Kaya lang talaga, kumisan, we know how to fix the blame very well, but we don't know how to fix the problem. And even Secretary Duque doesn't have the franchise on solving the problem. It's got to be all of us helping one another. Kung di tayo magtutulong-tulong, lalong lalaki ang problema. So hindi ito ang purpose ng investigation na ito. Is talagang proteksyonan ang tao. Ang tao dapat ang proteksyonan. Hindi pagalingan ito. Proteksyonan natin ang tao na makakuha siya ng kanilang kailangan gawin, yung kanilang dapat sa mga nurses, sa mga caregivers natin, sa mga health natin, mabigyan sila ng tama para hindi sila aalis, yung PhilHealth gamitin. I want to announce here right now, and Mick Seville is my vice chairman in the Red Cross, and I want to say this, that because of bumaba na yung mga presyo, at tinitingnan natin kung talagang pababa na yan, the Red Cross will bring down its cost to PhilHealth and its cost to everybody, which by the way, hindi naman kami naniningil. Ang nagpapabilis lang ng nagpapa-vaccinate sa Red Cross ay nagmamadali. Kaya gusto lang nauuna sa linya. Meron kami linya doon and they have to pay a premium for that. But for the rest of the country, kung sila papasok doon, ako naniniwala, and I hope everybody agrees with me, the government must pay for the vaccines because hindi namin kaya sa Red Cross yan. Mauubos talaga tayo kagad. But we are bringing down the cost of the vaccine, which will be announced at the proper time. Secretary Duque, I want you to know that. Bababa rin ang pressure sa PhilHealth. Dahil ganun na nga mababa na nga hindi pa rin nakakabayad. Pero okay lang. Pag binaba, siguro mas marami tayong magagamot lalo pag binabayan. So, to all of you, I would thank, somebody called me and said, ang sarap manood sa inyo because all the senators are providing good questions and you're all working together to find the solution. Thank you to all of you, the minority floor leader, Senator Lacson, Senator Marcos, Senator Risa, Senator Pia, and all the other Senators Zubiri for bringing experts here that we can have a healthy debate on. And thank you to our resource persons. Wendell, I know, and I haven't told you, I commiserate with you. I hope you feel better soon. And of course, yung mga kasama natin dyan, hindi kayo kalaban. Ang kailangan, kalaban lang kayo pagka kayo gagawa ng katiwalian na makakasama sa ating bayan. And kailangan baguhin na natin ang ating pag-uugali sa pagsisilbi. So, I will call the next hearing on 7 September at 10 a.m. In fact, I should make it 9:30. 9:30, please. 9:30 para mas maaga. And on that note, we thank you all. May God bless the Republic of the Philippines. Whatever is said here is said in the interest of our country. Thank you very much.
I think Secretary Duque is raising his hand, Mr. Chairman.
I thought he was going to take his oath as a member of the Red Cross. Okay, go ahead. See, go ahead. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, in addition to what Dr. Liachon presented, I just want to emphasize on two things. No? Number one, since our vaccination coverage, two-dose inoculation coverage is still relatively low at 18%. No? It is very important that we continue to adhere to our minimum public health standards of really masking and face shields and ventilation and social distancing, because all these measures have been proven to bring down the reproductive rate of COVID-19 and its variants. In fact, the slide that was shown by Dr. Liachon, that the herd immunity threshold increases when the R0, as an example, is the Delta variant, R0 score is from 5 to 8. So, ang sinasabi ko, habang mababa pang atin inoculation, kaya pa din natin pababain itong R0 ng Delta variant consistently adhering to the minimum public health standards. So this is very, very important reminder that I'd like to get across. No? So there have been studies to show that this Delta variant can be linked. This Delta variant can be defeated, no? But stressing the importance of minimum public health standards. So, yun lang po. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I just want to say sa mga tao nakikinig sa atin, kung noong 1916, 17, and 18, walang vaccination, wala na ano. Pero nakita nyo, nagmask lahat ng tao, nag-iingat din lahat ng tao, halos hindi na sila lumalabas sa mga panahon na yun. Milyon-milyon na namatay. Tumigil rin yung vaccine, yung ating kon. Meron tayong hinaharap dito na kakayanin natin talunin yan. Sundin natin yung sinabi ng mga health authorities natin na mag-mask, maghugas ng kamay, mag-distancing, huwag tayong kamain sabay-sabay. Marami na kayo narinig yan. Pero sundin nyo lang yan. At saka talaga kung makukuha nyo yung vaccine, magpa-vaccine kayo. Ang importante, magpa-test kayo kung masamang pakiramdam nyo. At huwag kayong gagamit. And I forgot to ask Secretary Duque this. Importante doon sa testing talaga is yung accuracy. Hindi pwedeng porque mura kakagatin natin pero hindi naman totally accurate. For that matter, even the PCR is not totally accurate pero yun pa rin ang gold standard. So let's try to get the best of the best para sa ating mga kababayan. On that note, thank you all very much. May God bless the Republic of the Philippines. I salute all the senators. I salute all our guests, particularly those who told the truth. All of them practically told the truth. And except for a few grand abbeys. I'm sorry I have to say that. But maraming salamat sa inyo lahat. It was a great meeting and shows that you have a Senate at work here. Thank you very much. Mabuhay kayong lahat.